Chapter 15. Miriam returns.
"But I don't want to leave."
Lyrica stared sullenly up at Keanu, holding on to a bag of clothes. It was early morning and they were out in the gardens, loading bags onto Sunset's back. Mirabelle was hugging Ionan goodbye, getting ready to say farewell. "You have to," Keanu said, grasping the small fairy's shoulder and giving it an encouraging shake. "It's not safe here in Southwild anymore. You're safer back in the lands where the wolves can protect you, at least until the war is over."
"It could take forever for the war to end,"
Lyrica complained. "I promise I'll get it over with as soon as possible," Keanu said, giving her a smile. "Great one powers, right?"
"Right,"
Lyrica said, staring glumly at the grass. Keanu leaned down, his voice a whisper. "You've got to take care of your dad, all right? He needs you right now." They glanced toward Kasif. He was loading a saddlebag onto the back of Snowdrop and appeared rather morose.
"Okay,"
Lyrica admitted reluctantly.
"I guess I'll go."
Melody waited calmly as a Pegasus to take off, Federin sitting upon her back. She hadn't helped with the fight against the nightmares, as Ignis had deemed she was more likely to be a danger to herself than anyone else. It was agreed that the best place for her to heal from Vivienna's loss was the lands. Federin had volunteered to go with her, to keep an eye on her. "Take care, my darling, and watch over our eggs," Ionan said, brushing Sunset's neck. "You will have to lay them soon. I shall return in a few months to visit you, even if this war has not ended."
"A few months is a blink of an eye in the life of a dragon," Sunset said. "It will be no time at all."
Ionan nodded. Even so, the changer seemed unhappy. Mirabelle sniffed, but Ionan lifted her chin with the tip of his tail. "Take heart, little one. You will have much fun in the lands. There will be many friends to play with."
"I will miss you, Papa," she said.
Ionan hummed lowly in his throat. Keanu couldn't help but feel a little sad as he waved goodbye to his friends, dropping his hand when they disappeared into the sky. Ionan stood in place, still watching the clouds even though his family had long faded from view. Keanu decided to leave him alone and ventured around a corner. "Keanu," he heard Angel say. He looked over his shoulder as the griffin hurried by. "Zaya and Midnight Star have more information. You must come right away." Keanu found his friends gathered around a water fountain at the garden's border. Zaya was lying along the edge of the fountain, his eyes glowing and appearing statue-like. When his mouth moved, the voice of a she-wolf emerged. "Pumpkin and Martin have told me that Winter has created another plot, using Chameleon and Darren as tools," Midnight Star said. "Nineveh had the twins thrown out of the room, however, so they didn't catch what it was." "Damn it," Soren said. He was sitting on the ground, and he pounded his fist against his knee as he said it. "How do we know what to look for?"
"We don't need to look for anything. We just wait until it happens, and then poof, Keanu comes out with his Great One powers, and we send Winter reeling back into the hole he came crawling out of,"
Zona said, swooping above his accompany's head. "It doesn't quite work like that," Keanu said slowly. The phoenix clattered to the ground, landing in Soren's lap. "I have to go," Midnight Star said, and Zaya's head was jerked to the side. "My brothers and sisters are calling me. I will contact you immediately if there's news." The glowing ceased in Zaya's eyes. The young dragon shook his head, once again appearing ill. What do you mean it won't work?" Regan asked Keanu in a salty tone, crossing her arms. "You had a pretty good hang of it when you got rid of those zombies the other day." "I didn't know what I was doing. It just happened because I was trying to protect Lyrica," Keanu explained. "There can only be one Great One at a time, so I don't think any of them had someone to teach them how to do it. So far, I haven't been able to replicate what I did. I've got to figure out how to use my powers before we can defeat Winter." "It can never be easy, can it?" Regan said, sighing dramatically. "But I suppose it would be really anticlimactic if you had the ability to just blow up whatever's in your path."
"But you do have the ability to save Ali, right?" Zona questioned. "You can give her a heart."
Keanu glanced at Ali. The griffin was relaxing on the ground, spread in a patch of clover. She was so alive it was hard to remember she didn't have a heart beating inside her chest. "I don't think so," he said. "We've already tried, and so far it hasn't worked."
"Why? Vixen healed you after Malachi Shaman stabbed your mum when she was pregnant," Zona said stubbornly.
"Yeah, but I was in my mum's stomach and nothing was missing. I can't fix something that isn't there in the first place." There's got to be a heart in there for me to do something about it, Keanu argued.
What about the 3 items? Can't you get rid of those and break the curse on the changes? Soren asked.
Maybe, Keanu said. But I can't right now because if I do, I'll kill Ali. The amulet she wears is the only thing keeping her alive. Just get it over with, Keanu. I'm more than willing to sacrifice myself to bring Winter down. I told you that already, Ali said, irritably. Right, because having you dead worked so well the first time, Regan added sarcastically. I'm not going through that nightmare again. I still haven't recovered from what you did to me months ago. Ali whapped her across the face with her tail. No one else is dying, all right? Keanu said, slashing the air with his hand. We can figure out another way. Let's take it slow. Things have gotten way easier since I became Great One. We don't have to kill Winter tomorrow.
I'd love the opportunity,
Zorna mumbled, his good mood obviously ruined. Guys, did you ever think that Winter's big scary plan has something to do with my dad? Regan asked. Pumpkin and Martin told us before that he's involved somehow. I'm unsure if Adam has any part in this, Zaya said, beginning to come round. But Midnight Star told me someone named Murok does. Murok? Soren questioned. No way, it can't be. He was my old professor at Bumbleberry University. He hated Winter. There's no way he'd help him. From what Midnight Star said, he's working for him, Zaya said firmly. People aren't always who we believe they are, Soren. I can't believe this. He was my favourite teacher, Soren raged. Soren, calm down. He's probably got his reasons for joining Winter. But if he has, we can't trust him, Keanu said. We can't trust anybody really outside of our little circle. I heard of Murok when Ali and I were living with the elves, Regan said slowly. He was dating my mom. Excuse me, what? Keanu said sharply. It's true. Her mother, Miriam, was with him. Luciana told us they were trying to hide from Winter, but I suppose if Murok's working for him now, it didn't pan out, Ali said. Wait, Miss Miriam, the librarian at Bumbleberry University? Soren's eyes popped out of his head. This is getting weirder and weirder. My mom left me and my dad a while ago. Dad told me he didn't know where she ran off to, Regan said. Pumpkin and Martin said that Winter had travelled around the human world after his time in the army, Zaya noted. If Winter brought Murok along on one of those trips and met Adam, it would only be plausible to assume Murok met Miriam around the same time, and they fell in love. Then Murok brought Miriam back to Bumbleberry University, and she stayed there with him, pretending to be in a company, Soren mumbled. I always thought Professor Murok had a weird thing for her. They couldn't have left right away. The affair had to go on for years before she finally chose to leave, Regan said quietly. She looked down. Luciana told me that I'm not my dad's kid. She said I'm Murok's. The group gasped, save for Ali, who appeared unfazed by the admission. Do you honestly believe that? Luciana isn't trustworthy, Ali said in a critical voice. I don't know. She has no reason to lie, Regan said. If Murok is your dad, that means you're part of company, Keanu said. You should be able to have a changer. Yeah, but I don't, and I don't want one, Regan said, holding her hands out. After being around you guys, I think it's more trouble than it's worth. I'm perfectly happy being human, and I love my human dad. We aren't saying you don't, Keanu said. I just want to know for sure, Regan mumbled. It doesn't matter if Murok is your biological father. I know more than anybody your real parents aren't the ones who made you, but who raised you, Soren said. Whatever's in your blood, Adam's your real dad. And I agree with you. We thought Adam was safe before, but since we don't know what Winter's new plan is, we should probably work on getting him out. Keanu went to say something. As he opened his mouth, a loud wailing echoed from the jungle behind them. They turned their heads to see a woman running toward them, tears streaming down her face. Her dress was torn and coated with mud. Several branches and leaves stuck out of her hair. She wore no shoes, her feet leaving a bloody trail as she stumbled into the gardens. Mom! Regan cried. The human girl got up and ran at the woman full speed, latching onto her. Miriam fell upon Regan in a tragic heap, clinging to her daughter and sobbing. Regan stroked her hair, trying to calm her mother, and looking entirely confused as her friends gathered around her. Mom, what's going on? Are you hurt? Did someone attack you?
It's just terrible. I ran all the way from Nesting's Haven to find you. I've been alone in the wild for weeks,
Miriam bawled, her long, manicured nails digging into the arms of Regan's dress.
I just had to get away.
Hysterically, the woman sobbed into Regan's chest. Regan did her best to support her mother, helping her shuffle toward the palace. "Come on, Mom. We'll get you a bath and out of those gross clothes, and you can tell me what happened." Miriam quivered as she sat in an armchair by a small fireplace. She sipped at a cup of tea with a shaking hand that spilled liquid onto the saucer as she drank. She'd been bathed and given a new dress, and her feet had been wrapped in white cloth. Regan sat near her mother's legs and watched her in concern. Miriam put her teacup to the side and looked at her daughter. Regan's friends were waiting outside the door. They all agreed it would be best to give the two of them some space for now, but they didn't trust Miriam enough to leave Regan completely alone with her. "Mom, tell me what's going on," Regan pleaded. She leaned against her mother's legs and looked up. "You're acting like a crazy person."
I just got upset, Regan. There's no need to be so rude, Miriam said sharply, folding her hands in her lap.
"Mom, I don't want to make you mad, but you really freaked me out back there," Regan protested.
"I've never seen you like that."
Miriam nodded.
"I suppose it is understandable. I would be worried too if I saw my mother acting that way."
"Grandma would never have allowed that. She would have told you to quit your wailing," Regan laughed. Miriam smiled slightly.
"Yes, I suppose she would have."
Miriam sighed.
"I've been trying to get to you for days. I knew wherever you were, it would be safe. I've been living at Windhair's castle the past few months with Murok."
"I thought you two were trying to get away from Windhair."
"We were, but he found us, and Murok decided to join him. I thought Windhair couldn't possibly be as terrible as everyone claimed, but I was wrong."
Miriam closed her eyes.
"The first few weeks at the castle were fine, but after a while, Murok changed into a person I didn't know. He became violent, a pure monster. I had to get away."
"Didn't you see the signs?" Regan asked incredulously. "Mom, you had to know he's no good."
"I believed it wasn't him doing those awful things, but the spirit that possesses him," Miriam said. "He never hurt me until the other night. He pushed me into a dresser. That's when I knew I had to leave."
"Did you see Dad when you were inside Windhair's castle?" Regan pressed, venturing closer. Miriam nodded.
"Yes, he's working on an experiment for Windhair. I tried to bring him with me when I escaped, but there were too many guards. I knew I had to come here and get help."
"Do you know what Dad's making?" Miriam shook her head.
"I don't know. Windhair kept it a secret, but whatever it is, he's going to use it soon."
"Mom, you're scaring me."
"This isn't something we can avoid, Regan."
Miriam grasped her daughter's wrist, holding it tightly.
"We must rescue your father. If we don't, I'm sure that thousands will die."
"But what can we do? Windhair's got him locked up," Regan said.
"I know the castle very well. If you take me there, I can lead you throughout the corridors so we don't get caught," she suggested.
"That's very brave, Mom," Regan said in astonishment. She gazed up in adoration at her mother.
"I've realized I've made mistakes," Miriam said.
"I feel I owe it to Adam after all I've done to him." "That doesn't matter now," Regan bit her lip. "This is still really risky. I wish there was a way to make sure we could all be safe."
"Bring that, what is he called, a great one along with you," Miriam said. "I'm sure he can protect us against whatever Windhair has in store."
Regan nodded. "Good idea, Mom. I know Keanu will help us." Keanu was more than willing to leave immediately to rescue Adam, but Soren held him back. After Regan had explained what her mother had said to the group, Soren pulled his cousin to another room to talk some sense into him. "Keanu, I know what you're thinking. Let's think this through," Soren said as he watched his little cousin pace around the room. "What's there to go over?" Keanu threw out his arms. "We can't wait any longer. We have to get Regan's dad out of there before he finishes whatever he's working on. We can't have Windhair using that weapon against us, whatever it is." "Keanu, if we bring Adam here, Windhair is going to look for him. Southwild will become an even bigger target once they find out he's here," Soren said. "I know we have to rescue him, but we should formulate a plan first. If we can get Adam to Southwild, I can protect him. I know I can," Keanu said. "What about Pumpkin and Martin? They're already at the palace," Why don't they work something out? Soren asked.
Pumpkin and Martin can't get close to Adam. They've tried multiple times and haven't even found out where Winter's keeping him. But Miriam knows, and she can lead us to him, Keanu argued. This isn't an option, Soren. We have to rescue Adam and stop Winter from getting his hands on that weapon. It doesn't matter what kind of weapon we think Adam's developing, the adults aren't going to let us travel to Nesting's Haven on a hunch, Soren argued. Regan had told Ignis and the other adults that her mother had decided to leave Morok. She left out the rest, not knowing if her friends wanted to keep the part about Adam developing a weapon secret. At the moment, they were grateful she had. Now the only question was if they should reveal Winter's plan to their parents or keep the information to themselves and handle it accordingly. We aren't going to tell anyone. Not Mom and Dad, not Ionan, and not Ignis. We'll go in, get out, and explain everything to them later, Keanu said.
Keanu, I know we agreed to keep the adults out of this, but this isn't right. These are their kids' lives that are at stake. They deserve to know what's going on, Soren argued. Soren, Keanu said kindly, and he put a hand on his cousin's shoulder. I know you don't want to go without permission to Nesting's Haven because of what happened last time. But you're right, our family won't let us go. And we can't give Winter more time to develop this weapon. We don't have any other choice but to sneak out again. Is it worth the risk, though? What if somebody gets hurt? Soren questioned. Somebody could get hurt. But if we don't leave right now and try to stop this, whatever it is, it's a sure thing that a lot of people are going to get hurt. We can't forgive ourselves for that later. Not when we can take action now, Keanu insisted. Soren sighed, rolling his eyes. Keanu, I know you like Regan and all. This isn't about me having a crush on Regan, Keanu said, blushing. Ah, so you do like her. I knew it, Soren said with a mischievous grin. Look, Keanu said, cheeks burning. I'm not trying to impress a girl here. This is about saving a life, possibly thousands of lives. Can we really trust her mother? Soren asked. What if Miriam's lying? What if this is another one of Winter's tricks? We have to take her word for it. There's nothing else to do. Soren opened his mouth to argue, then shook his head. Fine, he said, bunching up his fists. Just let me know when you're ready to go. Soren walked out, venturing to his bedroom. He wasn't really mad, just worried. He wanted to save Adam just like everyone else, but he knew it wasn't safe to go back to Nesting's Haven. Winter's castle was more heavily guarded than Azazel and the Colosseum combined. It would be far more dangerous to break someone out of it than anywhere else in the world. Soren closed the door behind him. He saw Zorna's glittering eyes in the darkness. The changer rested on the bed as a coyote, appearing curious. Don't look at me like that, Soren said, sitting next to the changer. I know what you're thinking.
There's no one in the world who has more love in them than you, Soren, Zorna said, and he placed his head on the boy's lap. You made a mistake when we went to Nesting's Haven, but if we have a better plan this time instead of just taking off, things will be just fine.
If you say so. Zorna shifted.
Do you think Miriam is telling the truth?
Soren cracked his knuckles. No. Regan believes her mum, and I understand why, but I don't. Something's up here. Soren had always done his best to trust in people and forgive them no matter what they'd done. He worked so hard to avoid becoming his father that he didn't have any inkling of who he was. Most of the time, Soren felt lost. Who he wanted to be centered around the desperate fact that he didn't want to turn into Winter. That one guiding moral of his had gotten his sister killed. He'd wanted to give Nineveh a chance. He wanted to believe that his mother could be good. His heart had been open to the idea that she would come back to them. He wasn't someone to hold grudges or remain bitter at someone for ages. He had hope. He thought she could change. Winter would never made such a foolish mistake. If he was in Soren's position, he would have killed Nineveh without a smidge of regret. Soren knew now that he could kill his mother if he had to, for what she'd done to Vivienne. But before that happened, Soren doubted he could have raised a hand against her. He'd believed every word that had come out of his mother's mouth, and that childlike innocence had led to someone he cherished getting killed. He didn't want Regan to make the same mistake. Mothers weren't always kind and loving, and they weren't always who they claimed to be. Something else weighed on his mind. Even now, He couldn't conjure up a feeling of resentment at Chameleon. He really wished he could. She'd ripped him apart from the inside out, first when she'd started dating Keanu, and then when she left to join his father. Soren thought if he could hate her, he could get over her so much quicker. Yet, for as angry of a person as he was, he just couldn't hate. It was impossible for him. The only person Soren truly despised was Winter. Everyone else was just a player in the king's miserable game. A few days later, the kids had come up with a plan to rescue Adam. The only issue would be executing it without the adults finding out. "Mom will lead us in," Regan said, pointing at a leaf in the grass. They had set up a crude representation of Winter's castle in the gardens, using small rocks, twigs, and other objects, and were crouched around it carefully. "We'll follow her through this secret hallway, which will lead us right to my dad."
"Are you sure this hallway is safe?" Soren asked.
"My mom says nobody knows about it but the servants," Regan said. "It's completely safe. Once we grab my dad, we'll be able to leave just as quickly as we came. In and out."
"Why do I feel like it's never that simple?" Ali asked.
"Shut up. There's no possible way that even we can mess this up," Regan said. Unexpectedly, Zuna let out a horrified scream. The group jumped back in surprise, watching as he bucked around the garden as a large black stag, twisting and turning erratically. Zuna screamed,
"Get it off me! Get it off me!"
"Oh, by the Creator, calm down. It's just a ladybug," Ali said. She maneuvered around him, trying to reach the small red bug that was on his back. "Would you hold still? I can't get it off." Ali finally flicked the bug off with her nose. Sighing in relief, Zuna came to a stop.
"I hate bugs," Zuna shivered. "They're creepy."
"Yes, well, you're just going to have to get over it," Ali said, irritated. "We should only take a few of us," Keanu said, glancing at Angel and ignoring Zuna's outburst. "It should be Regan, me, and Ali. Soren and Zuna can come along for backup if something goes wrong."
"I wish to go with you, Keanu," Angel argued, butting in. "I want to protect you and my sister."
"I don't want to leave you behind, Angel," Keanu said, stroking her head feathers. "But if Mom and Dad notice both of my changes are gone, they'll know something's up. It's important you stay in Southwild." Angel's feathers drooped.
"Very well."
"How are we going to carry all of us back?" Soren asked. "Zuna and Ali are only big enough to carry two at a time, and once we rescue Adam, we'll have nowhere to put him." Keanu frowned. "I don't know. Zaya's not big enough to carry anyone, and Angel can't go." There was a crackle in the bush behind them. They jumped, expecting Ionan or someone else who would put a stop to their plan, but it was only Zaya.
"Midnight Star said that Mirabelle and the others have arrived safely in Mortica City," Zaya said, nestling his way between Ali and Angel. "Their journey was a quick one. They flew day and night without rest to ensure they were not followed."
Keanu frowned. Although he was glad his cousin was safe back home, he felt bad for how exhausted Lyrica certainly must be. When Keanu had fled the lands, it had taken them weeks to arrive in Nesting's Haven. To reach home in less than 7 days most certainly meant that Sunset, Melody, and Snowdrop travelled non-stop. Such a trip would be draining for anyone. An idea sparked in Keanu's head. "Hey, Zaya, do you think you and Angel could distract our parents after we leave for Nesting's Haven?"
"What, trick the adults into believing you're still here?"
Zaya said doubtfully.
"We could, but it would be very difficult," Angel said. "We would have to invent all sorts of lies about where everyone is and why."
"Ionia's palace is huge. It's not impossible to believe that you wouldn't see someone for days if you were always in different places," Keanu argued.
"Yes, but all 5 of you, plus Miriam?" Zaya asked. "They'll notice she's gone as well and figure it out."
"You'll just have to invent excuses," Keanu said. "It's plausible enough to think that if they see the 2 of you around, they'll believe the rest of us are too. They're so busy with the war, I'm sure they won't even notice we're gone."
"Not noticing the new Great One has vanished?"
Zaya let a puff of smoke out of his nostrils.
"Unlikely."
"Zaya, come on. We don't have any other choice. It wouldn't be but for a few days," Keanu begged.
"If you're going to leave, you might as well do it once everyone's gone to bed," Zaya said. "That'll give Angel and I all night to come up with various explanations as to where you are."
Keanu nodded. "Fine. Tonight it is." As the others left the trees and Keanu remained with his changes, Angel asked,
"Keanu, what is wrong? You've been rather somber lately."
Keanu paused. He wasn't sure whether it was right to confess what he'd been thinking to his friends, but he'd been thinking it all the same, and just wanted someone to tell his innermost thoughts to. Who better than his griffins, who understood him more intimately than anyone else?
I don't want to sound ungrateful, he began.
You never could, Ali insisted. Tell us what weighs upon you. He frowned before he said,
I was sick my entire life. I'm not used to being well. I feel better and I'm not in pain anymore, but it's odd having a body that works. I keep expecting I'm going to have a seizure or get tired, but those things don't happen.
Isn't that a good thing? Angel questioned.
It is, but sometimes I think people find me more useful now than they did when I was sick.
He dropped his gaze.
Like I wasn't worth anything when I was too ill to do much. Now I'm a benefit to others instead of a burden.
That isn't true, Angel argued. You are more powerful now, but your worth remains the same. You were never a burden. We cared for you then, and we care for you now. No matter if you are sick or well, you are still our Keanu. Even if you are still sick to this day, we'd always stick by you.
But why did I get a cure and others don't? Keanu asked. I have so much guilt that I'm better now because I know there are others in the realm who will never have what I do. My healing was a gift, but it's also become a curse in a way. I don't feel like I'm allowed to view myself as this person who was sick anymore because I'm not sick now. It's as if the first part of my life up until this point has been erased, like it doesn't matter anymore.
He glanced up at the sky, which makes me feel even more confused, because all I begged for when I was dying was to be well. Now that I am, it's almost like I want to give this gift back, because it's so hard to know who I am without my illness. I had it all my life, and now that it's gone, a piece of my identity is missing, and I have to build this entirely new one. I'm trying to discover who I am, and with this body that's completely different from the one that I had before, how can I move forward?
A part of you will always be that sick person because you went through those experiences and now carry them in your memory and heart. That experience does not fade just because you are well now, Ali said, coming closer. Indeed, Angel added. You can be two things at once, things that conflict and do not make sense together. You were sick, and now you are well, which merely means you are a well person who recovered, who remembers what it is like to go through what you did. That gives you strength, for you will be able to relate to the stories of others and help them along their journey as you continue your own.
Keanu gave them a smile. Thanks, guys. I'm really happy you didn't judge me over this. So many people would.
You will always have us, Keanu, Ali said.
She nuzzled her head against his, and on his opposite side, Angel did the same.
We are your changers, and we will be here for you always. No matter what form we may take or how your life alters, one thing that will never change is that we will always love you. Carry that with you, even in the darkest of times. We will need that love for the path ahead.
Chapter 16. The Vacant-Minded City. Keanu tied a grey cloak around his shoulders, fingers fumbling around the ties as night fell upon Southwild. They'd chosen to wear plain clothes. The idea was to be as inconspicuous as possible, but it was difficult to remain unseen when your hair automatically marked you as a fairy. He was sure Winter had told the guards what to look for around the castle. He grabbed a chunk of his green locks with his fist and scowled.
Your hair makes you a moving target, Ali stated. You'd better keep your hood up the entire time we're there, like you did last time.
He sighed, dropping his hand. I guess it doesn't help that we're travelling around Nesting's Haven with an identical twin of Winter either.
No, it doesn't.
Soren couldn't help how he looked. They'd just have to keep their heads down and pray that no one recognized them.
I hope word hasn't spread too far about what the new Great One looks like, Ali said.
Vixen kept her identity secret for years. Nobody even knew the former Great One was a girl, Keanu responded.
Vixen was old, very old. I'm sure many people knew about her once she changed originally. She just waited for all of them to die off before going into hiding, Ali said.
That was probably true. Keanu grabbed his bag and walked out. Go gather the others, please. I'll meet you in the gardens by the water fountain. Keanu strode down the hallway. He took the stairs quickly, his cloak billowing behind him. Even after being the Great One for a few weeks, he still marvelled at the fact he could go up and down the stairs without getting tired. He ventured into the smithy. As promised, Ionan had left Keanu's knife lying on the edge of a stone forge. He'd given the knife to Ionan to sharpen, as it was getting dull, with the excuse that he wanted to have a weapon on him just in case Southwild got attacked again. He didn't really need it, being the Great One and all, but he wanted to have a backup just in case his powers didn't work, as he still wasn't sure how to use them. Keanu picked up the jeweled dagger, surveying the sharp edge. He was impressed. The tip would pierce a Drannon's hide. Ionan was a skilled craftsman. Keanu slid the knife into a sheath on his belt, shaking his head. Keanu had always wondered why Ionan stuck around with his dad. Ionan was a lord, with status and power, and was vastly talented in more than one area. His intelligence alone would have been enough to gain him one of the most prestigious positions in Nesting's Haven. He could have been headmaster of Bumbleberry University if he'd wanted to, Keanu was sure of it. Yet Ionan had forsaken all of these things simply to remain with Kyoto. Keanu could understand the bond between Changer and a company better than anyone, but Kyoto wasn't always the best partner to Ionan. His father took the Changer for granted, and used Ionan's inability to disobey orders against him constantly, making him do things the dragon rarely wanted to do, and hardly asking his opinion. Keanu considered that vastly wrong. Why would Ionan stay? But he supposed Ali had travelled all the way across the lands to find him again, even when she couldn't remember him, and after he'd broken her heart. It appeared that Changers truly would do anything for those they loved. Keanu went to join up with his friends, but he paused, breath catching in his throat, as he saw someone emerge from the depths of the palace. He started to panic when he saw it was his father.
"Hey, Keanu,"
Kyoto smiled, starting toward his son casually.
"You're out late?"
"Hey," Keanu's heart thudded against his chest. "I was grabbing my knife. I figured I probably shouldn't leave it lying around."
"Probably not a good idea,"
Kyoto nodded. He surveyed the boy up and down.
"You look like you're going somewhere."
"I'm just going for a walk," Keanu shrugged. "I spent so much time in bed before that I don't want to sleep, you know? I just want to do everything. I can't handle lying around. I always want to be up and around."
"That makes sense."
Kyoto's grin turned into a muddled, emotional smile.
I'm so happy that you're better, Keanu. Your mother and we don't know what we would have done if we...
Kyoto looked off. Keanu scrambled to recover the situation and said, "Dad, it's okay. I'm still here."
What happened was nothing short of a miracle. It was the cure Kia and I always hoped for, but never thought we'd get,
Kyoto said with a small gasp. He reached forward and embraced Keanu, drawing the boy to his chest and putting a hand on the back of his head.
"It just makes me feel so much better to know you're no longer in pain."
Keanu hugged him back, not knowing what to say.
"Yep, free to grow up and get married and have kids or whatever."
"You're such a good boy," Kyoto whispered.
"You've never gotten into trouble, and you've always done the right thing. I don't know what I've done to deserve such a great son. All I can hope is that your brother or sister turns out to be just like you."
Keanu really couldn't handle his dad getting emotional right now. He felt guilty enough.
"Yeah, well, you know me. I'll always do what you tell me. I never keep secrets," he mumbled.
"Yeah." Kyoto kissed his head.
"I love you, Keanu."
"Love you too, Dad."
Keanu swallowed and pulled away.
"I should probably get back. Ali's still pretty paranoid about me being gone for too long."
Kyoto ruffled his hair. "Have a good night's sleep, son."
"Thanks, Dad."
Keanu couldn't meet his father's eyes as he strode back inside. He waited for 10 minutes after Kyoto had gone before he ventured into the gardens.
"What took you so long?"
Ali snapped as Keanu finally appeared.
"We've been waiting forever."
"I ran into Dad. He just gave me a speech about what an amazing, obedient son I am," Keanu complained, "right before I willingly put myself into danger behind his back. Again."
"Ouch," Ali said, wincing.
"Well, I suppose the best we can do is make sure you come back in one piece, right?"
"Right."
Keanu glanced at Soren. He was riding Zorna as a griffin, with Miriam sitting behind him.
"Ready to go?"
"I've been ready," Soren responded. "Hurry up." Keanu nodded. He went to climb on Ali, but noticed that Reagan was already on her back. They'd have to ride double to Nesting's Haven. His stomach wiggled nervously.
"Well, let's go,"
Regan said anxiously. "We don't have all night." Keanu pushed his feelings aside and slung a leg over Ali, pulling himself upward. Regan immediately moved back, so there were a few inches between them. "You two are going to have to hang on to each other, you know," Ali said coyly. "Otherwise one of you will go flying off." Soren was wearing a smug grin, and Zuna was snickering under his breath. Keanu took a deep breath and tried not to yell at them. Why did his friends have to play matchmaker right now? He'd bet anything that Soren, Zuna, and Ali had gotten together beforehand and conspired on how best to make him and Regan cuddle on this trip. "I don't see how I could fall off of you, seeing as how you have such a huge butt," Regan teased. "I've told you before, my butt is not big," Ali growled. "Hey, back where I come from, that's a compliment." "Shut up, Regan." Ali took off abruptly, and Keanu had to latch onto her neck feathers to hold on. Regan jolted. She immediately wrapped her arms around Keanu's middle and squeezed tightly, pressing the front of her body to his back. They both stiffened before Regan relaxed, allowing herself to lay her head on his shoulder. Keanu slowly eased, keeping his gaze straight ahead, and hoping that Regan couldn't hear the racing of his heart through his chest. Under her breath, Ali was laughing. "Which way do you want to go?" Soren called, glancing back at Miriam. She had her arms circled around his waist and seemed far too comfortable with embracing a young man more than half her age. "We'll fly in on the west side of the city, then move with the crowd toward the castle," Keanu called. "If we're careful, we'll blend right in." They didn't talk much for the rest of the flight. Regan soon fell asleep on Keanu's shoulder. Her soft snores filled Keanu's ear as they moved toward Nestings Haven. Keanu didn't feel tired in the slightest. His body was filled with sharp, jolting sparks each time Regan's chest rose and fell against his back. It only took until dawn for them to arrive in Nestings Haven. Ali and Zuna had changed into Pegasi mid-flight long before they'd reached the city to remain incognito. They touched down on the street behind the empty council building, just as the city was beginning to stir.
"Regan, wake up,"
Keanu said, shaking her off his shoulder. She yawned as he got off Ali, rubbing her eyes.
"Ugh, I hate mornings. My hair is a disaster, I know it,"
Regan grumbled, blinking blearily.
"Here."
Keanu slid an arm underneath Regan's knees and behind her back, lifting her off of Ali. It was miraculous to him that he could do this, when he couldn't even lift a bucket of water before. He cradled her against his chest, like he'd seen his father do with Kia, just for a minute, before setting her on her feet. Keanu could feel Ali watching him.
"We should go to the castle immediately," Miriam said.
Unlike her daughter, she appeared perfectly put together as she dismounted Zuna, like she'd just done her makeup. "Lead the way," Soren said, hopping off his changer. They followed Miriam through the winding streets of Nestings Haven. People were starting to venture out of their homes. Keanu noticed that the ones who lived around the castle were not the same as the wealthier companies who made their homes near the marketplace or the Colosseum. They were common, dressed in plain clothes and going about their daily lives with blank expressions. There was nothing in their eyes but a deadened vacancy, mouths flat and thin. Their changers, if they had any, for there were so few, walked around equally glassy-eyed, appearing little more than ghostly shadows. There was no talking or laughing. The citizens of Nestings Haven went about their business with no sort of emotion whatsoever. "This is weird," Soren muttered under his breath. Zuna bobbed his head in agreement, mane tossing on his neck.
"It's like we're the only people here with any personality."
"I'd like to see the city as it was before Winter," Ali commented softly.
"I don't think that's going to happen, Al,"
Keanu remarked. Even if they managed to defeat Winter, it would take a long time for Nestings Haven to recover from the aftermath of his rule. Even when it did, it would never be the same. As they passed the giant stone staircase leading up to the temple, Soren gasped in horror. Keanu looked up and saw that the council had kept their promise to destroy it. Not a stone was left where the massive chamber once stood. All that remained was a pile of rubble and some debris. The building, once a 1,000-year-old symbol of Nesting Haven's history, was now gone. "Excuse me." Soren reached out to grab a nearby Accompany by the arm. Keanu hissed to stop him, but it was too late. The Accompany turned to Soren, and the boy pointed up at the remains of the temple, saying, "What happened here?" She blinked at him.
"Winter ruled that the temple be destroyed and a new one be put in its place, meant for worshipping him."
"But that's sacrilege. He'll anger the Creator,"
Zuna protested. There is no god but Winter, the company responded, in a mystical chant, her mind clearly muddled. She staggered back and forth as she walked away, head in the clouds.
Something is very wrong here, Soren said slowly. Listen, I get that you're upset about your church being torn down or whatever, but we can rebuild it later, Regan said quickly, yanking on Soren's arm. Yeah, okay. Soren ripped his eyes away from the temple. He kept his gaze down as they clomped through the city streets, appearing rather downtrodden. The spires of the castle could be seen in the distance. Keanu was so absorbed with looking at them, he didn't pay attention to where he was going. He ended up walking into someone on the street who was being followed by her panther changer. Keanu slammed into her full speed. The hood fell off the company's face, revealing her bright white hair and pink eyes.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't see you there,
Keanu said quickly, hoping the company didn't recognize them. His worst fears were confirmed when the woman's face darkened in fear, then rage. She latched onto his arm, digging her nails into the skin.
What are you doing here?
Luciana hissed, tightening her grip.
You need to leave.
Let him go, Ali warned, and the panther hissed loudly. Luciana paid no attention to Ali's threats.
Come.
Luciana dragged Keanu into a deserted alleyway. The panther trailed her path, glancing behind him nervously. The rest of them followed, unsure of what to do.
You shouldn't be here, Great One,
Luciana started, glancing around the corner.
Winter's instructions are to have you killed on sight.
Thanks for the warning, but we're on a mission, Keanu said, tilting his head. We have to rescue someone trapped inside Winter's castle.
Whoever you're trying to save in there, they're as good as dead. Turn back now while you still can, she insisted.
Why are you here? You were with the elves when we last spoke. Where's your sister and your baby?
Regan accused.
It's none of your concern, Luciana said coldly. There's nothing you can do to help me or my family. You might as well return to Southwild, where it's safe.
Listen, lady, my dad's in there, Regan said, pointing toward the castle. I'm getting him out, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Luciana glanced at Miriam. The woman's eyes were wide. Her mouth was pressed very thin, lips tightly woven together. The company seemed disgusted at the sight of her.
I see. Rex, shush.
Luciana glared at her changer, and the panther's growls became silent. Luciana turned.
Come with me. I live in Winter's domain. No one will question you if you're by my side.
And why should we trust you? Ali said suspiciously. Her eyes were cold.
Do or don't. It makes no difference to me. If you insist on going to that castle, you're dead anyway, but you will last longer with me.
The group glanced at each other. Luciana began walking away. Miriam was shaking her head.
We shouldn't follow her. This is too big of a risk.
No, it's obvious she wants to help us, Keanu said. The closer we get to the castle without being suspected, the better. Let's just follow her for now. Miriam gave a gasp of protest, but quickly shut her mouth. They followed at a distance as Luciana loomed closer and closer to Winter's gates. Keanu was the only one brave enough to venture up and walk by Luciana's side. Ali followed his lead, putting herself between him and the panther.
I don't understand,
Keanu whispered under his breath.
Why are these people so brainless?
Luciana held her head high as they walked through the city streets.
I made them that way.
What? Keanu gasped, and Ali momentarily paused. You have magic?
Of a kind, though I am not a witch. I am a fader. I have erased or rearranged most of the minds within this city.
How could you do that? Keanu said, aghast.
It is what they wished for.
How could anyone want their memory taken away? Keanu asked, disgusted and horrified.
There are many who wish to forget the past, Luciana sighed, closing her eyes, myself included.
So what, you make them forget?
I work for Winter, reluctantly, as most of us do.
Luciana did not seem ashamed or hurt by this admission, only accepting of the situation as it was, like serving Winter was an inevitable part of life.
I was hired to erase the memories and minds of those who we couldn't get rid of by killing or sending away.
That's awful, Keanu said quietly.
It is. But lately I have taken to brainwashing more than just Winter's enemies.
Luciana swept a lock of white hair behind her ear.
I erase the memories of the common people as well. Are you serious? Keanu asked. Why would you even think of...
What would you do if people came to you on their knees after they'd had their families taken away, begging you to make them forget?
Luciana's gaze upon him was sharp, cruel, and condemning.
I've had many come seeking my help, looking for some sort of escape from what fate has handed to them. I give them what they ask for.
Luciana's face was cold and judgmental.
We all have things we wish we could forget, Great One. I only provide a way for people to feel some sort of relief, instead of allowing them to suffer in endless agony.
Keanu couldn't say anything. He knew if he had the choice he would have forgotten Allie when he'd lost her, simply to rob himself of the desperate pain he'd felt. He couldn't imagine how some people who'd lost their entire families must feel. It was a logical and perhaps a more humane decision to have your mind erased if such terrible things happened to you.
If you have this power, why not just use it on Winter? Keanu asked.
His wife is far more powerful than I, and my magic doesn't work on her. She could easily restore his memory even if I had the chance to erase it. It is a futile effort.
Is that why you erased my dad's memory? He and Ionan have no recollection of you, Keanu said quietly. Whenever someone brings up your name, he just can't remember.
Luciana's expression wavered, but her voice remained bland.
Some things are better left in the past. It is less painful for him if he does not remember me. I've ruined his life enough.
Why didn't you erase the rest of our memories then? Keanu questioned.
Unless someone asks for my help and gives their consent willingly, a Fader's magic takes constant work to sustain. I must focus my attention on tricking the mind, Luciana said. It is of no consequence, and neither do I care, if the rest of you remember me, only if Kyoto does.
We can't trust you to help us, Reagan accused. You just admitted that you work for Winter.
I might work for Winter now, but it's against my will. I still do everything I can to stop him, whenever the chance arises, Luciana stated. What you're doing against him here is an effort made in vain, but it will still be a thorn in his side, however small, so I will help you, even if it is only to spite him and give me a small chance at revenge.
Rex and Allie were giving each other equally intimidating looks. Keanu put a hand on his changer for comfort, and Luciana led them to a small house. They ventured inside. Allie changed into a lynx and Zorna a coyote so they could fit. There was little more than a table and a chair inside the house, sitting by a smouldering fireplace. Rex loped to the fireplace and laid beside it, saying nothing more. Luciana went to a wooden door on the opposite wall and brought forth a key from within her dress, fiddling with the lock.
This leads to the secret catacombs underneath the castle. If you use this, you have a better chance.
We're supposed to enter through the western door, Miriam said coldly. This isn't part of the plan.
Your plan needs to change, Luciana hissed, pronouncing her words with emphasis. I shouldn't be helping you at all. This could be a trap.
Like my daughter said, there's nothing you can do. Stay out of it.
The way Miriam looked at Luciana was silencing. The company said nothing, merely pointed at the door and glared at Miriam. Keanu was the first to go forward. As he stepped into the hallway, Luciana grabbed his shoulder.
Great One, please, Luciana hushed, her eyes pleading. Don't go in there.
I'm sorry. I have to, he replied.
I owe Kyoto so much,
Luciana said. For the first time, her eyes held emotion instead of absence, gaze blurring with tears.
The least I can do is try to keep his son alive. I assure you, if you venture into that castle, you will never see him again.
Keanu, maybe we should listen, Allie said, raising a paw warily.
Do you want to save Adam or not?
Miriam barked harshly.
You promised my daughter you would rescue her father. Are you going to be a coward and back out now?
Keanu glanced at Reagan. She seemed torn, unsure of what to do.
I can't break a promise to you, Ray, Keanu said. I told you we're going to get him out, so we are.
Luciana drooped.
Fine. Go to your deaths.
Thank you,
Keanu added. Luciana said nothing more as they filed through, simply shut the door behind them. There was a click of the lock. Then they were encased in darkness. Chapter 17. Bugs.
Zona, light,
Soren said. The coyote transformed into a phoenix, hovering in the hallway with flames rippling around his form. The hall was completely made of stone, with no torches to show the way. These secret pathways within the castle walls were dim, dank, and bare. It appeared like walking into the pits of hell itself. Zona flew ahead to light the path. They began journeying through the labyrinth, looking to Miriam for direction.
"It's this way," Miriam said.
She started jogging ahead of the group.
"We need to hurry."
Regan bolted to catch up with her mother. The two women ran together past Zona and became mere shadows in the distance. The boys picked up the pace, but the hallway began to change. It started twisting this way and that, winding in curves so sharp that they began to get dizzy. The secret hallway spun downward in an endless loop, a rabbit hole that twisted round and round. The hallway split into different directions, and there were as many as 10 different paths to take.
"We can't keep up with you. Wait up!"
Keanu cried as the hallway turned sharply once again.
"Follow me!"
Miriam's voice echoed through the labyrinth. The sound took on an eerie tone, closing them in on all sides as they watched her sprint ahead. Zona beat his wings faster in order to keep up. He ended up becoming a small beacon in the distance, leaving the three of them behind. "Where are you taking us?" Soren shouted as they sprinted around another corner.
"You'll see."
Miriam's voice was even farther away this time. "I'm starting to get really confused," Soren said. He kept his eyes focused on Zona because his changer was the only thing he could see. "Keanu, I can't hear Miriam anymore, can you?" Soren asked. His cousin didn't respond, and Soren skidded to a halt. "Ali? Keanu?" Soren swore as he turned in a circle around him, reaching out his hands to feel if anyone was nearby. They were not. Keanu and Ali must have gone down another hallway by accident. Feeling like he was about to panic, Soren looked toward the dot of light. "Zona!" he called his changer to him. The phoenix turned around, flying back to his company. Soren held out his forearm so the phoenix could perch upon it. Soren glanced around him suspiciously. "I think we lost everyone."
"Great,"
Zona said, huffing and puffing from trying to catch up with Miriam.
"Now what do we do?"
"We have to get out of here," Soren said. "Luciana was right. We never should have come here."
"What about the others?"
"There's no chance we'll find them in here. All we can do is hope and pray they get out." Soren turned around. "Let's start backtracking." He began walking the way they came, but found he couldn't recognize anything, and neither could Zona. The hallway looked the same everywhere. There were so many different avenues to take, he wasn't sure which one they'd come down. They travelled for quite some time, but there appeared to be no end to the darkness. They were literally trapped like rats in a maze. The longer Soren spent in the labyrinth, the crazier he felt. He wondered if he was going mad, or if he would go mad, eventually succumbing to hunger within the insane depths of the castle's underbelly. Through it all, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. It felt like a monster was breathing down his neck, waiting for a particular moment to strike. Suddenly, there was a noise, the first of which they'd heard since they'd been alone.
"Soren,"
Zona said fearfully.
"Those are footsteps."
Soren's heart pounded against his ribcage. Someone was following them.
"Soren? Soren, I'm frightened,"
Zona said, shrinking down on his company's arm. "It's okay, Zo," Soren said, glancing behind him. "Nobody's here, but—" His words gave way to screams as someone smacked him hard on the back, pushing him down. Zona fell forward and banged his head against the wall. The changer curled up on the floor, temporarily stunned. Zona's flames fanned in and out like a candle in the wind as he struggled to retain consciousness. In the dim light, Soren attempted to identify the face of his attacker. He recognized the face, but not the expression it bore. Morok's grin shined down on him from the darkness, his hazel eyes mad with a feverish delirium. Morok licked his lips as he drew closer, his steps a steady, constant clap. There was a sharp butcher's knife in his left hand. Whoever this hideous killer was, it wasn't the professor they had known long ago. Morok was full a company, which meant he was stronger than Soren. The boy's fairy blood gave him a significant disadvantage against Morok. He needed to run. Soren tried to get up, but Morok put a foot on his back, slamming him down. Soren's fingernails clawed and bit into the stone as Murok pulled him backward, raising the butcher knife. Murok cackled, diving the knife downward. Soren rolled out of the way at the last second. The tip of the knife broke upon the stone inches from his left side. Murok raised the knife again, using his other hand to pin Soren down. Soren did the only thing he could think of and used his foot to kick Murok in the gut as hard as he could. The company acted like Soren had never hit him, oblivious to the pain. But the sheer force of Soren's blow gave the boy enough time to attempt to scramble away. Soren got clumsily to his feet, but Murok slammed him against the wall and raised the knife once more, plunging it towards Soren's head. Soren ducked, and the blade cut off a lock of his hair. Soren put a hand against Murok's neck. He choked him, using his fist to punch the old teacher on the side of the head repeatedly. Murok took Soren's blows like they were nothing, and slashed the blade upward, cutting into Soren's side. Soren gave a great cry of agony, and that's when Zorna came around. Zorna changed, and as he did so, the entire hallway went dark. Soren clung to his bleeding middle. He heard the enraged cries of his changer as Zorna attacked Murok and the scrambled sounds of a scuffle in the dark. It was silent for a moment. Soren heard the scuttling of footsteps running down the hall.
"Zorna!" Soren screamed. "Zorna, answer me!"
"I'm right here."
Soren sighed with relief as he felt Zorna's soft griffin feathers slide under his hand.
"Are you all right?"
"He cut me." Soren grimaced in pain. "Though it could have been worse."
"Is it bad?"
"I don't know. Do you think he's coming back?"
"He knows better than to try and fight off a griffin with a knife," Zorna said. "As long as I stay in this form, he won't return."
"Yeah, but we can't see."
"We'll manage."
Soren felt Zorna's beak slide along his middle.
"You're losing a lot of blood. I can smell it."
Soren trembled. With difficulty, he managed to remove his shirt. He ripped it into strips, wrapping the wound with the makeshift bandages. He pressed on the injury with his hand in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding.
"I don't think I can walk,"
Soren said weakly.
"Climb on my back. I'll carry you out of here," Zorna said.
Soren struggled to pull himself on top of Zorna with one arm. Once he was upon Zorna's back, the griffin moved frantically through the tunnels, relying on scent and instinct to guide him instead of sight. There seemed to be no way out. Soren could feel the sticky warmness of his blood seeping through his fingers. His head spun.
"Soren, I found something."
He heard Zorna's talons scratch against wood.
"It's a door. Maybe it leads somewhere."
"Anything,"
Soren rasped. Zorna opened the door. As they entered, 4 torches on the walls seemed to light of their own accord, revealing the interior. It was a large square chamber. The chamber had a dozen holes on each of the 4 stone walls lining the ceiling. A circular stone platform that rose several feet into the air sat directly in the middle.
"I don't like this. I don't like this at all,"
Zorna said. He went to head back into the hallway, but found that the door they had come through had vanished, leaving nothing but brick behind. Zorna panicked, spinning around in circles and tapping on the wall to figure out where the door had gone.
"Zorna, look,"
Soren said. The door had reappeared on the other side of the room. It was open. Light streamed around a figure who was standing in front of it. Soren's stomach twisted. He could feel Zorna's frantic heartbeat pounding against his sides.
"Hello, boys,"
Chameleon said, grinning.
"I was hoping you'd be dumb enough to come along on this stupid quest."
"Chameleon," Soren said, his voice pleading.
"Let us go."
Chameleon threw back her head and laughed.
"Begging won't do you any good. After all, I begged you to help me out of prison, and you didn't care. You would have let me sit there and rot."
"If you're going to kill us, just do it already," Zorna cried. "Stop standing around taunting us."
Chameleon snickered.
"I'm not going to kill you, Zorna. Not yet."
"If you aren't going to kill us, then what do you want?" Soren asked chokingly. Chameleon's head tilted.
"I'm going to give you what you deserve. You're finally going to realize what it feels like to be completely helpless, because that's how you made me feel."
Chameleon snapped her fingers. From the holes in the ceiling came a crawling, creepy sound. Thousands and thousands of little feet swarming upon stone. Emerging from the holes came bugs as large as Soren's hand. There were spiders, beetles, tarantulas, scorpions, centipedes, cockroaches, and hundreds of other crawly creatures, cracking their pinchers and reaching out with stingers. They crawled down the walls and scurried towards Zurna, closing in from all sides. Zurna immediately began screaming in terror. He started stepping on the bugs, squishing them beneath his paws and talons. But there were too many. They started crawling over each other, up Zurna's legs. Zurna began bucking. Soren struggled to hold on to his changer and hold his wound closed at the same time. Zurna twisted about, trying to get the insects off of him. The bugs didn't stop. They kept crawling through the holes near the ceiling, filling the large room, until they were nearly up to Zurna's waist. The changer looked for a release and saw the stone platform in the middle of the room, the only place that was safe. Zurna moved through the sea of insects, shuddering and crying as they slithered over his feathers. Chameleon watched with glee, clearly delighted at this pain, while the insects kept coming and coming. When Zurna reached the platform, the bugs were nearly up to his neck. There were so many bugs in the room they were pushing the boys upward, so the top of it wasn't far away. Soren glanced at the platform in dismay, realizing there wasn't enough room for the both of them. It took Zurna less than 2 seconds to make a decision. The griffin grabbed Soren's shoulder with his beak, cutting into the skin. He tossed Soren onto the platform as the bugs crept over his back. Zurna lost his balance. The changer tumbled backward and fell directly into the ocean of insects. The chamber turned into hell. Zurna's alarmed, tortured cries grew louder and louder as he fought against the giant bugs that were starting to overcome him. With tears in his eyes, Soren looked at Chameleon. "Why are you doing this? You know he's afraid of them!" Soren screamed. Chameleon's smile only got broader as she listened to Zurna's petrified, tortured wails bounce off the walls of the chamber. Soren watched his changer's eyes vanish as Zurna disappeared completely under the swarm of insects, not a single feather visible underneath the thousands of crawlies.
"Do you hear him, Soren? Do you hear your changer's pleas for his pain to end and realize that you can do nothing?" Chameleon bellowed. "This is what it felt like when Keanu left me, when you abandoned me."
Soren could still hear Zurna's manic screams as his changer was buried alive beneath a writhing grave. Chapter 18. Weapons and Warfare. Keanu only became aware they were alone when he could no longer see Zurna flying in the distance. He came to a stop, putting a hand on the stone wall. He was relieved when Ali stepped on his feet as she halted beside him. The only noise that could be heard was the sound of their ragged, quick breathing.
"Ali,"
Keanu whispered.
"I can't see anything."
"Neither can I."
They paused to see if there was any indication their friends were nearby. Absolutely nothing.
"Let me carry you so I don't lose you."
"Okay." He felt Ali shift into a smaller form beneath him, the chinchilla she'd become a few weeks prior. Keanu bent down, fumbling around in the utter blackness, and managed to find Ali's torso. He lifted her onto his chest, and they continued down the hallway.
"By the Creator, I hope the others are okay,"
Keanu said softly. He didn't know why, but he felt it was of desperate need to be quiet at the moment, though it appeared they were alone down here. "I think Miriam meant to confuse us," Ali said lowly.
"I think she did too."
Keanu held Ali closer to him.
"We don't even know if Adam's really here."
"That bitch." Ali leaned forward, trying to listen. Keanu kept moving forward. The hallway could drop off into a cavernous pit and he wouldn't know, because he couldn't see a single thing in front of him. Finally, Keanu found he'd hit a wall. He put Ali down. As he felt all around him, he realized it was a dead end.
"We need to go back,"
he said. A flash of blue magic rippled by his shoulder, nearly striking him. Keanu ducked. The magic, the singular source of light in the tunnel, smashed against the wall and left a splattered blue glow behind. More blue flashes tumbled down the tunnel. Keanu had to lunge out of the way, nearly getting hit by several spells. The mage casting the spells grew closer and closer. Keanu panicked, thinking it was Nineveh. He tripped and went sprawling to the floor on his hands and knees as his attacker came to a halt. Only the boy's face was visible. It was alight with the eerie blue glow of his power. The warlock grinned toothily at Keanu, his face contorted into a sickening visage of glee.
"Darren!"
Keanu gaped. He scrambled to get up, holding out his hands.
Darren, stop! You don't want to do this!
Darren cackled. Oh, yes, I do. You were one of the guys who ruined my chances with Chameleon, so I'd really like to see you suffer.
Keanu, you have your powers. Use them!
Ali cried hastily. Darren sneered, casting a sideways spell at Ali. She danced out of the way, and he said, I'll take care of you like we took care of Vivi. At the mention of Vivienna, Keanu's face twisted into a snarl. From his raised hands emitted a bright golden light. It burst forth from his palms, shining like the sun and causing the tunnel to light up spectacularly. Darren screamed as the golden light hit his face, covering his eyes with his hands. The golden light began burning away at his skin, melting the surface of it and causing it to bubble backwards. The skin rolled inward on itself. Exposed muscle blackened and bled as the light continued to singe it away. Darren yelled in agony, his fingers curling as he tried to hold matted pieces of flesh together. When the bones of Darren's face began to show, Keanu dropped his hands in shock. The golden light was still glowing from his palms, giving them light. Keanu jumped over Darren and sprinted down the hallway. Ali followed, giving a harsh kick to Darren as she scampered by. The boy's tortured cries echoed hauntingly after Keanu as he ran through the labyrinth. Darren was still alive, but if Keanu hadn't continued, he wouldn't be.
Keanu, let's go back. Finish him off, Ali offered.
Keanu shook his head and swallowed.
No, we get the others and go home.
Whatever you say. Ali was obviously disappointed, but she didn't object. Keanu tried to stomach his horror at his actions. He felt like he was running from himself more than his enemies down in this tunnel. What he'd done to Darren was the same thing Vixen had done to Malachi Sharman years ago. He was the Great One. He had ultimate power and was ordained to be the ruler of all changers and accompanies. But even with such power, Keanu didn't feel like it gave him the right to determine who lived and who died. A raspy breathing infected the darkness. Keanu used his light to shine down the hall to observe what was following them. A malformed, misshapen creature stepped around the corner, bowing her head low.
Do not hurt me, Great One. I wish you no harm,
the creature said, her voice rattling like bones against a cave floor.
What are you? Are you some kind of monster? Keanu said.
I am Nagli, and Nagli is being tired of locked up in a castle with a crazy lunatic, the creature said. Nagli wants out.
Nagli, Ali shouted, starting forward. You are a friend of our parents.
Keanu looked closer. The creature did indeed resemble the kindly monster in his parents' stories. He knew this had to be the creature that had gifted his mother the enchanted crown years ago.
Nagli, what are you doing here? You should be in the Blue Sky Peaks.
I left the Blue Sky Peaks to be with Morok. A very bad mistake for Nagli to make. He is not my friend. Winter uses me to scare his guests like I'm his own personal entertainment, Nagli huffed. Nagli is not a jester. Nagli is not a clown. She is not to be laughed at and mocked.
Why would you want to be with Morok, Nagli? Ali asked, flicking her tail.
Nagli blinked.
Nagli did not know before, but Nagli knows now. Morok left Nagli at the Blue Sky Peaks many years ago to keep the secret of the Boom Boom, to protect the crown, and to hide me away.
She peered up at him.
Mostly to hide.
Why did Morok want to hide you? Keanu questioned.
Morok was ashamed of me. He did not want to have an ugly changer.
Keanu and Ali both gasped.
Nagli, are you...
Yes, it has taken time, but I remember now.
Nagli dropped her head.
Winter was mad at Morok long ago, called him useless, didn't want him any more. I became furious, jumped at Winter in mid-change to kill him. He shot me with a device he found in the human world, the one he calls a gun, and I got stuck. I will never transform again.
Oh, Nagli, Ali said, putting her paw upon the monsters. I'm very sorry.
Nagli sighed.
Nagli broke the gun, so Winter had to find a new one. But the damage was done. Morok dumped me at the Blue Sky Peaks and told everyone back home I was dead. I was sad, lonely. I became so sad I forgot everything. I am unsure if I made myself forget so I would not be sad any more, or if it just happened."
Nagli stared at the floor. Kneeling at her side, Keanu asked, "Nagli, do you know the way out of here?"
"Yes, but we have to find your friends first."
"Do you know where they are?" Ali asked.
"The plan was for Miriam to lead you in and split you up. Once that happened, Darren, Chameleon, and Morok were to bring you to Nineveh so she could finish you off," Nagli said. "The witch is waiting at a vantage point already determined near the center of the catacombs. As long as we avoid her, our paths won't cross."
"What if Chameleon or Morok have already found someone and brought them to Nineveh?" Keanu shivered.
"I doubt very much Chameleon will follow her orders. The girl had a special plan for each of you, depending on who entered her chamber first. If one of your friends has found Chameleon, let's hope she does indeed torture them. It will buy us more time to find them before she turns them over to Nineveh."
Nagli paused.
"It was foolish of the king to trust Morok. My former company is unpredictable and unreliable in his maddened state. He will try to kill whoever he finds as well."
Nagli turned around.
"This way, and stay close. There are many things hidden here in the dark."
Reagan thought her mother was right beside her the whole time. She didn't realize Zorna was gone until his light faded completely as he flew in the other direction. Reagan's pounding steps drew to a stop. She leaned over, her hands on her knees, and out of breath.
"Phew, I really need to start going to the gym," she gasped.
Reagan brushed her hair back, stepping to the center of the hallway.
"Mom, we lost Zorna. We need to wait for the others. We can't see anything."
There was no response.
"Mom?"
Reagan asked, backing up against the wall.
"Mom?"
Silence. She was alone. Reagan tried one more time.
"Mom?"
she asked timidly, tears starting to quiver down her face.
"Mama?"
No answer. Reagan wasn't stupid enough to believe Miriam had simply gotten lost. Her mother had abandoned her. Again. And it was worse this time because Miriam had purposely led them into a trap, probably so Winter could get his hands on Keanu. Miriam knew she would be hurting, possibly even killing her daughter by bringing them here, and she didn't care. She was willing to betray her child. All for the love of a man. She hadn't left Morok. In fact, sacrificing Reagan and her friends proved Miriam would do anything to keep him. Reagan wiped at her face furiously.
"Whatever. I don't care," she said nastily. "I'm going to find Keanu and get the hell out of here."
Stubbornly, Reagan put one foot in front of the other, figuring that she'd run into the others sooner or later. Eventually, she slammed against something hard and wooden. She hit it so hard it shook under her weight, creaking on rusty hinges.
"Ouch!"
Reagan snapped, rubbing her head.
"Who put this damn door here?"
Then Reagan brightened.
"A door."
She fumbled for the handle and found it unlocked. The door gave way, and Reagan stepped into a room, narrowing her eyes at the dim light that emitted from within. Broken glass vials and laboratory bottles littered the room. Beakers were overturned on a long black counter that was soaked with various multicolored liquids, which drained into a silver sink. After seeing nothing but medieval decor for months, Reagan felt the laboratory, with all its modern technology, looked foreign and completely out of place. Her head turned. Her father sat in a wooden chair next to a singular candle, his head in his hands. He wore a tattered white coat and appeared to play the part of a mad scientist whose experiment had gone awry. Adam was thin, and bruises littered his face.
"Dad!"
Reagan gasped. She ran toward him. He looked up, his mouth falling open in shock.
"Reagan," Adam said, surprised. "How did you get here?"
"I had to save you," Reagan said. "So I made some friends."
"You shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous." Adam hugged her tightly.
"I've been so worried about you. I had no idea what happened to you after Winter took me."
"We're safe now, but we won't be for long," Reagan said, pulling away.
She grasped her father's arm and began pulling.
"Come on, Dad, let's go."
Adam shook his head.
"It's useless, Reagan. I'm not going anywhere."
Dad, if we go now, we can stop this. Winter won't use you to make a weapon, Regan insisted.
You can't stop what's coming, Adam said hollowly. It's already too late.
Dad, I seriously risked my life and my friends' lives trying to get you out of here. There is no way I'm going to let you sit here and pout, Regan said, her hands on her hips. Quit moping around and let's go.
Adam stared at her. You'll have to forgive me for my actions. I let my ambitions get the best of me.
What are you talking about? Regan asked, rolling her eyes. Dad, can't it wait?
I'm not sure you'll want to take me with you after you hear what I have to say. Regan huffed.
Fine, but make it quick because we don't have a lot of time. Obviously, you aren't going anywhere until you get all this drama off your chest.
Adam looked down. He appeared truly discouraged at what he was about to admit. You know I developed weapons for the United States government, he started, and that I was dishonorably discharged for using their funding to create weapons I was specifically asked not to make.
What the hell does that have to do with anything? Regan asked, crossing her arms.
Adam licked his lips. I've developed a chemical. A toxic gas, if you will. It has the power to kill anything within 100 miles after it's been released.
Dad.
Regan's arms dropped to her sides. It's taken a very long time to perfect, he said. But I've finally done it.
So, all those animals you were testing? Regan shook her head, backing away.
You have to understand why I was doing this. I was trying to prevent casualties, Adam said firmly. I believed that if I created a weapon our troops could use to clear out a large area of enemy soldiers quickly, it could bring an end to the loss of life. It wouldn't harm the surrounding environment, like an atom bomb would, just eliminate the opposing army. Such a dangerous weapon could stop war completely and bring peace.
You didn't stop war, Dad. You created it. Regan's shoulders slumped. Well, at least you didn't make it for Winter, right?
What do you mean? Adam gazed at her. I did. I put the chemical in sealable containers. They're being shipped to the lands as we speak. Winter's releasing them once they arrive.
What?
Regan backed up against a metal cart. The vials on top tumbled off, shattering to the floor.
Dad, how could you?
I had no choice. Winter swore if I didn't finish my research, he would kill me. Adam's eyes watered. You would have done the same.
Hell no. I would have let Winter do whatever he wanted to me before I created something that had the capacity to kill thousands of people, Regan shouted. Dad, I'm disgusted with you. This isn't how you end war.
Her mind was whirling. The whole mission had been a terrible mistake. Winter didn't just want to trap Keanu. He also wanted to distract him, prevent the Great One from taking action should he discover that the toxin was already on its way to the lands.
Why is he doing this?
Regan barked at her father.
Why?
Winter has his reasons for destroying the lands that run deeper than what I know, Adam said. He has sent all the containers I made to the lands, but he will ask me to make more to use on Southwild. Once all his enemies are done for, there will be none left to oppose him. He will own everything.
Yeah, well, not if I can help it, Regan vowed.
She grabbed her father's hand and forcefully wrenched him out of the chair.
I'm not going to let you sit here and make more of that crap for him.
What are we going to do? Adam asked. There's nowhere to go.
The door shattered into pieces. Several bricks tumbled onto the floor as Keanu and Ali stepped into the room, followed by a monstrous creature.
Regan took a double glance at the twisted animal who walked in, but thought that since whatever it was wasn't directly attacking them, it was best just to roll with it.
Look, they made somewhere to go, Regan said, gesturing sarcastically to the giant hole in the wall.
Great, you found him, Ali said, jumping up and putting her paws on Adam's leg. Now let's find Soren and Zona. Nagley, you shouldn't be helping them, Adam scolded, glaring at the creature.
Nagley does as she pleases, human,
Nagley clipped. She shook her head.
I should have stayed in my cave. The mustiness down here isn't doing anything for my complexion.
Nagley, nothing is going to make you look worse or better. We've confirmed this, Adam said tiredly.
You can understand her? Regan asked.
When I arrived in Nesting's Haven, Nineveh put a spell on me so I could understand animals, though it feels more like a curse, Adam explained. I tire of hearing them talk.
To emphasize his point, Nagley complained,
Never trust what a male says about looks.
Nagley glanced around and spotted Reagan.
You're pretty. Tell me, do you think I'm beautiful?
Nagley smiled toothily at Reagan. The girl winced.
Nothing a little makeup can't fix, she offered weakly.
See, here's someone who knows.
Nagley barked at Adam.
Morag told me as long as I went with him, I could be anything I wanted to be. I certainly didn't want to be ridiculed and made fun of in front of a crowd that's more befuddled than I am. I want to be fabulous.
Yeah, I'm with her. Get me out of here and to the nearest spa.
Reagan laughed nervously. Guys, quit messing around, Keanu said. We gotta get out of here.
I don't know what you're waiting for. You've got the light, so lead the way,
Reagan said bossily, pointing out of the room. Keanu sighed and did as he was told. Adam hesitated, but Ali growled and he headed after his daughter without another word. The catacombs didn't seem as dark and as frightening with Nagley guiding them.
Almost there, she said. Just a little...
A distressed wailing cut her off. The group immediately froze to locate the sound of the noise.
That's Zona, Ali said, breathless. He's screaming.
Chameleon's got him, I'm sure,
Nagley added.
I'll kill whoever is hurting him,
Ali snarled. She took off down the corridor, changing into a griffin. As the group broke into a run, they noticed it was Chameleon. She was standing in a doorway at the end of the hall and laughing manically. Ali launched herself at Chameleon, but Reagan got there first. She wrenched Chameleon's arm behind her back and pulled a knife, holding it to her exposed neck.
Release me, you pathetic human,
Chameleon said, attempting to yank away.
You don't have the stomach to use that thing. Bitch, you're my boyfriend's ex. I have no problem slicing this thing across your throat if you ask for it,
Reagan snarled.
I'll kill you before you even try, Chameleon hissed back.
Black, thick water dripped from her fingertips and onto the floor as she began summoning the darkness. I don't think so. Keanu had arrived. He raised his glowing hands, displaying them to Chameleon. You might want to rethink your options. Chameleon sneered at him. Ali noticed Zona drowning in the pit of insects inside the chamber and let out an alarmed squawk. She immediately jumped into the pit of bugs with no regard to her own safety, swimming through the disgusting fray and dragging Zona out of the room. She went back to get Soren, dragging him off the platform and laying them both on the floor next to Keanu's feet. With a harsh kick, she slammed the door shut. Soren crawled to Zona's side. The changer had transformed back into a phoenix and was shaking all over. Soren picked him up, cradling the bird in his arms.
Zona, say something,
Soren whispered.
Bugs,
Zona stuttered.
He can't even talk,
Ali growled, rounding on Chameleon.
Slice her neck, Reagan, or I'll rip her limb from limb. How about I slice and you pull? Sounds like it'll be fun,
Reagan hissed nastily, already pressing the knife into Chameleon's neck. She started to bleed. Stop! Keanu put himself between Ali and Reagan. We're not killing her.
Keanu, we can't just leave her here. She has to be taken care of,
Ali shouted. Yowling emitted from a darkened corner of the hallway. Reagan was pulled off of Chameleon by a large brown puma, who put himself in the way. An identical large cat, one who was orange, slunk by her brother. Pumpkin and Martin's eyes were apologetic as they stepped in front of Chameleon. Everyone caught their breath.
You'll never be able to fight me with my changes here. I've got the power to kill all of you,
Chameleon snapped. Chameleon, you know that's not true. I'm the Great One. I'm just as powerful as you. We'll slaughter each other down here if we go about it this way, and you know it, Keanu warned. He took a step closer to her. Nineveh doesn't like waiting. She'll come looking for you and kill us while we're trying to fight you. Then you'll never get your chance at revenge. She'll always one-up you, Chameleon, and you know it. You don't want to lose your chance at getting back at us, and you will if Nineveh finds us here.
What are you suggesting?
Chameleon's eyes narrowed. You go one way, and we'll go another, Keanu said. We'll fight this some other day, on our own terms, not Nineveh's. Chameleon's eyes flashed at the mention of the witch.
Agreed.
I don't want that horrid woman getting in the way of claiming what's mine. She backed away into the darkness of the labyrinth, and her changers followed.
But I'm only letting you go once, Keanu. Just this once.
Chameleon faded away. They made sure she and her changers were gone before Keanu asked, "How much farther, Nagli?"
"This way,"
Nagli said.
"We're almost out."
Soren gasped. Keanu's eyes widened when he noticed his cousin's hand was pressed to his side.
"Soren, you're bleeding."
"I'm fine," Soren said, closing his eyes and grimacing. "Here." Keanu stepped forward, and Soren slowly removed his hand. Keanu put his palm over the wound. The glowing light that shined from his touch stitched it together, healing it completely. Keanu pulled his hand back and stared at it, amazed at what he'd done. "Thanks, little cousin," Soren said, giving Keanu a small smile as he drew Zona to his chest. "Now let's get out of here." There was an exit close by the chamber they'd found Chameleon in. When the sunlight beamed onto the faces of Keanu and his companions, each of them sighed in relief. They didn't stop travelling until they'd escaped the city, taking refuge by the surrounding jungle underneath the shade of a few palm trees. The horror story of the black labyrinth underneath Winter's castle was over. They'd survived. But it was not without consequences.
Bugs,
Zona stuttered, still in Soren's arms. He hadn't noticed the confrontation between Chameleon and the others, nor did he seem to realize he was out of the labyrinth. "He can't fly like this," Soren said, turning to Keanu. "We don't have enough changers to carry us all back."
"Yes, you do,"
a familiar voice rumbled. Keanu's stomach churned as he watched Ionan descend from the sky, Kyoto upon his back. Kyoto slid off of Ionan before the dragon had even touched the ground. He stomped over to Keanu, red-faced and furious. "Uh-oh," Keanu said, shrinking down. "This isn't good." Kyoto exploded. "What do you kids think you're doing?" he asked, bellowing at his son. "I just talked to you last night, and the next morning when I wake up, everyone's gone." "I'm sorry, Dad," Keanu said meekly. "Sorry doesn't cut it. I can't believe you went behind our backs like this," Kyoto shouted. He glanced at Soren, who was still wearing bloody makeshift bandages around his bare torso, and Zona, who was shaking in his arms. "What happened to them?" "We'll be okay," Soren said. "It doesn't matter. We got Reagan's dad out, that's the important part." "Angel and Zaya tried to give us lame excuses as to where you went," Kyoto said harshly. "Next time you want to sneak off, try finding someone to cover for you who isn't so honest. They're both terrible liars." "We had to get Reagan's dad out. He was making weapons for Winter," Keanu argued. "We had no choice." "How do you know he was making weapons?" Kyoto asked suspiciously. "None of us heard about this." Keanu didn't say anything, so Ali broke the news for him. "Midnight Star has been communicating with Pumpkin and Martin," she said quietly. "They've been spying for us." The shocked and disappointed look his father gave him made Keanu's insides sink. "Were all of you in on this?" Kyoto asked, looking at each of them in turn. "How long has this been going on?" Keanu stared guiltily at the ground. Ionan came forward.
"Children, if you take this war upon yourselves and don't tell us information that is vital, how can we trust you?"
Ali looked like she wanted to melt into the ground. To defend her, Keanu said, "I'm the Great One. This war is my responsibility more than anyone else's." "That doesn't make what you did right," Kyoto snapped. "I trusted you, Keanu, and you let me down. You can't go hosting rescue missions on a whim without telling your parents. You're not even an adult yet. This isn't your decision to make." Keanu stared back at him. "I did what I had to so Winter wouldn't get his hands on the weapon, and now that we have Adam, he won't." Reagan interrupted. "No, Winter already has it." "What do you mean?" Keanu asked quickly. Reagan looked at her father. Adam cleared his throat and said, "Hello. My name, if you don't already know, is Adam Royals. I'm Reagan's father." He extended a hand for Kyoto to shake, but Kyoto didn't take it. Adam let his hand drop awkwardly and said, "This weapon you speak of is already on its way to the lands. They're canisters, filled with a toxin that is able to kill anything within 100 miles of being released without damaging the landscape or any natural resources. Once Winter releases it, no animal or creature will survive." "What?" multiple people asked at the same time. Kyoto shook his head and said, "No, that can't be possible."
"How could you create something so ghastly?"
Ionan asked, staring at Adam in disgust. The human said nothing.
We have to get back to Zaya. He's the only one who can reach Midnight Star so she can alert everyone in time, Keanu said quickly.
Yes, but what good will that do? Ali asked in despair. It doesn't matter if they know it's coming because there's nowhere to go.
I do believe there's somewhere.
Nagli, who'd hidden once Ionan had landed nearby, emerged from her spot within a patch of shady ferns.
Nagli!
Ionan's expression brightened when he saw her, clearly pleased. The dragon did a little dance before saying,
I haven't seen you in ages.
She helped us out of the castle, Keanu said. Morok brought her to Nesting's Haven, but she wants to come with us.
There is a place for everyone to hide and possibly escape this chemical. A cave dug deep and dark. Do you know of it, Ionan?
Nagli asked.
Yes, Ionan muttered. Kyoto, do you remember that metal shelter we came across years and years ago, the one that was buried far in the ground?
Kyoto looked at him blankly. I don't follow. Ionan slapped himself in the head with his own tail.
The one Lilja explored. We found it on the way back to the Varanian forest after we found the cure for the night death. We thought the humans built it.
Oh, Kyoto said, nodding. That one. Yes, I remember. Didn't Lilja say it was large, far underground with many rooms?
A bomb shelter? Regan interrupted, looking skeptical. I'm sorry, but why would there be a bomb shelter in the middle of the lands? That makes no sense.
Even if it is nonsensical, this bomb shelter, as you call it, may be the only way we can save the lands,
Ionan mumbled, eyes shifting.
If enough creatures get far underground, the chemical won't touch them. Many will die, but perhaps some can be saved if we can reach them fast enough.
But how? The wolves can only travel so far, Keanu argued. We'd need more than just them to alert everyone. The deer, Ali burst. A herd of deer took care of me after I lost my memory. I made friends. Stream, Star, Orpheus, and Kozu. They promised to help me if ever I had need of aid. If Midnight Star finds them, they'll be able to spread the word far and wide about the shelter quickly. They're the fastest creatures I know. Bloodbath, too, Kyoto shouted. I'm sure he'll help.
This bomb shelter might not solve your problems, Adam warned, coming forward. It will need an air handling system to prevent the chemicals from getting inside.
Dad, they don't understand what you're talking about, Regan said, tugging on his arm. If this bomb shelter is as big as they say it is, the humans who built it probably thought about that. They don't have any other choice.
Adam settled, but his eyes were disturbed. Ionan lay on the ground.
I'm large enough to carry several on my back along with Kyoto, he said. But there will be very little room and it will be slow going. It has been a very long time since I have flown upon a dragon's back,
Nagli said, prancing forward. She hopped onto Ionan joyfully with a little song, and others climbed on behind her. Keanu pulled himself onto Ali's back. Regan got on behind him, circling her arms around his waist. They took off. Ionan grunted, struggling to pump his wings under the weight of all his extra riders. Keanu spared a quick glance at Kyoto. He could tell his father was still mad, but at the moment there were more pressing matters to deal with. A thought crossed his mind, and he grinned. Boyfriend, huh? Keanu said mischievously to Regan, giving her a playful eye.
Okay, so I got a little carried away back there, Regan said, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Big deal.
Keanu shook his head and laughed. Chapter 19. Small Things Worth Fighting For. It took forever to find Zaya once they got back to Southwild. The dragon was prone to hiding and was difficult to find. After the whole palace had been hunting for him for over an hour, they'd finally located him intertwined around a white statue in the palace, which Keanu swore he walked past 3 times. When he told the news, Zaya immediately contacted Midnight Star. She began making preparations to move large populations into the bomb shelter, which was located along the edge of the Varanian forest.
We've found the shelter. I'll do what I can to make sure everyone knows,
Midnight Star said through Zaya later that night.
We've found a second door, large enough to bring dragons and other large creatures inside.
How big is this thing? Regan marveled.
I sent wolves down there to check, and it's huge, Midnight Star informed her. We can fit as many creatures as we want down there.
Where are Lyrica and Mirabelle? Keanu asked.
They're inside the shelter, helping to organize those who arrive, along with Snowdrop and Sunset, Midnight Star said. Kesa figured out how to use the human lighting, so it isn't dark down there. It is truly marvelous what these humans were able to create, and terrible at the same time.
Do you think enough people know? Ali asked.
I've sent the deer to spread the word as you suggested, as well as Bloodbath, Midnight Star said. But some fairies and animals will be too far to reach. We're doing all we can.
Kia wasn't happy that Keanu had snuck out. Keanu knew his mom was a yeller, but he'd never heard her shout so loudly before. In the end, she dissolved into a puddle of tears, hugging her son tightly to her while he struggled to get around her heavily pregnant belly. Ionan needed to rest once they'd returned. He was exhausted from having to carry so many people for such a long distance. He rested as a hawk near the fireplace in an enclosed study. Nagli laid on the rug beneath him, appearing content. With the lands alerted to Winter's threat and the situation out of their hands, the kids sat in a circle around Nagli, anxiously awaiting the news that the canisters had been released.
I feel so useless, Keanu said. We're so far away, there's nothing we can do to help.
We did the most important thing, which was give them time, Ali said. All we can do now is hope, and trust Midnight Star to keep things under control. Angel stared at Soren. Zuna was a bat, lying across Soren's knee. He had calmed down upon their return to Southwild, but he still hadn't said a word since the bug incident.
Somebody has to stop Winter, Angel said to Keanu. We can't go on like this, facing crisis after crisis. Eventually our luck is going to run out.
Keanu knew that much was true. He and his friends were being crushed underneath Winter's power. It had to end soon. The king had to die. What I can't understand is why Winter hates the land so much, Soren said, wondering aloud. It will make more sense to use the chemical on Southwild. It's closer and we're a bigger threat. He can't now because we have Adam, Keanu said. He's going to use all the containers he has on the lands. Then he'll have nothing to use on us.
Say, we have Adam now, Ali said cleverly.
Why don't we?
Ali, no, don't even suggest it, Keanu said sharply. We won't unleash that on Nestings Haven. There are too many innocent people. Ali closed her beak, and Angel shifted closer.
How do you know all of this, Nagli? You seem to be very knowledgeable about humans in general.
When Keanu asked the question aloud, Nagli tilted her head.
The majority of what I know is due to the secret of the Boom Boom.
You've talked about the Boom Boom 100 times, Reagan complained. Will you just tell us what it is already?
Nagli sighed.
Very well, but it is a very long story.
We've got time, Keanu said. Tell us. Nagli flopped her tail against the rug.
Many years ago, long before Nagli was born, humans came to the lands seeking refuge against a great war. It was a terrible war, the worst humankind had ever seen. It hadn't reached the lands, but when the humans were searching for a place to escape, they found us.
Nagli bobbed in place.
The humans were peaceful at first. They said they only wanted to escape from the horrors of this great and terrible war, and so the fairies allowed them to stay. But as time passed, the humans began using the realm to test their weapons and devices. They brought devices that flew through the sky, called airplanes, and rolled through our forests, riding upon square metal boxes they referred to as tanks. Strange names.
Nagli shook her head.
Bombs, Reagan realized. There are bombs underneath the Blue Sky Peaks, aren't there, Nagli? That's what the Boom Boom is. The humans stored them there.
Yes, I believe that's what they're called.
What's a bomb? Soren asked, confused.
Basically, if you drop it, it explodes everything nearby into tiny little pieces, Reagan explained. You can have big bombs and little bombs. The biggest bomb humans have can kill thousands of people in an instant.
You humans are sick, Soren said, shaking his head.
Hey, I didn't make them,
Reagan said defensively. Nagli hissed to get them to be quiet. The group settled. Nagli took a deep breath to continue her story.
The Boom Boom was well hidden, but on his travels throughout the lands, Winter found them. He wanted to use the Boom Boom against his enemies, but he wasn't sure how.
By the time he found Adam, he realized they were too old to use effectively. Yet Murok still made me keep it a secret and guard the boom boom so no others would know of it.
Nagli continued.
These humans began destroying the lands. They were obsessed with winning this foreign war. Their experiments became more and more disastrous to the earth around them. They were convinced if they developed a good enough boom boom, this war could end.
But they were afraid, weren't they, Nagli? They thought their enemies would find them. That's why they built the bomb shelter,
Regan said.
Correct,
Nagli nodded.
They became paranoid, so the humans enslaved dragons, attempting to ride them into battle against their foes.
Bloodbath, Keanu whispered. That's what happened to him.
When the humans were deemed out of control, the fairies got together and decided that something needed to be done. They came up with the Night Death. I thought humans brought the Night Death with them when they came to the lands.
Zorna spoke for the first time, raising his head off Soren's knee.
Many fairies believe that, but it's not true,
Nagli said.
The Night Death is the creation of a fairy and not a human. It was used to chase the humans out of the lands. Once the fairies unleashed it, the humans left and we never heard from them again. Not until now.
Regan nodded. She seemed to understand Nagli's story completely, but the others struggled to comprehend her tale. The history of humans made little sense to them. It still doesn't explain why Winter chose to use the toxin on the lands instead of Southwild, Soren argued.
This I know not.
Nagli stared solemnly at him.
You will have to look other places for your answers.
The door was thrown open. It was Kyoto. It's happened, he said breathlessly. They've released the canisters. Ionan opened his eyes. He flew off his perch into Kyoto's shoulder. The kids scrambled to get up and followed him outside so he could lead them to Zaya. Nagli was the only one who remained behind, staring at the hearth with a remorseful, saddened gaze. Dozens of creatures were gathered around Zaya in the entrance hall. The dragon's eyes were glowing again. He appeared to be concentrating intently on something none of them could see. The kids forced their way to the front and made a circle around him.
They've sealed the blast doors to the shelter. Fairies and creatures are clawing at the outside to get in.
Zaya danced nervously back and forth. Then the glow in Zaya's eyes darkened.
The scratching stopped.
It was completely silent in the entrance hall. Zaya broke the silence as he said,
So far, nothing has happened. They don't believe the chemical has gotten inside.
The toxin is tasteless and odorless. They won't know until people start dying, Adam said.
Geez, Dad, did you really have to go that far with it?
Regan mumbled. Adam made no response. Nobody rested that night. Zaya didn't say much, only gave periodic updates every few hours. The kids piled themselves against one of the walls in a giant heap, staring at the floor. Many of them wished to talk, but there wasn't much to say. Each one was caught up in the horrors of their own thoughts, imagining what was going on back home. They wondered who was safe, who was still alive, and how horrible the end was for those who hadn't made it to the shelter in time. As the dawn rose, Keanu peered out the window. Nagli was outside. She was playing in the garden with 2 butterflies. She rose up on her hind legs to paw at them, a broad smile stretched across her crooked face. She appeared to have no knowledge of what was going on in the lands, that people were dying and the very world was collapsing inward on itself. All she knew of were those 2 butterflies. The light gleamed across her face, and her eyes shone like a child's, magical and full of delight. Nagli danced around the butterflies as best she could, hobbling round them in a circle and letting out elated cries of joy.
She's a beautiful creature.
Keanu felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked up to see his mother watching Nagli.
She isn't appreciated, or even accepted by most of us, but she hasn't let it defeat her.
I don't understand how she can be so carefree and happy. Not with all of this, Keanu whispered.
Even in the worst places, there's always something that shows you life is worth living, Kia said softly. No matter how insignificant or impermanent they may seem, these small things are what we fight for. They give our lives meaning.
One of the butterflies landed on Nagli's nose. She giggled. Despite the heaviness in his chest, Keanu smiled. Finally, the glow in Zaya's eyes died. The young dragon staggered forward, his mouth struggling to form words.
They've survived. Everyone in the shelter is safe, and the toxin has dissolved. It is gone.
Have they ventured out of the shelter? Ignis asked.
Yes, there are mass casualties, Zaya said. The environment itself hasn't been touched, but anything living besides the plants has been killed. Midnight Star is organizing search parties now to look for survivors and to bury the bodies.
Adam spoke up. There will be no survivors, he said solemnly. I assure you everyone outside that shelter is gone. Regan and Keanu looked at each other. The human girl appeared sickened.
Keanu, I'm so sorry, Regan stated. If I'd known that...
It's not your fault, Regan, Keanu said quietly. You couldn't have known your father would do this. It happens, Soren said, attempting to comfort her. I don't know how you feel, but I can imagine. I guess you do, since my mom and your mom are tied for Worst Mother of the Year award, and my dad's runner-up in the following category, Regan said as sarcastically as possible. Just be glad he's runner-up, Soren mumbled glumly.
Hey guys, let's stop getting down on ourselves, Angel said. There are those who have died, but the people we care for are safe. It's been a long night. Let's get some rest.
Keanu voiced her idea aloud, and the rest of them agreed. They trudged upstairs to their separate bedrooms, not saying anything more. Keanu flopped onto his bed and stared at the ceiling, feeling rather empty. Lyrica and the others were okay, but his home would never be the same again. Not after today. Angel changed into a white fox, and Ali a lynx, crawling up beside him. Angel nudged his chin gently with her nose.
Don't be sad, Keanu. It's our job now to make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Humans destroy whatever they touch, Ali noted. They only needed a push from Winter to do it again. The fairy nodded in agreement. Keanu closed his eyes, and 2 tears leaked out of them. As Great One, he wanted to make sure such horrific events never took place in the future. But after everything he'd been through, and everything he'd learned from war, he doubted it was possible to stop it. Chapter 20. Colours and Beginnings. A pounding on his door awoke him the next morning. Keanu squinted, shaking his bangs out of his eyes as he sat up.
What's going on?
He asked blearily, looking around. I don't know, but I'm about to kill whoever has come to call this early, Ali complained, narrowing her tired gaze at the door. The visitor was knocking so hard the door nearly shook off the hinges. Angel was up. She was zooming in circles as a white fox next to the crack in the door. Keanu stumbled out of bed and wrenched the door open, scowling, as he saw Soren and Zuna waiting impatiently outside.
What do you guys want?
He asked, rubbing his eyes.
It's happened! It's happened!
Zuna said excitedly, spinning around Ali as a coyote and yipping pleasantly.
What's happened?
Keanu yawned, wondering what could possibly be so important. Your mum's had her baby! Soren shouted. Come and see! The tiredness fell off of him. Keanu straightened, fully alert.
What? Let's go!
He clumsily careened across the room as he threw his clothes on, tripping over his own boots. He got an arm tangled so badly in his tunic, Ali had to help him adjust it. They sprinted to the hospital corridor, where all was peacefully quiet. Although there was no sound, the moment seemed musical. Keanu had never seen such a morning. Everything was golden as light streamed through the stained glass windows of the hospital, flashing rainbow colours onto the floor. Kia was in a bed at the far corner of the infirmary, and Kyoto was at her side, Ionan on his shoulder as a hawk. His father was looking down at a tiny bundle in Kia's arms, one that Keanu couldn't see. Keanu skidded to a halt beside his mother, gasping for breath. Kia smiled up at him and said,
There he is. It's time for you to meet your little sister.
Kia placed the babe in his arms. The baby had thin, wispy strands of black hair on her head, and her eyes sparkled bright pink, just like Kia's. Her tiny butterfly wings matched the colour of her eyes, and were decorated with small sparkles of white that gleamed like an array of fantastic diamonds. Keanu noticed she had his nose. Many of their facial features were identical. An unexplainable bond formed between them instantly. Keanu felt an irrepressible need to protect and nurture this small child, as if she was his personal responsibility and no one else's.
What's her name?
Keanu asked. Ali and Angel, who changed into small birds, peered down upon the child from his shoulders.
Crystal.
Kia said, slight tears beading her eyes. She wiped them away with one finger. Keanu smiled. Crystal, I love it. The baby reached up with one small hand and felt his cheek with her tiny fingers. Keanu laughed quietly, unable to believe that she was really here, that his little sister was right in his arms.
Can you tell if she's, Zorna said cautiously, healthy?
The room held its breath in anticipation. Keanu felt a wave of fear well up within him. Imagining Crystal being sick, suffering from seizures and struggling to survive, was a worse thing to comprehend than his own illness had been. There was nothing more terrible to Keanu than to think his baby sister would be diagnosed with the same disease that had plagued him for years. He'd rather go through it all over again than put Crystal through it. But he didn't have the power to stop it. Would she be okay, or would he have to watch someone he dearly loved upon first sight cope with everything he had over the years? Keanu closed his eyes. He held Crystal closer. Although he wasn't quite sure what to do, his powers did. The baby in his arms glowed with a precious, tender light. Keanu found himself searching her bloodstream, her muscles, trying to discover anything similar to what he'd felt long ago. The magic was clear. She was safe. There's nothing wrong with Crystal, Keanu said, wrestling with the effort not to break down and cry. She's completely healthy. Those around him cheered with joy. Keanu handed Crystal back to his mother. Keanu couldn't stop staring at the baby. Crystal was beautiful, perfect, a little thing he could call his own. Even through yesterday's madness and substantial loss, Crystal was proof that life went on and persisted through the worst of things. Now we've got something to hope for, Keanu whispered, glancing at Angel. She snuggled against his cheek.
I hate to interrupt.
Ignis was at the door. He was watching the little family from afar, yet seemed melancholy instead of his usual cheerful self.
I would throw a celebration in honor of the new princess, but it seems that will have to wait.
The large dragon practically wilted at the admission that he'd have to put off yet another party. What is it, father? Ionan asked. The old dragon turned.
Come with me. It seems Winter is demanding we make our final stand.
Kia was the only one left behind in the hospital ward with Crystal. Keanu, his father, and his friends followed Ignis to the palace courtroom. To Keanu's surprise, he saw the rest of his companions were already there. Reagan and Zaya were standing in front of the judge's seat, and several of Ignis's advisors were pressed against the walls of the room. By the looks on their faces, they already knew what was going on.
There is no point in hiding things,
Ignis said, his long tail dragging across the room as he turned.
Winter delivered one of our sentries to us this morning. He was tied to the back of his changer, who was deranged with loss. The sentry had his head forcibly removed, it appears, and there was a note tethered onto his boot. The message inside was clear. Winter is demanding we meet him outside of Nestings Haven in 3 days for a final battle. Otherwise, he will come to us.
He can't seriously expect that we're going to march our tired forces all the way to Nestings Haven, Zorna said adamantly. We'll be exhausted by the time we get there. That isn't a fair fight.
Yes, but he knows we're desperate enough to take that risk, Ignis replied solemnly. I won't bring war to Southwild again, and if Winter stays in Nestings Haven to direct his army, that means there's a chance we can get close enough to kill him. We can't miss that opportunity, because Creator knows he's not going to come here. We can't allow him to bring the fight to us again. We have to go to him and end this once and for all.
Why would he want to bring war to Nestings Haven, where all his people and supplies are? Wouldn't it make more sense to keep the battle away from the city? Keanu questioned.
For the sake of comfort, Ignis rumbled. Winter doesn't believe the fight will last long, and it would be more convenient for his army to stay put rather than tramp across the jungles a second time. He fears we'll use the same trick we did last time and drown them with the floodgates. He won't make the same mistake twice.
Kyoto looked at Ionan, who was sitting on his shoulder. He stroked the hawk's breast with one finger and said, Looks like it's time to fight again, old friend.
As always, you will find me at your side,
Ionan replied solemnly. Neither his father or Ionan appeared confident. Rather, They were grim, as if accepting a dark fate that had already been decided. With a shiver of fear, Keanu realized that Ionan and Kyoto didn't think they'd claim victory. The two of them believed Southwild would lose.
Ignis, there must be another way, Zorna argued. We can hold out a little longer. We don't have to give in to Winter's demands.
This is Southwild's last chance, Ignis said grimly. We do not have the numbers or the resources to continue fighting this war any longer. We must defeat Winter this time for good. Otherwise, Southwild will fall, and all of Nesting's Haven will be Winter's to claim forever.
The morose silence in the room sounded like a death march, playing ominously. We can't win this fight, Soren said, shaking his head. Maybe we could if Winter didn't have all the changes, but he does.
They don't want to fight for him, Zorna said.
They don't have a choice, Zorna. They're being ordered to, Soren said harshly.
What about this?
Regan asked. Keanu noticed Regan was carrying a bag. She reached inside it and pulled out the magical crown that changed depending on who wore it. In her hands, it appeared as the spiky black tiara he'd seen her wear once before.
Didn't you guys say if we destroyed this on the necklaces, the changers could do whatever they wanted?
Yes, but we have to destroy them, and we still haven't figured out how, Ali said in frustration.
You children have been trying to destroy the crown? Ionan questioned.
Yes, Keanu said. We heard of a book called the Objigda. It's supposed to tell us how to do it, but we sent Midnight Star to look for it, and so far...
Zaya gave a rapturous gasp of pain, closing his eyes and baring his fangs as his talons clenched the floor. Angel flew off Keanu's shoulder, changing into a griffin and scampering to his side. Ali asked,
Zaya, are you all right?
The dragon hissed. He flickered out his tongue before finally opening his eyes. Once he did, they glowed.
Hello, everyone,
Midnight Star's voice emerged from Zaya's mouth, dull and deadened.
I'm here for a report.
Tell us what you know, Mids, Ali said, fluttering off of Keanu's shoulder. She changed into a griffin as well, flicking her long tail.
As Adam said it would be, the plant life hasn't been touched, but everyone who was outside the shelter is certainly dead. The land is silent and unmoving for miles. It is clear only those inside the shelter survived.
Midnight Star paused, seemingly catching her bearings.
We'll have to find the bodies and burn them quickly to prevent the spread of disease. Most of the survivors have flocked to Mortica City to take shelter there and reorganize themselves before returning to their realms. Many fairies inside the shelter died anyway after the majority of their animals did, though most of the creatures inside the Varanian forest made it to the shelter, so Kia is safe.
Thank you, Keanu sighed. I was worried about that. Zaya tilted his head, much like Midnight Star would.
Keanu, I meant to tell you, we found the old cave where Vera kept us as children long ago. Shadowin and the rest of my siblings were able to determine the precise location. I had no time to say something after your warning about the toxin came in. We suspect the Objigda is inside, but there's no way to get in. The entrance is completely blocked.
Can you tell us where it is? Keanu asked.
Even better.
Zaya turned his gaze on Ali, and the griffin's body stiffened. Her brown eyes grew wide, beak falling open in mystery. Eventually, Zaya ripped his eyes away. Ali jumped 3 feet in the air, saying,
Midnight Star showed it to me. I know where it is. I have to go, Midnight Star said. There is much to do here, and as a skygazer, all the responsibility is now on my shoulders.
As the glow in Zaya's eyes drained, the dragon started gagging. Angel put her wing around him as he struggled not to vomit, and Kyoto turned a disapproving eye on his son. You're not thinking of going there, are you?
Of course we are. Me and Ali will go. We'll find the Objigda, make it tell us how to give Ali a heart, and then ask it to destroy the items so we can break the curse binding the changes, Keanu said. It's that simple.
Things are never that simple, Ionan argued. Climbing through the Iceborns is too dangerous a task for 2 teenagers to undertake.
We did it as small children, Ali said determinedly. We can do it again. Listen, nobody can go with us because we need everyone we can to fight at Nesting's Haven, Keanu insisted. If Ali and I can destroy the items and break the magical bond that forces changes to obey orders, at least half of Winter's forces will refuse to fight.
Kyoto sighed, his shoulders sagging. I guess you're right.
Dad, I'm doing this to protect you, Mom, and Crystal, Keanu said. That bastard has made my life a living hell since I was 5. Let me give him a little hell back.
Kyoto nodded. Zaya ran out of the room, his tail over his mouth. Angel watched him go, drooping her feathers. Reagan waved the crown in the air and said, I suppose you need this, huh?
Yeah, Keanu said. Give it to me.
Reagan started over to him, but she tripped. The crown flew out of her hands, bouncing once or twice against the stone and scraping along the floor. Reagan blushed as Keanu helped her up. The crown slid to a stop in front of Angel, who blinked at it. Wait a minute, Ali said, staring at the crown. Angel, put that on. Without objection, Angel did as she was told. When the crown touched the feathers on top of her head, it changed. As it did so, it emitted a soft white light that shimmered, emitting tiny miniature white orbs that floated to the palace floor like snow. The crown transformed into a silver diadem, labradorite gemstones circling the band. Wings flared off of the sides of the crown, pointing toward the heavens. When Angel wore the crown, she appeared as a goddess reigning from above. The light streamed in from the windows behind her. Keanu's breath caught in his throat as it reflected off the diadem, skimming past Angel's white feathers. Hold on a minute, Reagan shouted. She sprinted to Angel and ripped the crown off her head. When Reagan put it on, however, it didn't transform back into the spiky black tiara it once was. Reagan began passing the crown around the room. They all tried it on, expecting it to change shape like it always had. But no matter whose head the crown sat on, it didn't take a different form. The crown retained its hard metal exterior, unbendable and firm.
I do believe that is what the crown looked like when it was first forged, Ionan said, breathless with wonder.
You're meant to wear that crown. It changed until it found its proper wearer, Ignis said firmly, nodding to Angel. Now, all has become clear. The prophecy has finally come true.
The Empress! Soren gasped. He got down on one knee, and Zorna copied him, bowing lowly to the floor. Ignis and Kyoto knelt as well, Ionan dipping his head lowly. Reagan glanced at them before succumbing to the moment, giving a tiny curtsy. Keanu and Ali stared at Angel with surprised expressions. She stared back, looking just as astonished as they were.
Me? Angel asked. I'm the Empress? Yes, the prophecy came true. It all makes sense now, Ali whispered. The Great One, the Prophetess, and the Empress, together as one.
She laughed loudly. If he's still alive, King Oliver is in for a rude surprise.
I don't understand. How am I supposed to give orders when I can't speak? Angel asked. You don't need a voice to speak, Angel. You've always been able to, Keanu said. You don't need me to tell people what you mean. You show everyone what you want, and they do it. Look at the people you rescued from the Colosseum. They followed you out of prison even without a voice, and they listened to you when the night death came. You're a born leader. It's in your blood. Angel looked down, her shy voice riddled with bewilderment. Yes, I suppose it is.
We must spread the word. There hasn't been an Empress in Nesting's Haven for over 1,000 years, after the last one was replaced by the Council. With Angel leading us, many companies and changers will travel to Southwild to rally to our side, Ignis said. You, Angel, are ordained to lead Nesting's Haven. Winter has taken your rightful place on the throne. We cannot allow him to rule in your stead.
The Griffin nodded. Yes, I want to make a direct challenge to Winter, Angel said, stomping her foot down. I want him to know he doesn't stand a chance. We'll come to Nesting's Haven, and we'll tear every building down in order to find the coward and bring him to the light of justice. Yes, Ali shouted. Finally! Not us, Ali, Keanu reminded her. We have to go to the Iceborns. I don't know if you're going to get back in time, Soren said. You have to cross the ocean. Flying to the lands takes longer than flying to Nesting's Haven, and hiking through the Iceborns will take forever if you lose your way. What other choice do we have? Keanu asked. Out of all our options, this is the best way of bringing Winter down. Soren grimaced. I guess.
Soren and I will stay with Angel before the battle so we can communicate her orders, Zona said. We've always been pretty good at figuring out what she means.
Angel's eyes sparkled as she looked at her friend. Ionan waved his wing and said, "If you two are going to the Iceborns, you'd best be on it. Perhaps you can get a head start before all of us leave for Nesting's Haven."
Good idea. Keanu hugged his father and said, "I'll be back, Dad, I promise." Kyoto couldn't give anything but a small smile back at his son. Keanu clasped Soren's forearm. "I'll get to you guys as soon as I can." "You better, little cousin," Soren said affectionately, clapping him on the shoulder. "It's going to suck having the Great One gone when we get there." Angel angled her head, cooing. "Angel," Keanu started, "are you going to be all right with me leaving? I'd stay with you if I could." "We are all needed in different places now," Angel hummed. "I'll do what I can to stop winter, and you do what you can. We'll all be together once this is over." Keanu flung his arms around her neck, clutching her tightly. "I have the best changers ever." "I'm glad you finally realized that," Ali said. "It only took the end of the world." "All right, Ali," Keanu said, rolling his eyes. "Let's go." Keanu sprinted out of the courtroom before a particular someone could say something else. There wasn't a lot of time, and he wanted to say goodbye to his mother and Crystal before he left, just in case he didn't get the chance to see them again. "I'm going to give a private goodbye to Zona," Ali said, pausing outside the courtroom door. "Meet you by the fountain in an hour." "Sure, that's all the time I need to get ready." They parted ways, and Keanu scrambled up to his room. He grabbed his satchel and removed his drawing supplies, filling it instead with food and his knife. He tossed a jumble of clothes carelessly into the bag before he heard the door creak. His stomach plummeted to the bottom of his feet. Reagan had followed him up. Part of the reason he hadn't said goodbye to her was because it would be too painful. He felt if he had to tell Reagan farewell, he'd lose his courage and wouldn't leave. He couldn't stand, really, to leave her unprotected. She wasn't like the others who could fight well and could defend themselves. She was just a human girl who'd barely survived one battle and was probably going to face another. He wanted to stay behind so he could make sure she wouldn't get hurt. But everybody in Nesting's Haven was depending on him to find the Objigda. Though he hated to admit it, there was more to the world than just him and Reagan. He had to think of other people. "Take me with you," Reagan said desperately, rushing to his side. "No, the Iceborns are cold and they're dangerous. We've got Allie." "Allie can't protect both of us. She tries, but she can't. It'll be faster if it's just us two." Keanu buttoned his satchel. Reagan's hands were balled in front of her, and she was chewing on her lip nervously. "Please don't," she whispered. "Stay here." "Reagan, I have to leave." "Keanu, I don't want you to go." He left the bag behind and stepped in front of her, placing his hands on her shoulders. "I don't want to go either," he said softly. "You've got to be strong for me, Reagan. I can't leave you behind without your help." "That sounds so messed up," she whispered. "It's true." He put a finger under her chin and lifted her gaze. "Hey, I'm not gone for good. Once this stupid thing is over, I promise I'll come back." "That's something a lot of people have promised to me, and a lot of them never returned." Her eyes started to water. "I wouldn't break a promise to you. Not ever." Keanu brought her close. Reagan put her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She was shaking. Hey, don't do that," Keanu said. He jerked his head toward the bed. "Come on, take it easy." Reagan climbed in the bed after him, still quivering. She laid on top of him, her head against his chest. He put his arms around her, doing his best to comfort her, but feeling like he was doing a horrible job. "I don't know what I would do without you. My mom's an asshole and my dad killed a bunch of people," she started. "I don't fit into this fantasy world. You're the only part of this that fits with me. You've got friends here, Reagan. So many of us care about you. But you're the one that cares the most." Keanu stared at her. "You want to know the craziest thing after all this time?" "What?" She lifted her head off his chest and looked into his golden eyes. "After everything that's happened, I'm still in love with you." Keanu kissed her first. Reagan didn't pull away, nor did she seem surprised. She pressed into his kiss enthusiastically, grabbing the front of his shirt and pulling him closer.
Keanu kissed her again, deepening his affection and shifting so he could tangle one hand in the back of her hair. Regan gasped, biting his lip as he put a hand to the small of her back and pressed her hips into his. Keanu flipped Regan onto her back and crawled over her, kissing down her neck, skimming his lips over the tops of her shoulders.
"Why do we still have clothes on?"
Regan breathed. "I don't know," Keanu responded, and he kissed her again. Regan lunged upward from the bed to meet the tender caresses of his mouth. "But we shouldn't." This thing between them was like sailing over the clouds. They looked down upon the world below, feeling like they weren't attached to it, but a part of something greater. Keanu wondered why they'd waited so long. Why had he foolishly allowed himself to believe Regan would hurt him again when it was clear how much she loved him? All of Regan's mistakes, and his own mistakes, were nothing but a clean piece of parchment. Their love was strokes of lead adorning the paper, colours spreading over the page, until the entire drawing covered what had once been blank, replacing it with a beautiful rainbow of life and passion. Each movement, every kiss, was another stroke of the pen. He wanted to draw the universe with Regan. She was his muse, his true masterpiece, an artistic vision he'd never held before. Life had been plain until she'd walked into his life. The sheets sculpted a twisting statue around their legs as the sunset shone against the earth. Even after all of it was done, Keanu couldn't let her go. Leaving now would be nearly impossible. Regan moved his bangs away from his eyes.
"Promise you'll come back."
"Yes, guaranteed." He kissed her cheek. "There's no way I'm losing this." Regan giggled, then looked over the balcony.
"You better get going. You and Allie are already going to have to fly in the dark."
"I know." He let her go reluctantly, slipping his clothes back on and leaving her wrapped in a blanket on the bed. He flung the satchel over his shoulder and said, "I guess that's the bad part about being the Great One. You've always got to go save the world."
"You better go save it for good this time, Romeo, because I'm tired of all these interruptions."
Regan tried teasing him to break the tension, to ignore the fact that he was leaving. "Believe me, I could do without all these interruptions." He winked at her, putting a hand on the door handle. "I'll see you later, Ray."
"Keanu?"
She sat up on her knees, hovering expectantly. "Yeah?" He paused, turning around. She smiled.
"I love you."
Keanu grinned back. "I love you too." Chapter 21. The Origin of Winter. "So, how was it?" Ali presented the question coyly, giving Keanu a sultry gaze. It was night time, and they were flying over the ocean. The lands weren't too far away, but Keanu hoped they'd see the mountains soon. They'd been travelling for hours, and he was tired of riding. "How was what?" He responded innocently. "You know what I'm talking about. You and Regan certainly had a nice farewell." Ali gave a delighted cackle. "Ali? Keanu? Do you want me to ask questions about Zorna?" he said, bending down to stare at her. "You wouldn't dare." "Right, so keep your beak out of me and Regan's business." "Geez, it must have been good." "Ali!" They bickered back and forth all the way to the Iceborns. Ali had to stop so Keanu could put on his coat and gloves at the edge of the mountain range. After living for months in Southwild with its tropical temperatures and sunny skies, the Iceborns felt even more chilling than they already were. Ali and Keanu kept their heads down and struggled to fly through a blizzard, heading toward one of the smaller mountains. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Keanu screamed against the howling wind. His skin was slowly turning blue. They'd have to get out of the blizzard in order to avoid catching frostbite. "I know this is it." Ali descended, and Keanu held on tightly to his satchel so it wouldn't go flying off. The crown was in the bag. Ali had gotten it from Angel before they left. "You don't need a head ornament to boss people around," Ali had said. She'd snatched the crown off of Angel's head and scampered away before her sister could argue otherwise. They had both of the necklaces too, but Keanu worried how they could remove the golden one from Ali's neck without killing her. He really hoped the Objigda had some real answers and didn't turn out to be a disappointment. Though he hadn't been here in years, the cliff where the opening to the cave was had never been far from his memory. Ali landed. Keanu got off of her, staring at the jumbled, collected mess of rocks and boulders that blocked the entrance. The rocks were covered in snow and frozen over with ice, several feet thick. Midnight Star hadn't exaggerated. Vera had made the cave practically impenetrable. No wonder Winter hadn't bothered to return. Even Dragon's fire would take several hours to melt the ice, and even then it would take a long time to move all the rocks. Such a task would be impossible. One would freeze to death before they managed to get inside. Well, what do we do? Ali sat down, shaking large snowflakes off her wings. I don't know. Keanu walked around the cave, trying to figure out a way in. He put a hand under his chin, thinking. I'm going to try to do some Great One stuff. Stand back. Keanu raised his palm, concentrating heavily. Magic burst forth from his fingers again. His golden light was stronger than Dragon's fire, more powerful than even Nineva's dark magic. The snow and ice instantly melted away at its touch, as if it had never been there. Once the light had erased all traces of snow from the mountainside, the boulders began to move of their own accord. When the light hit them, they rolled away from the entrance and tumbled down the sharp peaks of the mountainside. After mere minutes, the entryway to the cave was clear. Great One stuff, Ali burst. Your powers have made our lives so much easier. As they entered, panic began to submerge Keanu in its grasp. Vials and syringes from Winter's experiments still littered the floor. The cage that Winter had trapped him in as a child was threatening to encompass him once more. Piles of hats and coats from when the wolf pups had helped him escape were scattered everywhere, untouched by time. Even now, 11 years later, seeing the cave exactly as it once was churned Keanu's stomach. He struggled with a bout of nausea, taking deep breaths so he wouldn't go running out the cave screaming. Ali pressed herself against him. It's okay, Keanu. I hate it here too. Keanu tried to shake himself out of it, and failed. Let's look for the objector. We know it's nearby. Agreed. She and Keanu went in different directions and started shifting through random supplies which were coated with dust. Although Winter had tons of books piled around his workstation, none of them appeared to be anything out of the ordinary. The longer it took, the more frustrated Keanu felt. His surroundings were already making him anxious. It's got to be in here somewhere, Ali called from the bedroom, tossing random items. Keep looking. What if they never found it, and this was all a wasted trip? Keanu overturned the lab table, getting desperate. Keanu! Ali called from the bedroom. He ran to her side. A black leather book, covered in red stains, sat upon the filthy, rotting bed. Could this be what we're looking for? Maybe. Keanu picked the book up, turning it over and stroking the spine. He set it back down on the bed. Might as well take a look. When he turned to the first page, something miraculous happened. A swirling whirlwind erupted from the tome, flashing with gleams of colour and light. Keanu and Ali stepped back. A massive tornado swept through the room, picking up objects and tossing them about. Keanu shielded his eyes as the whirlwind died down. The dirty mattress had been changed into a dramatic four-poster with a velvet bedspread. Sitting cross-legged upon it was a small fairy with black wings and dark eyes, wearing a patchy dress. 2 fox ears sat on top of her head, and a bushy tail wagged behind her. Vixen! Keanu burst, an excited smile spreading across his face. He clambered onto the bed, sitting in front of her. Ali followed his lead, morphing into a lynx and hopping beside him. Is it really you? Vixen beamed at him. When she spoke, it sounded exactly like her. The objector cannot bring back the dead, only appear as those whom the reader remembers. You mean you're just the book pretending to be her? Ali's ears flattened in disappointment. Aye, but the prophetess should fear not, Vixen said. The ones we love are always nearby. This Vixen knows well. The objector even had Vixen's mannerisms. Keanu pushed his emotions aside and said, Vixen, objector, whatever you are, can you help us? We heard that you have the answers to everything. 'Tis true, the objector knows all, Vixen said. Okay, Keanu took a deep breath. Can you answer our questions? First, Keanu must say the magic words, Vixen said wisely, nodding. Then the objector will reveal its secrets. We don't know the magic words, Ali replied, flabbergasted. Where are we supposed to get those? It is no mind,
Vixen will tell you, the fairy said, bouncing up and down on her seat. Pish posh lemon tosh objigda.
What? Keanu asked, confused. Did you just make that up?
Those are the magic words, Vixen insisted. In order to gain my knowledge, you must say them with feeling.
Ali and Keanu glanced at each other. Okay. Keanu reddened, feeling a little embarrassed. Pish posh lemon tosh objigda. Vixen laughed. At the sound, the wind picked up again, blowing the curtains around the four-poster bed rapturously. The bed levitated a few inches off the ground. It spun in a circle until Vixen ceased her laughter. It crashed back down as she wiped tears off her face. What a bunch of rubbish, Ali said grumpily. The mystery of life obtained by saying a couple of silly words.
The silliest of situations often reveal the greatest truths, Vixen replied wisely. She put her head in her hand, tapping her fingers against her cheek. What does Keanu want to know?
How do we stop Winter? Ali didn't waste any time, getting right to the point. How can we destroy the 3 items, and how the hell do I get my heart back? Ali moved her paw over her chest to display the golden necklace and the mottled scar underneath. Vixen giggled.
So many questions, though the one who had the objigda last asked many, many more.
Who did the book turn into for Winter when he first opened it? Keanu asked curiously. Certainly there's no one he trusted or loved. Vixen cocked her head to the side. Then she changed, her features morphing until she was a lithe, brown-haired girl aged 19 or so. The young woman had soulful eyes and a thin-lipped smile.
Me.
Who are you? Keanu asked. The girl's voice was like velvet. Though she'd only uttered one syllable, he could listen to her for hours. She had the type of musical voice that could soothe you to sleep and make all your fears disappear. It sounded so familiar to him.
My name is Wintera Ignavus, she replied. I can tell you all about my little Owen.
Owen? Who's that? Keanu asked. Wintera opened her palms, turning them upward on her crossed knees.
Take my hands.
Keanu cautiously put his hands upon the girl's. She closed her eyes, and he copied her. Keanu found himself falling deep inside an old, forgotten memory. He heard Wintera's voice next to him. To save the future, first, you must understand the past. The living room was small and dark. It contained nothing more than a torn, dirty armchair and a pile of abused books, which lay beside it in a heap. A brown-haired boy played on the floor, no older than 5. His face was smeared with a combination of dirt and some sticky substance, his chubby hands manoeuvring a little wooden dragon along the floor. A little light filtered in through the cracked window, shielded by long, ragged curtains. The little boy danced the dragon in the small patch of sunlight, smiling lightly. A shattering crash in the other room broke the silence. Loud voices shook the walls. The little boy darted behind the armchair, clutching his toy dragon. A brawny company lunged out of the other room. He was followed by his wife. She wore a long white gown that had bloodstains down the front. Her Wolverine changer was chasing the company, who was doing his best to fend off her razor-sharp teeth. "Get away from me! I said stay away!" he cried. There was blood on his clothing as well, though it looked like his own. The Wolverine had gore dripping from her teeth down the front of her chest. The changer bit the company's arm ferociously, drawing blood. He managed to shake her off and dart toward the exit. The company slipped outside, bashing the Wolverine's head in with the door. The beast reeled backward, stunned. The little boy watched through the window as the company escaped onto the streets of Nesting's Haven. He knew if he said a word, Marzana would set Isilirina on him too. He did not wish to anger his grandmother, so the boy stayed within his hiding place. The changer said,
"Maybe he's gone for good this time."
Her voice was rattling, needles, splinters, and unpleasantness wrapped up into one sound.
"My useless husband will be back," Marzana replied.
"The coward never leaves." Marzana cast a disapproving gaze at the boy on the floor before returning to the kitchen, Isilirina plodding behind. From the other room, the boy heard the Wolverine ask,
"When should your brat be getting home?"
"Any moment now, I suspect," Marzana responded.
"You should have put her in a dorm. Then we wouldn't have to deal with her nonsense."
The rooms at the university are expensive. She watches the child and stays out of the way. The boy fiddled eagerly with the toy dragon, watching the door expectantly. Finally, it opened. He beamed as the girl he'd been waiting for entered the room. She was thin and tall, with dark brown hair and eyes just like his. She was barely 19. Her face lit up when she saw him. "How are you, Owen? Did you miss me?" She tossed her schoolbag to the floor, opening up her arms. Owen went running into them, throwing the toy dragon aside. She lifted him up and placed him on her hip. "Yes, very much," he said. "A whole day is a long time to be gone." "It isn't that long," his mother laughed. "It's long enough," he said stubbornly. "You should stay here all day with me." She nestled her nose against his. "I would love to do that, little snowflake, but I have to go to school." "School is stupid," he made a face. "You won't always say that." "When can I go to Bumbleberry with you?" he questioned. "I would take you if the council would let me, but I'll graduate soon. It won't be long now," she said, setting him down on the floor. "Winteria!" The girl winced as Marzana came stomping in from the other room. "I've heard you've been causing trouble at school again." Winteria's face dampened with fear. "I haven't been causing the trouble. It's the boys. They won't leave me alone." "They wouldn't bother you if you weren't such a filthy little tramp." Marzana waved her hands at Winteria's schoolbag. "Am I the only one who bothers doing anything around here? Clean up your mess and take that disgusting little monster upstairs." "Yes, Mother." Winteria grabbed her bag and took Owen's hand. She pulled the boy up the stairs, sighing when she closed the bedroom door behind her. Winteria bit her lip and sank against the door. Her hands trembled. "Mummy?" Owen pulled on her dress. "Are you okay?" Winteria gave a watery smile. "I'm fine, little snowflake." She pushed away from the door and said, "It's simply some boys at school trying to get what they want." "They wouldn't bother you if I was there." Owen puffed out his chest. Winteria giggled. "I'm sure they wouldn't." She reached into her bag. "Look what I have for you." She displayed a wedge of cheese and half a slice of thick bread. Owen squealed, snatching the food from her hands and devouring them greedily. When Mummy was gone, he was often hungry. Marzana didn't know his secret, and if they ever caught him eating in front of them, they would know. So he starved until Winteria could sneak him some food. Finding things to eat in Nesting's Haven wasn't easy, but Winteria naturally conjured food out of thin air. "Mummy, do that thing again," Owen begged, stuffing his mouth with the last crusts of his bread. Winteria spun in a circle. "All right." Winteria waved her fingers. Little beads of light trickled down from the ceiling, spinning downward in soft sparkles. Owen ran around the room trying to catch the sparks in his hands. Winteria sat on the bed, smiling as she watched him play. "That's enough." Winteria wiggled her fingers again, and the balls of light vanished. "No more." Owen groaned in disappointment. "But I want more." "We can't risk anyone seeing my magic or they'll take Poppy." Though the shades were drawn, Winteria seemed anxious. The little boy balled his fists in frustration and smacked them against his legs. Owen didn't understand why his mother was so worried about her changer getting taken away. If it happened, he thought she could just get another one. Owen knew the council threatened to break Winteria's bond with Poppy after they discovered she could do magic. It wasn't Mummy's fault. She'd done magic by accident in the middle of the street while fighting with Marzana. The council said she wouldn't go to Azazel if she promised to never use magic again. But Winteria hadn't stopped using her powers. She simply hid them. "Poppy should be home any moment," his mother murmured, her eyes scanning the city streets below. "Why doesn't Poppy come home with you?" "Her classes run later than mine do." "Oh." Winteria patted the bed. "I'll tell you a story while we wait for her." Owen scrambled onto the bed to sit by her, his sticky fingers clinging to the fuzz on the blanket. Winteria didn't rest until her changer got home. Owen hoped Poppy would be gone for a long time, so he could stay up later. "What story would you like me to tell you?" Winteria asked, fiddling with the messy cowlick at the top of his head. "Tell me about my father." "That one. I've told you that story 1,000 times, Winteria said, though her eyes sparkled. "Well, tell it again," he said, rather bossily. All right. Mummy was 14 when she met someone. He was brave and tall and only 2 years older than I. He had your name, Owen. He was from a land very far, far away. He liked to explore the world. Owen's eyes shone. He leaned forward as Winteya continued. Your father told me all about the places he'd been and everything he'd seen. Eventually, we fell in love. But Daddy had to leave, and Mummy couldn't go with him. Why didn't you tell Daddy about me? The question was rehearsed, as if it had been asked many, many times, and was always met with the same answer. I tried. I looked and looked, but he was already gone. There was the sound of chairs breaking and a table being turned over downstairs, followed by horrendous yelling. Winteya ignored it as best she could. The screaming didn't seem to bother Owen. Where did he go? The boy asked. He went to the lands. He said it was the only place left in the world he hadn't yet explored. Winteya flinched as she heard the crashes and screams which grew in intensity from below. A harrowed and heavy expression crossed her face. Owen nestled against her side. I don't want to live here, Mummy. Winteya stroked Owen's long hair. The moment I graduate, I promise we'll leave and go look for your father. If we find him, maybe he'll take us back to the place where he lives. Really? Yes, really. Winteya spun her hand. On the floor, a miniature wooden hippogriff appeared, one that looked much like Poppy. Do you like it? I thought you'd love a new toy. Owen's face beamed with joy. He bounced off the bed and slid to the floor, snatching up the toy greedily. It's even better than the first one, Owen squealed, admiring it. I'm glad you think so. Winteya pulled a large book out of her bag, setting it on the bed. Now you have two to play with. Winteya did her homework, and Owen played until it got dark and it was time to go to bed. Owen allowed his mother to tuck him in. She blew out the candle on the bedside table, leaving a long, singular one to burn on the corner of the dresser. Feeling rather unsleepy, Owen watched Winteya through squinted eyes, so his mother wouldn't realize he was still awake. She opened a dresser drawer and ruffled through it, pulling out a small bag of coins and a knapsack. Every night for the past few weeks, his mother had the same routine. She would look at the money, then the bag, then she'd glance to the door, as if wondering about something. But then she looked at Owen, and the boy always snapped his eyes shut. He'd hear the thump of the drawer being closed, and that was it. Owen was still awake when Poppy came home. He heard the click of talons and the clip-clop of hooves as the hippogriff came into the room. Winteya gasped sharply. Don't worry, it's better than it looks. Poppy's voice came out mired with distress and tinged with discomfort. From the bed, Owen could smell the sharp tang of blood. By the Creator, Poppy, what did my mother do to you? Owen heard quick footsteps hustling across the room. She didn't like me coming home so late. Isilurina nearly gutted me down the side. She never washes her filthy claws. That cut could be brimming with infection in a few days. Let me fix it. Your magic isn't strong enough, and if we use the money we have to find a healer, we'll spend all we've saved, Poppy argued. I'm sure it will heal well enough on its own. Just let it be. We have to get out of here, Winteya whispered. Owen heard the unravelling of a bandage. Hold still. I'm going to do the best I can. The hippogriff hissed as Winteya began to wrap her side. Owen listened to the muted moans of Poppy's pain as the night grew longer. They didn't bother him much. It was common for people to get hurt around here. The vision changed. The little boy was on the floor again, playing with the toy hippogriff and dragon. The house was quiet for now, though Marzana's husband was back. He sat in the armchair, his head lolling on his shoulder. It was late afternoon. As the day became longer, Owen found himself growing tired of his toys. When would his mother be home? When the shadows were lengthening from the curtains, he realized he was hungry. He hadn't eaten anything except for the bread and cheese yesterday, and there hadn't been much there. His mother said that if he got too hungry, there would always be some fruit hidden in a box underneath the armchair. Marzana just couldn't see him eat it. Cautiously, Owen crawled to the armchair and reached underneath. He found the small wooden box, which was filled with a collection of large, plump grapes. Owen began shoving the grapes into his mouth, draining the box's contents within seconds. Owen was on his last mouthful when he heard a growl. The boy turned, the juice of the grapes drying around his lips. Isilurina had her teeth bared, her claws slicing the wooden floor as she approached him. And there was Marzana.
The accompany was wearing her bloody apron, a long knife in her hand. She stared at the boy as if he was an abomination, her lip curled. Marzana's husband had awoken. He appeared more frightened than Owen was. Marzana tightened her grip on the knife. Owen tried sliding the box underneath the armchair to hide it. It didn't work.
"I knew it," Marzana snarled. "The little whore. He's a freak. It goes against nature," Isolina quipped. "We should get rid of him."
The force that flung the door open was enough to crack the wood in half. Winteria had rushed home from school at a rapid pace, seemingly aware her offspring was in danger. Though she was small, she seemed almost as terrifying as Marzana as she blocked the only exit.
"You mated with a human?" Marzana accused. "I didn't think you could sink so low."
"I was in love,"
Winteria said defensively.
"You wanted something between your legs," Marzana screamed. "It's time to fix your dreadful mistake."
Owen cowered against the back of the armchair as Marzana launched herself toward him. Her husband did nothing. Isolina laughed. Winteria screamed. She shot out a stream of magic to defend her son, but it puttered out miserably before it reached Marzana's side. With nothing else to do, the girl threw herself between her mother and her child, spreading her arms wide. She barely uttered a syllable as Marzana jabbed the blade into her chest. Owen started crying. He wanted Marzana to stop. If they hurried, there was still time for them to get Winteria to a healer so he could fix her. Yet Marzana didn't stop with one harsh stab, or two. She sunk the blade in and out of Winteria's torso as if she enjoyed it, relishing in the surprised expression on Winteria's face as the girl fell backward and crashed against the wooden floor. Marzana threw the knife next to her daughter's corpse. She wiped her hands in a satisfied way, as if she was done dealing with something filthy. The blade clattered inches away from Owen's knee. Winteria's eyes were shards, cold and lifeless, icicles of glass. They saw Owen, but didn't give any recognition from within. Owen didn't know what had happened to his mother, but when he shook Winteria and screamed, she didn't wake up. His insides began freezing. A coldness started in his heart and crawled through his veins, chilling any compassion and immobilizing his spirit. The ice choked the life out of his soul until it was blackened and withered, destroyed by the destruction of winter and its harsh grip. He stared into the bleak whites of his mother's eyes. From that moment on, Owen ceased to feel anything but rage. Owen felt the hilt of Marzana's blade pressing against his small fingertips, begging him to do something. His hands demanded payment, wanted to kill. Owen knew what to do. He'd grown up watching Marzana, and therefore he knew how to slaughter. First, he started with the accompany who did nothing, the man who'd sat in the armchair and watched as Marzana killed his only child. Owen's grandfather didn't fight back, only gave an old sigh as Owen twisted the knife into his gut, his soul fluttering away. Isolina was still laughing, so she didn't notice what Owen had done until the boy turned his attention on her. The Wolverine barely had time to react before Owen slashed the blade across the Changer's throat. The Changer staggered around as blood spewed out of its jugular. She tried to hold her lifeblood in with her paw before collapsing. Marzana had never been frightened before, until that little boy with the knife advanced on her. Marzana was far bigger than he was, so it should have been easy for her to fight him off. Yet Owen sunk the knife into her foot, and she rolled her head backward, bellowing with pain. Owen ran the knife along the back of her ankles, forcing collapse. He then jumped onto her body, latching one hand onto her shoulder and shoving the knife into her heart with the other. Marzana had been dead for several minutes before Owen finally pulled the blade out of her for the last time. He crawled off her lap, tossed the knife to the side, then crawled to his mother. He took her pale hand in his and started crying. He noticed the toys she'd made for him were nearby, abandoned and forlorn. He picked up the toy dragon and hippogriff and hurled them across the room. They bounced against a wall and landed on the floor in a puddle of Winteria's blood, splashing little dots everywhere. Poppy came by a short time later, suffering from an inescapable agonizing pain in her chest. She found Winteria dead, her family slaughtered, and a 5-year-old boy with his clothes soaked in blood that wasn't his. The memory wavered from that point until finally it became a little clearer. It was dawn now, and Poppy hadn't moved from her spot on the floor next to Winteria's body. Her feathers were matted with dried blood. Her tears, although many and unstoppable, weren't ones of surprise or shock. They ached of bitter acceptance. Poppy had known this day would come eventually. She had only hoped to escape it before it actually arrived, and had been too late. Owen sat by his mother's remains. All the bodies in the house had stiffened and long since gone ice-cold. His stomach rumbled. There was no food for him to eat, and he felt sick, but he didn't want to eat. Food was disgusting. Food made him weak. Food was what had killed his mother.
Poppy, I want to go.
Owen was tired of sitting here. He wanted to leave. He didn't want to watch over the body of his dead mother anymore.
There's nowhere to go,
Poppy whispered her reaction, not looking at the little boy.
Poppy, if we don't go, the council will find us. They'll kill us.
Owen shifted on the spot nervously, a scared little boy again, instead of a killer, drenched in blood and frightened.
I do not care if they kill me.
What if they put me in jail?
The little boy's eyes widened fearfully.
They won't believe you did it, Owen. You're too young. They'll think I went mad and killed them all.
Poppy seemed to realize the son of her company was nearby. She finally came around. Her eyes, though deadened, shifted to look at Owen instead of Winteria.
We should go to the lands.
Owen wiped his snotty nose.
My father is there. He'll take care of us.
We don't even know where your father is.
No, but we can look. That was Mummy's plan, right?
Poppy seemed doubtful Owen's suggestion would work. But to stay in Nestings Haven would be a drastic mistake. It would only be so long before the council found them. Owen and Poppy left before most of the people in Nestings Haven rose to start the day. All Owen had were the clothes he was wearing, and Poppy hadn't thought to pack some for him. They forgot the money bag. Poppy got lost, often. Without Winteria, she was confused. She often drifted in and out of reality, struggling to comprehend what was right in front of her. She was in no state to take care of a little boy. Owen found himself responsible for finding food. The boy resorted to theft as they travelled, taking what he could find. Poppy watched him mindlessly, flying them in whatever direction suited her best that day. A few weeks later, they'd finally reached the lands. They weren't sure where to start looking for Owen's father, so the boy and the hippogriff began travelling here and there, never getting anywhere. Owen wanted new clothes. The ones he wore stank and had torn into tattered rags that hung off of him in tangled threads. Poppy collapsed while walking underneath the veil of trees. Owen peeled back the bandages that Winteria had wrapped around the hippogriff's side. He found the gash that Isilurina had given her tingling with green infection and seeping with pus. The hippogriff shuddered, chills racking her body as she became delirious from the onset of fever. She still hadn't bathed, and Winteria's dried ruby blood was caked onto her feathers. Frustrated, Owen slapped the bandages back on her.
We need to keep going. My father is out there somewhere. Get up, the boy demanded.
I can't,
Poppy said weakly.
Why didn't you save her? Changers are supposed to protect their companies and you let her die, Owen screamed.
I'm sorry, Owen,
Poppy said. Tears popped out of her eyes, landing on her dirty feathers.
I hate you, Owen said, crossing his arms. You're useless.
Owen still had the knife Marzana carried. It was the only thing he'd brought with him on his way to the lands. Owen could have made it quicker for Poppy, but he didn't. He left Poppy where she'd fallen, as punishment for not protecting his mother. In his heart, the boy felt it was what the Changer deserved. It took Poppy 3 long days to die. She finally stilled on the 4th morning, when Owen came back to see if she was still alive. He was satisfied at her death, but he was also frightened. Poppy was gone now. He was all alone. Owen spent the next few days surviving off of a berry bush he'd discovered in the woods. He found a village of elves nearby. He took food and clothes from them whenever there was an opportune moment, surviving in a cave he'd found in the shelter of the mountains. The boy lived like this for 2 long years. When he turned 7, Owen was no longer afraid of being alone. Alone, there was no one to protect him, to comfort him, or take care of him, but there wasn't anyone around to hurt him either. By this point, Owen had long given up hope of meeting his father. But he stumbled upon the chance by accident one day, when he saw a sandy-haired young man limping through the forest. The man struggled to hold onto his pack with one hand, leaning on a handmade crutch with another. The man wasn't on a company, nor was he a fairy or an elf. Owen's stomach wriggled in excitement. He wondered if it was safe to approach the stranger. The elves had caught Owen stealing from their wares once and had beat him severely. It was the first contact with anyone he'd had in months, and he nearly lost his life for it. But there was only one man this time, not several. If the man attacked him, Owen was sure he could use the knife again.
"Hey,"
Owen said, stepping out from the cover of the trees.
"Do you need some help?"
The man stumbled forward, falling off his crutch. Owen couldn't blame him for being scared at his appearance. He knew he looked like a wild boy, one who'd crawled out from the mud pits. He was a more feral creature than the animals of the realm. Owen held out his hand. The man took it reluctantly, sitting up.
"I wish I could say I didn't, but I do."
The man grimaced.
"I probably shouldn't be involving you in all of this, but some fairies wanted me off their land and they broke my leg. I don't know how they expect me to leave quickly with this injury slowing me down."
"That's too bad,"
the boy smiled at him.
"I'm Owen."
That's my name too." The man stared at him.
"How curious. Here."
The boy struggled to lift the man onto his one good foot. Owen handed the man his crutch, helping him hop along the forest floor.
"By any chance, did you know Winteria?"
"Winteria?" The man stopped and looked down at Owen. "Yeah, I know her. Why? Do you? I'd love to meet up with her again."
"Where are you from?"
Owen pressed, ignoring the man's previous question.
"A very long ways from here. I've been traveling around the world my entire life with my dad. We only found Nesting's Haven in the lands a little while ago. We're explorers."
"Really?"
Owen's heart thudded with excitement.
"And did you—"
Owen's next question was cut off when two fairies emerged from the woods. One was a male with navy-coloured hair. The other was a female with pointed features that were nearly elf-like. The female was holding a bow, an arrow already strung. The man came to a halt. Owen struggled to support him, catching his balance.
"Now, guys, I thought we discussed this,"
the older Owen said, though his face turned stark white.
"I'm on my way out."
"We discussed nothing. We don't allow humans into our realm," the fairy replied.
"Humans destroy everything," his companion added.
"You were warned," the fairy gestured to the man. "You did not leave when asked. Now you'll pay the price." The boy wasn't aware of what was happening until the fairy drew back her bow. She fired 3 shots so quickly, Owen nearly missed them. The arrows sank into the man's heart, his liver, and his lower intestines. The older Owen staggered backward. He let go of the son he did not know was his, putting his weight on his broken leg. There was a crack, and the man fell onto the grass, landing upon the arrows. The force of the fall pushed them further into his body. Owen wrapped his hand around the shaft penetrating his father's heart and tried to rip the arrow out. He was successful, but the foolish maneuver only quickened death. The senior Owen began fading, slumping upon the ground and gasping for breath that his lungs refused to take.
"No!"
The boy fell beside his father, grabbing him by the shoulders.
"You can't die! Get up, you fool!"
The man wheezed a final, guttural response, and then was gone.
"Ah!"
Owen tossed the body upon the ground, turning his wrath upon the fairies.
"You!" he shouted. "Do you realize what you've done?"
"You should watch what you say to us, boy," the male fairy started. "We aren't a curse to all living creatures, but you are." The blue-haired fairy drew back his knife, but the female held him back from making another move.
"Leave the boy be," she replied. "He's only a child."
"A human child," the fairy started. "He looks just like his father."
"But still a child," she insisted. "Give him a chance to leave. He won't last long in the woods. Let the forest do the work for us instead of putting more blood on our hands."
"Fine," the male fairy pointed at the boy. "If you're not gone from our realm by this time tomorrow, I will have my animals hunt you down, and there won't be a piece of you left for your family to find."
"I have no family," Owen raged. "You killed what was left of it."
The female fairy gestured to the woods.
"If you leave now, you may still escape with your life. Be grateful we didn't choose to kill you. Go, human, while you still have the chance."
Owen ran. The boy sprinted to the edge of the woods, crossing over several streams and tripping over rocks and branches. He ran for hours until it was dark and he was out of breath, far away from the realm of the fairies who'd chased him out. As he glanced around the forest he was now in, he realized he had no idea where he was. He was in a new woodland, with large plants and flora of all kinds blooming amongst the spiraling trees. Owen collapsed, leaning against a large tree. He brought his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, beginning to sob. He hadn't cried since Winterya died, but he cried now, more out of sheer frustration and rage that what he'd searched for had been taken away in minutes, rather than his father's death specifically. He'd spent the last 2 years completely miserable, crouching in a cave and wishing someone would come by to take care of him, but no animal, fairy, nor elf ever did. He'd put himself through hell to find his father. Now his father was dead. What was he going to do? "I hate fairies! I hate elves!" Owen picked up rocks that were scattered around the area. He threw them around viciously, staining his hands with clay and tearing his fingernails during the rampage. "I hate the lands! I hate everybody!" Owen sniffled and wiped his nose. During his tantrum he'd cut his hand. The small beads of blood stemming from the torn layers of skin reminded Owen of the night he'd taken fate into his own hands and made his grandmother pay for what she'd done to Winterya. Slowly, Owen realized something important. The only sense of power he'd ever felt in his life was when he'd killed Marzana. He didn't want to be Owen anymore. Owen was sad and starving. Owen was the name of the weak father who had chosen to die instead of live. He wanted a new name, a new life, a life where other people were afraid of him and not the other way around. He sniffed again. But how was he supposed to make people afraid of him? He didn't have any power. He was just a kid.
"Why are you crying?"
The voice beside him was soothing, like silk running over bare skin. It was the voice of someone who sounded like they knew where they were and where they were going. A red-headed girl peeked out from behind a fern. She was his age and wearing a plum-coloured dress. It was clean, unlike his own rags, but she certainly wasn't scared of him. She seemed as confident as she could be in these dark woods.
"I'm Nineveh. What's your name?"
The girl asked the question boldly, expecting him to answer.
I mean, Winter,"
the boy sniffed, wiping his nose.
"What are you doing here?" "I always sneak out at night," she answered honestly. "What about you?" My parents are dead," Winter answered the question as plainly as he could. "I'm all alone." "Here." Nineveh extended a hand. Winter took it. She pulled him to his feet and they started walking together, hand in hand. The boy still felt scared, but he wasn't as frightened with Nineveh's firm grip pressing into his own. "So why do you always sneak out?" Winter asked, curious. "Because I can do magic." Nineveh waved her hand, and tiny little sparkles whirled around her fingers. "My family doesn't like it very much." "My mother could do magic," Winter said. "Could she? Was she a witch?" Nineveh asked eagerly. "I don't know." "I want to become a witch someday, a real one," Nineveh said enthusiastically. "Mother said fairies shouldn't be witches, but I don't care." "You're a fairy?" he asked harshly. "Yes. Is that a problem?" Her eyes burned into his, challenging him. Winter's gaze flickered away. "No." "Good." Nineveh pulled him along a path, one that grew clustered with brambles, thorns, and broken branches. This part of the forest was overgrown and obviously ill cared for. He didn't see any animals on their way through the tough terrain. "Where are you taking me?" he asked. "To a different part of the forest. No one ever comes here," Nineveh said. "My father doesn't like strangers on our land, but if I hide you, he won't know you're here." "I didn't know I was staying." "I like you, and I want to keep you." The thorny briar patch finally gave way to a miniature clearing, shadowed by a couple of large trees. Nineveh waved her hand. Before their eyes appeared a tiny hut, which filled the space. "It's all I can do for now," Nineveh confessed, "but I'm sure once I get stronger, I can make you a bigger house." Winter didn't say anything. He was too busy marvelling that he had a roof to sleep under for the first night in years. Nineveh let go of his hand. "I'll be back tomorrow," she said. She kissed his cheek before patting him on top of the head like he was her personal pet. "Don't go anywhere, okay?" "Okay." Winter didn't watch Nineveh slip back into the briar patch. He was too busy running into the new hut.
It was filled with extravagant furniture, warmly lit with candles and filled with luxurious food. Winter gorged himself before falling asleep on the feather bed, pleased he no longer had to lie on the unrelenting ground. The next day, Winter found a chest filled with toys for him to play with, but they didn't hold his attention. He instead practiced with Marzana's knife, until it became dark and Nineveh returned. "Look what I learned!" Nineveh danced into the clearing, casting her arm at a nearby bush. The plant sprung into black flames, bursting with a wicked light, before it crumbled into nothing more than ash. It had taken mere seconds for the plant to disintegrate. "Isn't that amazing?" "That is amazing," Winter said with awe. "Did you like the toys I made?" Nineveh said enthusiastically. "I thought you'd need something to do all day while waiting for me." "Toys are okay," he said, shrugging, "but I'd really like a sword." "A sword?" She blinked. "Okay." Nineveh waved her hand, and upon Winter's hip appeared a long, thin rapier. "There you go. Just don't stab yourself while I'm gone. Now, come on, let's play." Things went on like that, day after day, for many years. Nineveh crafted Winter weapons to practice with, and she stole books from her father's library for him. They were books she knew were forbidden for children to read. But Nineveh didn't care if Winter read them. She visited him in the night time, and they played together until the dawn came and Nineveh had to go home. Nineveh never missed a visit, not even when she was tired or sick. Winter came to appreciate her endless devotion to him. Only his mother had shown him so much adoration. Unlike when he was living in the cave, being near Nineveh was comfortable. Winter found he liked the finer things in life, and Nineveh could provide those things easily with her magic. It was their own perfect little world. But it wasn't perfect enough for Winter. He wanted more, and as he approached adolescence, he began thinking. He didn't just want to be safe anymore. It wasn't enough to make people fear him in order to keep them away. He wanted everyone to fear him simply because it felt good. "I have to go, Nineveh." He was older now, nearly 10. The dawn was rising, and he didn't want to put off his plans any longer. Nineveh looked at him, and he said, "I have to go back to Nestings Haven." "Why? You can stay here with me," Nineveh said. "We can go anywhere, do whatever we want. It'll be just the two of us." "It's not possible. Not now," Winter said. "I need to get a changer, and then I need to go to school." "Why do you need to go to school? School is useless," Nineveh said nastily, crossing her arms. "You don't need to go to school to have power." "I know that, but if I'm in school, I can make friends, build allies. Changers are strong, and I need one so I can be strong too." "I can be strong for you. My magic is unstoppable," she said arrogantly. "Nineveh, don't you see? If we're both strong, we can be king and queen of this realm and others. We can rule everything. Isn't that what you want?" Nineveh didn't seem sure. "We have everything we want right here." "It's not enough. When I'm done with school, I'll come back and find you, and then we can be together." Nineveh crossed her arms. In all the years he'd known her, he'd never seen her cry. Not when she'd broken her arm while climbing an elm, or even when she'd gotten bitten by a snake hiding in the grass. But she had tears in her eyes now. "You won't come back." "I will. I'll never betray you. Never." The tears melted away in Nineveh's eyes. You'd better not." She grabbed his hand once again and kissed his cheek. "I'll wait for you, Winter. I'll be faithful to you always. Promise." That was where the memory ended. The forest dissolved, the images faded, and Keanu found himself swirling back into the elusive, ever-changing state of the present. Chapter 22. An Ending to Remember. When Keanu opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in the cross-legged, upright position he'd held before falling into the memory. Ali was tucked comfortably within the gap in his legs. By the look on her face, she'd seen the memory too. Vixen was back. She was balancing on one of the bedposts, peering down at him foxily.
"Vera was Winteria," Keanu said instantly. "Wasn't she?"
Vixen nodded solemnly.
"Winteria's love for her child could not be broken, even in death. She was reincarnated in the in-between, and came back to him in another life to protect Winter as his changer." "The in-between?" "Midnight Star," Ali murmured. She mentioned it once. She knows about it. It is a place without time, Vixen uttered. A spiritual realm beyond this world, the land between the living and the dead. There, all things are possible. That's why Vera was so loyal to Winter, why she could never leave him, Keanu said, though she could never understand why. She was his mother. And Winteria's changer, Poppy, Ali murmured. That was my mother, wasn't it? Alia. Vixen's gaze was muddled. Yes, Vera and Alia were the best of friends at Bumbleberry University when they entered into their next lives. Yet Poppy's death resulted because of Winter's passing, and Alia's death came about due to Vera's blind devotion to Winter. Vera always was Alia's undoing. Their relationship truly unravelled her in one life to the next. Why didn't Winter notice that Vera was his own mother? Keanu persisted. We noticed the similarities. He had to as well. Winter did not. His anger blinded him to the truth, and because of it, he treated her worse than his enemies. Sickening, Ali said, shaking her head. Before Winter began his uprising on Nesting's Haven, he had to keep his promise to Nineveh. He returned and helped her take revenge on the homeland that had cast her out, Vixen noted. He joined up with Malachi Shaman and used him for his own purposes. There he learned how to make the Night Death and how to summon the nightmares. I know Malachi was able to create the Night Death, but how? Keanu asked. Nagley told us that fairies created it, but how could an average fairy have the power to imagine something so awful? Vixen created the Night Death, child, many years ago. You what? Ali and Keanu said at the same time. Vixen's gaze was remorseful. There was a time when the humans were overwhelming the lands. Soon they would reach Nesting's Haven. Vixen had to chase them out, and so Vixen did. She regrets it. The Night Death has caused much pain and suffering since its darkness left Vixen's hands. Learn lessons from my mistakes, Keanu. True good can never be attained by the work of something that, at its nature, is wretched and terrible. Ali and Keanu stayed silent, thinking. Vixen stayed just as mute, observing them with a curious stare. Something popped into Keanu's mind, a question that had nagged at him since he'd transformed into the Great One. Vixen? Did you really not know what was wrong with me? Keanu asked quietly. Vixen paused. When Vixen was young, she was sick. Very, very sick. She had seizures and was weak, much like Keanu. Yet Vixen transformed sooner, and Keanu was so much worse. Vixen's face was ashen, mottled with guilt. Vixen would not give Keanu's family false hope, nor would she risk alerting the world to the presence of the next Great One before Keanu was able to protect himself. Did Vixen have her suspicions? Yes. But did she believe them? No. No, she did not. She believed you were fated for death, but yet here you are, quite alive. Vixen maneuvered from one bedpost to the next. Once he graduated from Bumbleberry University, Winter began touring the world with Vera, learning about humans, discovering all he could about them. After Malachi Shaman was defeated during the Battle of the Varanian Forest, Winter tried to start an uprising in Nesting's Haven, but it failed. He learned that it would take more than time to rewrite history to his own desires. He will not fail again. The young prince knows this. So how do we stop him? Keanu asked. Ali and Keanu cannot. No, that can't be true, Ali protested. She hopped out of Keanu's lap and stared up at Vixen. After everything we've sacrificed, we can't lose. The objector does not lie. This war will not end by Ali or Keanu's effort, but it will end by the one who began it. Keanu dropped his head, musing on this statement. Ali's entire body slumped, as if she'd finally accepted defeat. Isn't there anything we can do? Ali whispered. To defeat Winter? No. Yet there is something Ali and Keanu can do to save their friends, if they will accept it, Vixen said. What is it? Keanu asked. Vixen hopped off the bedpost and floated gently down to the bed. The result of this war does not diminish the threat the humans have upon the lands and Nesting's Haven. They will destroy it eventually, no matter who reigns. This is inevitable.
And you're asking me to stop it? How?
There is only one thing that Keanu can do, Vixen said. It's a thing no Great One has ever attempted, because it's an impossible feat. Vixen wasn't strong enough to do this, but Keanu is.
What is it? I'll do anything, Keanu said.
Keanu must relocate the Lands and Nestings Haven,
Vixen said simply, as if it was all too easy of a task. Excuse me, what did you just say? Ali asked bluntly. Vixen giggled, as if clarifying her complex idea was similar to explaining what simple words meant to a child.
The universe is made up of many dimensions and other worlds, all hovering around space and bouncing into one another.
Vixen slapped her hands together several times to demonstrate.
When the last battle ends, it will change the world. Keanu must use his powers to transport the Lands and Nestings Haven to another place where the humans cannot reach. He must create another universe.
You're literally suggesting that Keanu picks up the Lands and Nestings Haven and puts it somewhere else, Ali said flatly. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds?
Ridiculous enough to work,
Vixen barked at her. Can I do this? Keanu asked. It seems impossible.
Keanu is Kiatana's son. Keanu's mother was the only fairy in the lands who stood a chance of saving her forest from sure death, Vixen smiled. If there ever was a great one who could save us all, it is Keanu. He has suffered in this life and grown triumphant. He was once the weakest, and now he has become stronger than us all, stronger even than Vixen was.
Keanu frowned. Is this the only way? Vixen nodded. Keanu balled his hands into fists, setting them upon his knees. Okay, then that's what I'll do. You act as if it's so simple, Ali scoffed.
Keanu must realize that this task will require you to lose everything, Vixen added. Moving the very realm will take all you have. It will require you to give even your changer, even your life.
Keanu looked at Ali. Al, I can't ask you to do this. It's too much. I'm not afraid of dying, Keanu. As Dragonstar stood by Vixen, I will stand by you until the bitter end. That's how it will be, she stated. What about Angel? She's my changer too, Keanu asked.
Angel is Keanu's changer, but she does not share the bond that Keanu and Ali have grown for years. She must stay behind and reign as Empress, Vixen said. She will be the hope for the new world once you complete your task.
But there must always be a great one, right?
The cycle continues every 1,000 years. If Keanu is to die, the world will be without a great one for centuries until the next is born.
Our world can't be left without a great one, Ali said, looking at Keanu.
But your world cannot be attached to this one and expect to survive, Vixen insisted. It must go someplace else.
How do I do it? Keanu muttered.
It is a magic that is beyond explanation. You will understand when the time is right.
I sure hope so, Ali screeched. Otherwise we're doomed, I take it. Keanu reached out a hand to comfort her. What about the necklaces and the crown? If we're truly starting over with a new world, changers shouldn't be forced to follow orders anymore. We need to destroy them. Can you do that?
The Objigda merely knows all. It cannot perform tasks, only give information, Vixen responded. There is a way to destroy these items, but only through great sacrifice by an act of unconditional love. Only love can break the control of tyranny, which was the power used to forge them.
Could you give us an example of what we could do to break the curse?
Vixen could tell Keanu many things, but all of these have to be done with the intent of destroying the items, Vixen said. It would take more time than Keanu has.
Keanu looked at Ali. What about getting Ali's heart back? There isn't much point in asking, is there, since I'm going to die anyway while trying to move entire nations across space and time, Ali sneered dryly. Vixen laughed.
Keanu's changer is right, but there is a way to save Ali's life before the necklaces are destroyed. Keanu must find a changer willing to give her heart to Ali.
But if we do that, the changer who gave Ali her heart will die, Keanu protested.
Keanu cannot avoid it. Everywhere he goes, only death awaits.
Ali put her paws on Keanu's chest, right against his heart. Vixen smiled at the two of them.
Do not fret, dear ones. The bond of friendship runs deep through you and through the ones you love. Friendship will be what saves us all in the end.
Vixen disappeared, and the black-bound book with the red stains popped upon the bedsheets in her place. Keanu reached forward and grabbed it, putting it into his satchel. For a book that knows everything, it didn't tell us much, Ali grumped. How do we know it was truthful? We just have to trust it. The Objigda never lies. It can't, I don't think. Keanu flung the bag over his shoulder. What do we do now? Ali jumped off the bed and changed into a griffin. The Objigda said we'd know what to do in every circumstance when the time came, so it doesn't matter. Let's go back home and see if we can join the fight. Ali cackled. We never go into anything with a plan, do we? Nope. The Objigda already said we're going to lose the war, so we might as well wing it. Keanu followed Ali outside and got onto her back for the ride home. The blizzard had stopped. It provided a quiet atmosphere for the two of them to think. Keanu didn't feel scared, though he knew he was going to die while trying to move Nesting's Haven and the lands. He only felt intimidated by the unfeasible task before him. If Winter had broken his promise to Nineveh and left her long ago, we wouldn't be in this mess, Ali complained, breaking the quiet when they'd nearly reached the ocean. He'd have never left her, not when she's the source of his power, Keanu said. Even with how many allies he made, without Nineveh's magic, he never would have gotten his cause off the ground. He probably would have died if he hadn't met her. Keanu thought about Winter's childhood. Winter's quest for power wasn't something that had come to him later in life. It had started when he was a young child, barely older than he and Ali had been when they'd been kidnapped. Soren had discovered his grandfather had been a human, but Keanu had forgotten that meant Winter had to eat and sleep, something companies didn't have to do. The inferiority Winter must have felt while living in Nesting's Haven had fueled his hatred and his rage. It only encouraged the company to prove himself better than everyone, and it had presented catastrophic consequences for the rest of the world. Keanu wondered if he felt sorry for Winter, if he pitied him for the awful life he'd had as a child. Keanu searched inside himself and found his heart devoid of sympathy. He couldn't feel sorry for Winter in the slightest. Many people had horrible childhoods, but they hadn't turned into monsters. Tragedy and trauma affected thousands every day, but getting hurt didn't give anyone an excuse to go hurt other people. Keanu knew the Objigda said he couldn't do anything to stop Winter, but he had to try, even if it was just a fool's attempt. He wouldn't leave his friends and family to fight Winter alone. Come on, Ali, Keanu said, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Let's give them an ending to remember. Chapter 23. The Battle for Nesting's Haven. Soren took down his tent and slung it to the ground next to a wavering palm tree. He wouldn't need it, not where he was going. It wouldn't be long now. They'd reach Nesting's Haven within a few hours. Then it would be time to line up. Either he'd have a place to spend the night because they took Winter down, or he'd be dead, because there was no way he was leaving Nesting's Haven while his father was still in power. No point in carrying around extra supplies that would only waste his energy. He already had to walk fully armored with a sword through the brush. The army groaned as it crossed through the thickness of the jungle, covered in sweat and struggling to maneuver around the heavy foliage. Their forces had alternated between flying and walking to conserve energy and to conceal their position. Reagan was still sleeping. Soren allowed her a few more minutes of peace before waking her up. Her eyes fluttered open quickly, as if she hadn't been sleeping at all. Soren wished the human girl wasn't here. She'd only get herself killed. Kyoto suggested she stay behind and help Kia with the baby, but Reagan had stubbornly insisted on coming along. He knew she couldn't keep her mind off Keanu. Reagan said if she stayed in Southwild, she'd go crazy waiting for him. She had to do something to help the cause, even if it meant heading to her doom.
Soren!
Zorna's voice echoed down from the treetops.
Come look!
Soren grabbed a couple of low-hanging vines and scrambled up the trunk of the tree Zorna was sitting in. The phoenix pointed with his beak. Soren grinned when he saw a large pink reptile hurtling toward them, a creature 10 times the size of any dragon, with a wingspan the size of a small village. A fan of poisonous pink spikes stuck out from behind her head. A dragon. "Melody!" Soren slid down the tree trunk. Zuna followed, landing on the jungle floor the instant Melody did. One of her large feet crashed by where they were standing. Soldiers scrambled to get out of the way as Melody cleared the forest brush, using her large teeth to rip up trees. She tossed them to the side like they were nothing more than twigs, peering down at the masses below.
"Was all that really necessary?"
Zuna said from Soren's shoulder, though he laughed. Melody snorted.
"There's no disguising me, so I thought I'd make an entrance. Winter knows we're on the way. Best to let him know exactly what's coming for him."
"Melody, what are you doing here? I thought you were back in the lands," Soren said. Melody growled.
"The time to be sorrowful over Vivienna's death is over for now. I must unleash my grief in other ways, like by taking my revenge."
"Yeah," Soren cheered. "I'm happy you're here. We really need you." "I've come too." Fedorin, Darren's former changer, was sitting on the top of Melody's head and waving at them with one paw. He appeared an ant from this distance. The hamster slid all the way down the Drannon's back. He spun down her long tail until he bumped into Soren's boot at the very end, his head bobbling as he came to a stop.
"I'll do what I can to bring down Winter."
Melody giggled. The sound was like a dragon bellowing.
"I'm sorry, Fedorin, but there's not much you can do, being so small."
The little hamster chuckled, rubbing his tiny paws together.
"My dear, there is more to me than you realize."
Fedorin began to grow. Soren stumbled backward, his mouth open in shock as the hamster morphed into a terrifying creature, one twice the size of Melody. His scales were orange, with black splotches that matched his former hamster coat, but these spots appeared intimidating, advertising the venomous quality of the monster for miles. Black, leathery wings stood out upon his back, spikes running along the edges of both wings and all along the length of his tail, numbering in the thousands. An orange and black fringe flared outward as Fedorin bared his thick fangs, green venom dripping off the tips. It appeared that if one even touched the creature, they'd die of poisoning on contact. He was truly a menacing opponent. "Fedorin!" Soren shouted. "Why didn't you tell us you could change into a Dranon?"
"I never knew I could until I tried,"
Fedorin said. His meek voice had taken on a deep rumble, the echo of it shaking coconuts off trees.
"I suppose all those years of resting were for something. I was saving my strength so I could transform at the proper moment."
"Oh, my!"
Melody said. She stared at Fedorin in appreciation, looking him up and down.
"Fedorin!"
Zuna craned his neck up to look at them.
"Whoa, that's going to be loud,"
Zuna muttered.
"Like an earthquake."
"Zuna," Soren said sharply. "Focus." Many soldiers in the army were gasping in fear or running around like their heads were cut off. The soldiers were mindlessly terrified at the threat of these two new monsters prowling about. Soren looked around and said, "Guys, can you change into something that's not so scary? At least for now." Melody didn't hear him. She was busy eyeing Fedorin. "Dee? Melody? Hey!"
"What?"
Melody shook her head, broken out of her spell.
Oh, yes, of course."
Melody changed into a jaguar, and Fedorin transformed back into a hamster, plopping onto her head. The hole they had left behind in the jungle was more than a few miles wide. Soren knew he needed to speak to Angel before the army moved again, and he bet she was with Ignis. He went out to search for them. Ignis was surrounded by his court in the middle of the army's camp. Ionan and Kyoto were with him, fully armoured. Angel sat patiently by the old dragon, waiting to don her silver armour. Angel had remained by Ignis's side to help lead the army and plan the attack. Soren and Zuna had been with her whenever they weren't resting. They were pretty good at guessing what Angel wanted, but it took time to decipher what she meant unless she wrote it down. Time was something they wouldn't have once the battle started. When word had spread about Angel being declared Empress, all of Southwild had gone into a frenzy. The soldiers tiptoed around her as if she was some sort of god, looking upon her with reverence and awe. Before, Angel would have been uncomfortable with the whole thing, but in the past few days she'd changed, becoming a creature to respect. She was confident now. If there were any doubts about Angel being royalty, there were none in the minds of her subjects when they gazed upon her. "Is everyone ready?" Soren asked as he approached.
As ready as we can be, Ignis responded. Although I am fairly worried. Angel needs to give orders, so she must be able to communicate more effectively than she is now. I am unsure how she can relay what she thinks if she cannot speak.
I believe we have a solution for you.
2 fairies emerged from the brush. One was a female with long violet hair. The second was a smaller male, thin and wispy in appearance.
I am Fairyot, and this is my companion, Lothariel. Midnight Star sent us, the female fairy said. She said you had a leader who couldn't speak. Midnight Star believed you could use our powers to communicate.
You have telepathy? Soren asked, astounded.
We both do. I believe we are the only ones left with the power now.
Fayot glanced at Lothariel.
The fairies we knew who had telepathy are all dead after the toxin was unleashed on the lands.
My cousin has telepathy, Soren said, but I don't know of any others that do.
The Great One,
Fayot nodded.
Yes, we've heard of him. Is he here?
He's on other business, Kyoto said. He'll join us when he's finished. Lothariel glanced at Angel. The 2 of them held eyes for a moment before the fairy declared, The Empress says she is glad we are here. We can give her a voice in this battle, one that will lead us onward to victory.
We shall stay with the Empress to relay her orders,
Fayot said, putting a hand on the knife at her side.
If necessary, we will die defending her.
How can we trust you with the Empress? Kyoto said accusingly. We don't know you. You could betray us when we aren't looking and murder Angel. Angel shook her head quickly. Zaya, who was lurking nearby, emerged from the brush.
Midnight Star did send them, he added. I just spoke with her this morning.
Fayot said,
This is no trick. Winter's weapon killed my entire family and murdered several loved ones of Lothariel's. We are eager to seek payment for our grief. We will wrench it from this twisted fiend if we have to.
I suppose we have no choice but to trust you, Ionin said. Resources are rather short at the moment. Forward! Ignis bellowed, and the army awoke from its uneasy stupor. Upon Nesting's Haven we march!
Soren and Zorna scuttled through the army to find Regan, Melody, and Federin. The human girl appeared more frightened with every step as they travelled through the jungle. Soren wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say, so he only pressed himself closer to her side as they marched. Soren felt like he had to protect Regan for Keanu's sake, but he couldn't keep her alive if she couldn't defend herself adequately.
We're just a bunch of kids,
Soren thought. Are we really doing this? The trees broke, and the city appeared in front of them. Winter's soldiers lined the top of the wall circling Nesting's Haven, armed with spears and bows. Other soldiers guarded the wall on the outside, waiting to defend the city on the ground. There was a large flat plain they'd have to cross. Winter's arrows would kill many of them before they reached the city wall, and even then they'd have to breach it before they could enter town. The South Wild Army formed into a long line several miles wide at the border of the jungle. Soren gulped, trying to contain his nervousness. Melody and Federin transformed into Dranan. The behemoths bellowed fiercely at the opposing army, causing the very earth to crack beneath their claws, spewing venom from their long fangs. Their cry prompted a roar from South Wild's army, each a company and changer screaming their rage at the king who'd taken everything but their will to fight back. There was nothing left to sacrifice. Either they would win, or they would die, and Winter would continue his dominion of their world. It was a world many of them would rather perish than see continue. They waited, and waited. Both armies stared at each other, wondering when the other was going to make a move. Soren shifted uncomfortably, gripping his sword and wishing it would just start already. Ignis flew over his army, raising his wings and shouting, "Charge!" The rapturous noise hurt Soren's ears as the warriors sprinted toward the gates of Nesting's Haven. Arrows began flying, felling many of the comrades surrounding Soren, but none of them hit him or his friends. Soren swung back his sword and plunged it through the stomach of an company as the two armies met below the wall. He killed the soldier with no other thought in his mind but to eliminate Winter and survive. Regan was wielding a small sword. She stabbed it into a changer that was defending his company before whirling around. She pushed her opponent to the ground and slammed the blade into his neck. The Southwild soldiers attempted to put up ladders to climb the wall, but were struck down by those on the ground. Those who attempted to fly over the wall were shot down by arrows. The bodies that piled on top of the wall soon grew, and there was little room for fighters on either side to maneuver. The battle outside the wall was brutal. Changers tore their enemies to ribbons with their teeth and claws until their victims resembled nothing more than mangled, bloody piles of mush and bone. Companies used their weapons with so much force, their blades and spears broke. They resorted to ripping each other apart with their bare hands, using their super strength to tear off limbs and heads. Unicorns impaled enemies on their horns. Dragons barreled toward the entrance at full speed, spewing fire from their mouths and tearing soldiers in half with the strength of their jaws. There was no hesitation to kill, no mercy. Melody and Federin had taken longer to get across the field than the others due to their massive weight and slow, lumbering strides. But now that they were here, it was clear to Winter's soldiers that they were the worst contenders to deal with. The arrows pinged off of them like useless twigs as the Dranan continued their charge on Nesting's Haven, tackling the walls full force. Companies and changers went flying through the air as the two Dranan brought down large sections of the wall. They ripped away the stones piece by piece, which allowed the Southwild soldiers to stream into the city. Soren stabbed a company through the chest and pulled Regan out of the way as a boar attempted to skewer them both. Zorna set it ablaze, his phoenix form glowing with a fire brighter than Soren had ever seen. They kicked the screaming, burning creature away before shoving aside a few crumbling stones, crawling over the debris the Dranan left behind. They were inside. The battle for Nesting's Haven had begun.
Chapter 24. Kyoto's Farewell. Soren thought there'd be some sort of organization, but there wasn't. All that existed was chaos. The shouting died in his ears and became white noise as he hacked away at anyone who was wearing Winter's insignia. Eventually, it got to the point where Soren attacked anyone who was attacking him. The army scattered until there were soldiers everywhere, filling the city streets. Soren fought back as best he could, trying to keep up with his companions as they forced their way toward Winter's castle. Zorna flew above him as a phoenix, roasting the enemies in front of him to create a clear path for his company. When Soren paused for a second to catch his breath, his heart broke. The city that he'd grown up in was unrecognizable. The buildings were being torn down by dragons and the Dranan, and bloody bodies littered the cobblestone. If he didn't know he was in Nesting's Haven, he'd never be able to recognize his home. The Southwild army was destroying it. Soren stopped fighting and he lowered his sword.
Soren, what are you doing? Zorna cried.
I can't do this. I don't want to fight for an army that's demolishing Nesting's Haven, Soren screamed.
It's already done for, Soren. Winter's ruined it, Zorna shouted. If you want to save what's left, we have to take it back.
Soren's temper burst. With a cry of rage, he threw himself into the fray, cutting down 3 soldiers at once with the swing of his sword. Red veiled his eyes as blood spattered onto his face, butchering changer and company alike in his stead. When he finally ceased to slaughter, he looked back and saw that he'd cleared the city street and left a trail of bodies in his wake. His stomach churned. Soren held back a wave of nausea. Regan had struggled to keep up while Soren was lost in his anger. She was sobbing, an arm wrapped tightly around her stomach. There was a large cut on her face and blood on her armor, but she didn't look badly injured. Regan was pretty tough, and she'd held up at the Battle of Southwild, but this was different. This fight was something worse, a battle for their very right to exist. She didn't look like a soldier. All she appeared to be was a scared human caught in the middle of a fight that wasn't hers.
Soren, I can't do this, she said, completely breaking down. I just can't.
He didn't hesitate to react. Come on. Soren grabbed Regan by the arm and dragged her to a nearby house. He opened the door and tossed her inside just before one of Winter's soldiers attacked. Soren was able to parry the soldier away. He dealt a quick, life-ending blow to her neck before turning back to Regan. Stay here, okay? Soren said. When the battle's over, I'll come back and get you.
Okay,
Regan said in a frightened voice. As he left, he shut the door and locked it. Soren didn't feel comfortable leaving her there, as the dragons and Dranan weren't bothering to check who was inside the houses before they demolished them, but there was nowhere else to hide her, and he didn't have a choice in the matter. Inside was the only place that was even slightly safe. His sword arm throbbed as the battle continued, growing numb with use. By midday, the Southwild army reached Winter's castle. The breaking of stone could be heard as Melody and Federin stampeded through the structure, sending bricks scattering as if they were toy blocks. Within minutes, the two Drannen had reduced the castle to little more than dusty rubble, crushing fragments of stone into powder beneath their large feet. As they searched the ruins, it became clear that Winter was not there.
"Where do we go? Who do we fight?"
Zorna asked in confusion. "Melody's looking for Nineveh, and wherever she is, Winter's got to be with her," Soren said. "We find him and kill him. It's time to end this thing." Angel ordered the soldiers to check all the nearby houses around the castle to make sure Winter wasn't hiding in any of them. Kyoto looked around for a residence to search, until one house in particular caught his attention. It was grey and dilapidated, the second story collapsing onto the first. The house was covered in ivy and vines. Kyoto told Ionan to wait outside, and entered the building with his sword at the ready. The house hadn't been occupied for years, long before Winter came to power. Dust covered the furniture. Some of the items dated from a time when Kyoto was a child. A melancholy, weeping air hung about the place, creeping upon Kyoto and whispering in his ear that it was wrong for him to be here. Kyoto felt he should forget this place and move on. He was certain that he was the first one who'd entered the home in years. But though he knew Winter wasn't hiding here, he didn't want to leave. Kyoto checked all the rooms on the lower level before moving on to the second floor carefully. The roof was ripped off the building here, creating an exposure where he could see Ionan waiting below. He entered a nearby bedroom to make sure it was clear.
"We used to play here all the time as kids."
Kyoto whirled around. He pointed his sword at a woman standing in the doorway of the bedroom. She was draped in a grey dress, and her hands were folded in front of her. It was the white-haired accompany, the same one who'd trapped him in the Colosseum.
"This was my house, Kyo," the woman whispered. "Don't you remember?"
"I've told you before, I don't know you." Kyoto gripped his sword with both hands, holding it out in front of him. "Stay back, I don't want to hurt you."
"It's me, your Luciana."
The accompany begged him to remember, but of course he could not. Her spell had gone too far, and though she tried, she couldn't reverse it now.
"Do you remember me? Do you remember my son?"
"I don't know your name," he bellowed. "Why do you keep following me? Why do you insist I know you? You mean nothing to me." She closed her eyes. Tears trickled down her cheeks.
"Of course. My magic is too strong. I shouldn't have tried so hard to make you forget. I only made it so you can't remember."
A roar resounded from a short distance away, and Kyoto searched for his changer. In the city streets below, Ionan was warring with another dragon, a long, thin one with black scales. The dragons wrestled, using their teeth to rip out chunks of flesh. Ionan couldn't move his bulk around quick enough to outsmart the other dragon. The black one was clearly the better fighter. "Call your changer off. Don't let him hurt Ionan," Kyoto begged. He took a step toward Luciana, his sword still up. Luciana gave him a watery, helpless expression.
"I cannot."
"You and your changer don't have to do this. You can help us fight Winter. Think of your son," Kyoto insisted.
"I am thinking of my son. He killed Rose when he found us, Kyo. He killed my dear sister. He'll kill Nathaniel too if I don't do what he asks."
Luciana turned, observing the house with a lonesome expression.
"I found out who did it, you know. All those murders that happened in the city years ago. The police blamed it on me. But I never hurt those people. He did."
Luciana's fists clenched, and she added,
"Breaking me out of Azazel the second time is what caused you and Ionan to flee to the lands. Maybe if that monster hadn't taken innocent lives, you never would have met Kia. You never would have had a child. Perhaps then we could have been together."
Kyoto had no idea what she was talking about, so she went on.
"Morok was good at hiding himself. No one expected such a sweet professor to be such a sick bastard. And it worked, didn't it? Not even my Fader magic was able to keep me invisible forever. When there needed to be someone to blame, they turned on me, as they always did, since the day I was born. No one ever believed Luciana Morris."
She gave a bitter laugh.
"It's strange, isn't it, how one man can ruin a woman's entire life? I have nothing left now, so all I can do is fight for my son. Winter will never let me see my child again, so I might as well do what I must to preserve his life."
"Enough talking," Kyoto demanded. "Let's bring this to an end. I won't hurt you so long as you let me pass." She took a deep breath.
"I wanted you to be the one to do it. Sorry, Kyo."
Kyoto stabbed out his weapon as she attacked. Luciana sidestepped the blade easily as if doing a graceful dance, grabbing his wrist and twisting the weapon out of his hand so it fell to the floor. Kyoto tried punching the side of her head in order to knock her out, but she avoided that blow too, ducking underneath his arm and giving a sharp chop to his neck. Kyoto cried out. He tried hitting her again, but to no avail. Each movement Luciana made was beautiful and intricate, her dress billowing around her as she dodged Kyoto's offences. Kyoto managed to grab hold of her wrists. They tussled for a moment, each of them trying to gain the upper hand. Kyoto slammed her into the wall and Luciana kicked back, hurtling them both into the bedroom door. They staggered into the hallway. Her strength was equal to his, and they made holes in the wall as they tossed their bodies from left to right. Luciana was attempting to subdue him, and Kyoto was flailing to get away. They hovered at the edge of the stairs. Kyoto finally managed to slip out of Luciana's grasp. She flew out a hand to wrap her fingers around his neck. Instinctively, he grabbed Luciana by the shoulders and tossed her down the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. Luciana's body made a clunking noise as it tumbled downward. Luciana somersaulted backward and her neck slammed against the very last stair. It gave a savage crack. And that was it. Luciana laid posed with her arms over her head. Her tiny mouth was open, pale pink eyes staring blissfully into oblivion. Now that its caster was dead, the fader magic broke. Kyoto looked onward from the top of the stairs, his expression confused, as if someone had come along and smacked him alongside the head with a hammer. Dazed, he blinked once or twice before calling out, "Luce?" When she didn't answer, he jumped down the stairs. "Luce!" Kyoto picked up her body, cradling it against his chest. Her broken neck hung limply off his elbow, and he cried, "Luciana! Luce, get up! No, 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 no!" He shook her, expecting to see some sort of light in her pale eyes or the ghost of the sad smile he was used to. But Luciana kept the same gaping expression. She was far away, unreachable by the friend who loved her. "Luce, come on," he muttered, shaking her harder. "You can get through this. You've been through worse." Her body was already turning cold. Kyoto could feel her temperature cooling against his skin. He knew what that meant. He'd been in many wars, he'd seen death, but this death was one he could not accept, could never accept. Kyoto dropped his head. He buried it in Luciana's shoulder, clutching the limp girl to him. He began to moan, his grief erupting out of him in agonizing sounds that emitted from the very core of his past. "My best friend. I killed my best friend." When Kyoto came out of the house carrying Luciana, her arms were splayed out like those of a fallen angel. Ionan and Rex had long since stopped fighting. Ionan shook his head, waking from some horrible dream. Rex stared blankly as Kyoto knelt low, laying Luciana on the ground before him. Luciana. Rex shifted his accompany with the tip of his nose, expecting her to wake. When she did not, Rex gave a mournful roar. He spread his wings, crying out his pain to the heavens above. As tears poured from the dragon's eyes, he sprang into the air and carried himself away from battle, leaving Luciana's body behind. The changer gave wails of torment like none had ever heard before, in heaven or in hell, as he ran away from the only person who'd been keeping him tied to this world. That was the last time anyone ever saw Rex Morris. Now that Luciana's spell had broken, countless soldiers who'd been fighting for Winter halted in place. They suddenly remembered what they had begged Luciana to make them forget, remembered that Winter had killed their families, taken away their changers, and destroyed their homes. With not another word, these soldiers dropped their weapons and abandoned the battle, leaving the king to defend his crown for himself. Ionan returned his attention to Kyoto. The company was on his knees, beating the cobblestone with his fists and screaming his devastation. Ionan allowed him a few moments of grief before he put the tip of his tail on Kyoto's shoulder. "Kyoto, come. We must rejoin the fight." "I don't want to fight. I murdered my best friend." Kyoto's voice was rugged and thick. "I want to die." "Don't say such things. This isn't over." "How can you be so heartless?" Kyoto said harshly. and Ionan pulled his tail away. Ionan, always the methodical one. All you care about is winning. You don't care who gets hurt.
Rex and Luciana were my friends as well, Ionan growled angrily. But I will not allow my sorrow to poison what little is left to save.
Good for you, because I have, Kyoto said bitterly. He reached out a hand, stroking Luciana's hair.
Kyoto, you cannot give up. Think of your wife, your son, your infant daughter, Ionan protested. There is still much you have to hold on to.
My best friend is dead, and you're thinking about everyone else, Kyoto shouted. I don't need you lecturing me right now, Ionan. Just stand aside and shut up. 29 years of unwavering devotion couldn't keep Ionan chained to his company any longer.
I know you cared deeply for Luciana, and I am sorry you lost her, Ionan rumbled quietly. But there are other people that we need to fight for.
Sweeping away, Ionan left him. Chapter 25. Jekyll and Hyde. Regan could hear the clash of steel and shouts of war from inside the house, and it terrified her. She pressed herself against the wall to remain unseen. After a time, the soldiers quieted on the street the house was on, either because they were dead or because they had moved on to other areas. Regan breathed a sigh of relief and looked out the window before pulling away from the wall. She looked around the house for a better place to hide if Winter's soldiers were to return before Soren did. The entire house was dark, filled with cobwebs, and sacked of valuables. The family that lived here must have fled the city a long time ago. Regan noticed what looked like a human skull lying on a side table by the wall. She shuddered, clutching her sword and moving onward. An eerie rocking resonated throughout the empty mansion. Regan froze when she realized there was someone else inside the house with her. She listened closely and determined the sound to be one of a rocking chair, swaying back and forth upon old creaking wood. The rocking slowed, then grew faster and faster, seemingly of its own accord. Maybe it's a ghost? Regan thought, shivering. Certainly no one would be stupid enough to stick around and sit in a rocking chair with the battle outside, right? What would be worse? For the house to be haunted? Or for a soldier to be hiding in here waiting for Regan to find him? The rocking sound was coming from the living room. Regan steeled her courage and prepared to leap out from behind the corner to surprise whoever was there. Regan almost fell over when she saw it was her mother. She was sitting in the rocking chair, an infant in her arms, swinging back and forth. Miriam didn't seem surprised that her daughter was there. However, she appeared oddly out of place within the darkness. Her hair was tangled and in knots around her head, dress ripped and stained with a combination of dirt and blood. The baby she was holding appeared well and clean, though seeing him in her mother's arms disturbed Regan. Her first thought was to get the child away from Miriam, immediately.
"Do you like him? He's your half-brother,"
Miriam cooed. Her voice was odd, distant, only something a demented person could create.
"Nathaniel is his name. He has beautiful hazel eyes, just like you."
"Mom," Regan didn't bother to ask what her mother was doing here. It was obvious by the crazed look in the woman's eyes she didn't know. "You led me right into a trap, Mom."
"Don't be overdramatic,"
Miriam said, attempting false cheer with a smile.
"It wasn't that bad."
"Mom, how could you?" Regan asked in a choked voice.
"They wouldn't have hurt you, honey. Winter promised that if I led your friends to him, he would do you no harm."
"Did you really believe him?" Regan whispered.
"Of course I did. I suppose you think I'm a horrible mother, right?"
Miriam snapped.
"After all, I'm always the bad guy in your eyes."
"Do you really have to go there?" Regan asked, on the verge of tears.
"I had to do what was best to protect my child," Miriam insisted. "Winter is going to win. There's no way to oppose him in this new world he's building. I had to find some way to make sure you'd be safe."
Regan swallowed. "No, Mom. You didn't care about me. You were only concerned about protecting your relationship." Miriam rolled her eyes.
"Whatever, Regan. You know it all."
"He was going to kill Keanu. Mom, you knew I liked him. I told you."
"There are more important things than a teenage crush,"
Miriam said harshly. "Mom, I love him."
"Regan, be reasonable."
Miriam shook her head and let out a skeptical noise.
"He's just a boy."
Her mother was getting agitated. Regan glanced at the baby. Nathaniel was babbling and clutching at the air with both hands.
I want to see the baby,
Regan said.
Can I hold him?
Miriam's irritated demeanour faded away.
Of course you can.
She handed the baby to her daughter, and Regan cradled the child against her side. He really did have her eyes. Miriam screamed shrilly as a shadow rose from the darkness. Unforeseen, Morok sprung from the corner of the room, holding a long butcher knife and grinning toothily. Miriam fell out of the rocking chair, crawling away to save her own life, as Morok bore down upon the teenage girl in front of him. Morok wasn't himself. He was the monster, the killer. Regan's reaction was more out of shock than anything else. She turned around as Miriam screamed, clutching Nathaniel tightly in one hand and holding the sword in front of her with the other. Morok ran right into it. The blade cut through skin and muscle as it buried up to the hilt in his middle. Morok yelped in what was not pain but utter shock. Regan grabbed the blade again and wrenched it out of his body. As she did so, the blade created a large tear, revealing an empty red space underneath. Her companies, it seemed, had no digestive organs. But they had plenty of blood. It spilled out of Morok, swelling onto the floor in large puddles. Morok collapsed, flopping like a fish, while Miriam screamed and screamed.
"You killed him!"
Miriam cried in a deranged state, clutching her hair and ripping it out at the roots.
"You killed him!"
"Mom, get out of here," Regan ordered. She pointed the sword at her mother and threatened to use it again. "Now!" Miriam fled the mansion. Regan waited until Morok had ceased twitching before she fled to one of the bedrooms in the house. She locked the door behind her and slid down the wall in a crouched position, holding the baby close. Nathaniel was crying, and had been since she'd stabbed Morok. Regan felt herself totter somewhere between shock and detached delirium. "Shh, shh," Regan said, frantically trying to calm the baby.
"Please stop crying, please stop. You're safe now, I promise. But we won't be if you don't be quiet. Please, please."
She bounced the baby up and down on her knees, and the boy eventually ceased his tears. Regan rocked Nathaniel back and forth, as their dead father lay immobile in a pool of his own demise, just a few feet down the hall. Chapter 26. Pumpkin.
"Where do we start?"
Ali cried, circling above the city. The battle was massive. There were so many soldiers it was hard to tell where Winter could be hiding.
"Down there,"
Keanu said, pointing to where the old temple once stood. "Might as well hammer them where we can." Ali followed his instructions, diving downward at a miraculous speed toward an infantry belonging to Winter. Keanu jumped off her back. They fought together, tearing down each foe that stood before them. They were outnumbered, but it was clear they had the advantage. Keanu blasted each of the soldiers in his path with his light magic, while Ali ripped apart those he missed with her talons and beak. Finally, there were only 2 soldiers left in the area, both of whom were shaking as Keanu and Ali rounded on them.
"Terami, fight them,"
the company said, pointing a shaking spear at his opponents.
I don't want to fight for Winter anymore,"
the Changer protested, quivering in fear at Keanu's presence. The Changer started backing away, shaking his head.
"I command you to fight! Kill him!"
the company ordered. At the order, the creature had no choice. The Changer sprang upward, jaw aiming for Keanu's throat. Keanu lifted his hand and blasted the animal away. The Changer skidded against the ground, a look of regret crossing over his face before he died. Before he passed away, Ali leapt upon his company and tore his throat out as punishment for being so cowardly. "We can't win, Ali," Keanu said. "Not with all these Changers being forced to follow orders. Not everybody is as strong as we are." "There are too many of them," Ali agreed. "We have to destroy the items now."
"Keanu, down here!"
The Great One glanced at his feet. He cried out with joy as he saw 2 little ferrets scuttling toward him, one brown and one orange.
"How'd you guys get here?"
Keanu asked, crouching down and smiling at Pumpkin and Martin.
"We got away from Chameleon, for now,"
Martin said breathlessly.
"You need to stop her. She's using her powers to kill everyone." "That darkness of hers is unstoppable," Pumpkin added. "She's not far away. We can take you to her if you hurry."
"Hey!" A broad smile spread across Keanu's face when he saw his cousin and Zona sprinting toward them.
"Hi, Soren, Zona, look who I found!" "Pumpkin, Martin!"
Zorna cheered in elation. As the dear friends reunited, Soren turned to his cousin and asked, "Did you destroy those items yet?" "The only thing that can is an act of great sacrifice, but it has to be done with the intention of breaking their magic," Ali said. "We haven't quite figured it out."
"What about your heart?"
Zorna pressed. Ali didn't answer.
"I'm sorry, guys, but we've got to stop Chameleon first. We can handle that mess later," Martin babbled quickly. "Let's go."
Pumpkin and Martin scampered in the other direction, leading the way. They charged up the hill where the temple once stood and past the torches that held incense and oil, some of which were still burning. At the edge of the cliff, Chameleon had her hands spread over Nesting's Haven. Black water gushed like a waterfall from her fingertips. Anyone below who touched the water died, whether they were Winter's soldiers or Southwild's. It appeared that Chameleon did not care who she killed, only received joy in the act of murder itself. She grinned as she watched her destruction take hold over the city.
"Chameleon!"
Zorna screamed, beating his wings furiously. The company turned around. Her pink hair streamed behind her as she said,
"Hello, friends. Oh, wait."
She laughed.
"We're not friends anymore, are we?"
"Chameleon, stop what you're doing," Soren pleaded. "It's not right."
"Shut up, Soren, or you'll be the first one I kill," Chameleon shrieked. "I was thinking of eliminating Zorna first, since it'd make it worse for you, but you've really been getting on my nerves."
"You're not going to hurt any of them. Not while I'm here," Keanu said, taking a step forward.
"I'm really scared."
Chameleon rolled her eyes and laughed.
"I told you I could take you any day. It's about damn time we had a real match."
"If it's a fight you want, Chameleon, then you're gonna get one hell of a fight," Keanu said, raising his hands. Beams of light emitted from his palms like beacons shooting into the sky. Chameleon blew a curly lock of pink hair out of her eyes.
"Child's play."
Black tidal waves rose behind Chameleon as she lifted her arms, ones that raged with all the fury of the ocean. She cast the waves forward. The waves rolled toward Keanu, promising to engulf and drown whatever was in their path. Keanu put his palms together. His light spread, gleaming like the sun and encompassing the wave. The dark water evaporated at its touch. Chameleon's mouth fell open in shock, and she took a step back. She sent thin streams of water at Keanu, but he blasted away each one before they came close to reaching him. Chameleon became desperate. The black water came rushing out of her fingertips as she sent wave after wave of magic at the Great One. Keanu flicked them all away, advancing closer on Chameleon with each shot. Chameleon tried fighting dirty and sending jets of black water toward Ali to distract him, but Keanu threw up his arms. A great golden force field generated, circling his friends and protecting them from Chameleon's magic. Chameleon tried to create black rain that fell from the sky, a dark spinning waterspout, and another typhoon, yet none of it did her any good. The water refused to draw near the great halo that protected its champion. Keanu was simply better. With a final wave of his arm, Keanu swept the light upward. It hit Chameleon in the gut. She tumbled backward and rolled onto the ground, coughing. Chameleon propped herself onto her knees, holding her stomach. Keanu ventured closer.
"Don't,"
she gasped.
"don't kill me."
"I won't kill you, Chameleon. That's not who I am," Keanu said. "Keanu, stop being such a pansy," Ali shouted.
"No, don't kill her, please,"
Pumpkin was begging. The tiny ferret crawled to Chameleon, plopping herself in front of her company.
"I know she's done wrong, but keep her alive. I couldn't handle it if she died."
"That's not my decision to make," Keanu responded. He looked skyward. Angel was descending, 2 fairies by her side. His friends cheered, save for one. Martin was staring up at the White Griffin in awe, his eyes large with adoration, as if Angel was the only changer who existed in the world. The Empress landed. She turned a cold eye upon Chameleon. "I see you've captured her. Well done, my company."
"Changers are supposed to be our servants, not our leaders," Chameleon hissed, glaring at the Empress.
"That might have been the way of the old world, but it is no longer the way of the new one," Angel responded.
Keanu repeated her words, and Chameleon scowled.
"Someone should kill you," Chameleon said, glaring at the Empress, "before you ruin everything." "You cannot kill the Empress. The Great One will stop you easily,"
Feriot replied. A nasty smile came upon the girl's face.
I can't kill her, but there's someone who can try, Chameleon bellowed maniacally. Martin, I order you to assassinate the Empress.
No,
Angel gasped. Martin growled. He shook his head fiercely, trying to ignore the command, but his attempts were futile. His body changed into a large mountain lion against his will. He started stalking toward her, his attempts to pull away made in vain.
I'm sorry, Angel,
Martin groaned.
I can't resist the command.
We'll take care of this one easily, Lothariel said, pulling a blade from its sheath.
No, I order you not to harm him,
Angel said, as Martin proceeded toward her. He struggled against the command, but the curse forced him to keep going. But my lady, Feriot objected.
I said no.
Angel loved Martin. She couldn't hurt him, or allow anyone to hurt him, not even if he tried to hurt her. Keanu and the others were stuck. They couldn't stop Martin without killing a friend, but they couldn't allow Angel to perish. They were all immobile, unsure of what to do. All save for Pumpkin.
Chameleon, take back your order,
the ferret cried, whirling upon her company.
No.
Chameleon's response was venomous and hateful. She was eager to watch the spectacle. It gave her pleasure to see people she'd once cared for struggle to make the decision on whether to murder one friend or the other.
Take it back,
Pumpkin threatened, baring her small teeth.
Never.
Pumpkin launched herself upon Chameleon's face, clawing at it with her tiny nails and biting down hard with her sharp little fangs. Chameleon screamed, scrambling to grab Pumpkin as the ferret mangled her pretty face. The company finally got her, tearing the ferret away from her mottled flesh. As Chameleon's fingers encircled her torso, Pumpkin gave a definitive scared look toward Keanu's satchel, where the items were. With both hands, Chameleon twisted. Chapter 27. The Once Faithful Queen. Chameleon realized what she'd done seconds too late. She opened her hands slowly. Pumpkin's broken little body was mangled in her palms. Her spine snapped.
Pumpkin?
Chameleon brought the little ferret to her face. She pressed the changer's body against her cheek, beginning to sob.
Pumpkin?
The order that forced Martin to attack Angel stopped working. Martin turned around. He changed back into a ferret, face falling in horror as he watched his company clutch his twin tenderly. Martin's breath hitched in his throat, and the ferret began quivering.
Pumpkin?
Martin whimpered.
Oh, Pumpkin!
Ah! Ali launched forward. Her eyes were squeezed shut, beak open in a silent cry of pain. She staggered forward, taking a few weak steps, before she buckled completely, her legs giving out from under her. Ali, what's wrong? Keanu rushed to her side, kneeling by the griffin.
The magic of the necklace, she gasped. It's gone.
Keanu moved aside the feathers on Ali's chest. The amulet she wore was blackened and burned. He rapidly withdrew the crown and the other necklace from his satchel. Keanu found them both destroyed, the necklace in the same state as its twin, and the crown withered, the metal curled inward on itself. Pumpkin's pure sacrifice to save her brother had destroyed the power of the necklaces and the crown. Martin wasn't forced to obey his company's orders, and neither were any of his kind. The curse no longer held. The changers were finally free. Yet the cost came at Ali's life.
Fix her heart,
Zorna wailed.
I need something to replace it with,
Keanu screamed, on the verge of losing his mind.
I have nothing. The Objector said the only way was for another changer to give her his heart.
Keanu. Ali's eyes were dimming as she took a last breath of life. Tears sprung from Angel's blue eyes. She shook her head furiously, pounding her feet into the ground and unable to accept this cruel trick of fate. When Martin looked at her, his eyes flashed back to his sister, and he made a decision.
Take it,
Martin cried.
Take my sister's heart.
What? Keanu glanced upward, barely able to hear the changer's words over the sound of his impending loss.
Do it. She'd want it this way,
Martin cried. Martin ran to Chameleon. Soren followed, feeling like he needed to do something. The girl was still clutching on to Pumpkin. She held her away from the two boys.
You're not ruining her, Chameleon said tearfully. She's mine.
Give her to me, Soren said nastily. He grabbed Pumpkin's body and ripped her away, pushing Chameleon to the ground. They sobbed as Soren handed Pumpkin's body gently to Keanu. The Great One took it, and stared at the dead ferret in his paws. "Do it now, Keanu. We can't waste any more time," Soren said. Keanu held Pumpkin in one hand and hovered the other over Ali's body. His golden light flashed. Keanu's friends had to look away as a beam of sun created a dome around him and the two changers. It was impossible to see anything that was going on inside the shimmering force field. They hovered on the edge of anticipation, faces anxious as the light disappeared. Keanu was still holding Pumpkin, but now the ferret had a thin scar along the length of her body. Ali's eyes fluttered open. She shook her head lightly as she said, "Keanu?" Keanu put a hand upon Ali's chest. Underneath his touch, he could feel Pumpkin's heart beating strongly within the griffin's chest. The group fell upon each other, embracing in a combination of elation and loss, as Ali rose to her feet. Keanu set Pumpkin down before Martin. The Great One dropped his gaze, before saying, "I'm so sorry you lost her, but thank you for what you gave up and for her sacrifice. She saved all of us." Martin's body drooped. Slowly, with tears welling in his eyes, he sunk his face into his sister's fur. Angel changed into an ermine. She waddled to his side and pressed herself against him. The ferret took comfort in her touch, leaning into her as he cried silently.
"The prophecy," Ali said breathlessly. "We got it wrong. It wasn't about if Angel and I were the twins to side with good or evil, or if Pumpkin and Martin were. It was about all four of us. The changers bound to one company. Whatever side all of us were on would win, and we all chose good."
"Look," Zona said, pointing with his wing to the battle below. The kids rushed to the edge of the cliff and saw the soldiers wearing Winter's colours were running for their lives, trying to escape the onslaught of Southwild's forces. With the changers no longer being forced to follow orders, Winter's side was done. It was done. Chameleon let out an eager, relieved cry. Winter had joined her on the opposite side of the cliff, Nineveh faithfully by his side. The witch wore a long cloak and appeared mildly frustrated, like the entire battle had been nothing but a mere annoyance to her. Winter, however, was no longer cool nor collected. He was at a place beyond fury, wrath, and outrage. It was plain to see in his eyes the tyrant only desired sick, venomous violence. He couldn't believe, nor could he accept, that he had lost. At the sight of his enemy, Keanu no longer felt scared or reminded of his dark past. He only felt victorious. "Give up, Winter," Keanu cried. "There's no point in fighting anymore. We won." "I'll never give up," Winter hissed. "I won't stop until I've made this world my own." "Are you mad, you fool? You have no army," Ali shouted. "No allies, no power. All you have left is that witch." Nineveh's eyes darkened, and Soren noticed someone was missing. "Darren, where's Darren?" Soren asked boldly. "I know he's always with you. Where'd you send him?" "Darren is dead," Nineveh said blandly. "He attempted to defeat the Dranan, and his magic proved too much for him." "I don't believe you," Soren snarled. "See for yourself." Nineveh withdrew her hand from her cloak, throwing something at him. Darren's dismembered head fell on the ground and rolled towards Soren, the burned, twisted visage of his injured face creating a grisly picture. Soren began dry heaving. Zona changed into a griffin, hustling to his side and attempting to calm him. "We attempted to gather up the pieces, but the magic exploded him to bits. All that was left was his head," Nineveh said, shrugging. "I told him not to test his limits, but he proved too much of an idiot to listen."
"Winter, my lord!"
Chameleon's voice was a miserable, desperate shriek. She crawled to the defeated king on her hands and knees, a complete mess. Winter wrinkled his nose as she clung to his cloak, beside herself.
"Winter, I'm so glad you're here. I need you," she sobbed.
"Get a hold of yourself. You're an embarrassment to me," Winter snapped, tearing his cloak away. Chameleon gazed upward, stunned.
"Winter, I killed my changer. I killed Pumpkin. I didn't mean to, but I did."
"Why would it bother me that you murdered the little rodent?" Winter noted hastily.
"I thought you would comfort me."
Chameleon's expression was one of complete shock.
"I thought you loved me."
Nineveh's eyes flickered to her husband. Winter swallowed and said, "I never gave you any indication those were my feelings towards you."
"That's not true. You said sweet things to me. You made love to me."
"What?" Nineveh finally seemed affected by something that had happened. She rounded on her husband, who had turned pale. She asked, "Is this true?"
"Yes, Nineveh. He made love to me many times," Chameleon yelled venomously. "All those times he wasn't with you, he was with me."
"That doesn't matter. I don't love you, girl." Winter's words were cruel, putting an ocean of distance between the two of them. "I merely used you for my own pleasure and gain. You never meant a single thing to me. You were merely a way to fulfill my own wishes." Chameleon's mouth quivered.
"You don't love me?"
"No, I don't even like you, you spoiled, disgusting brat. You could die today and it wouldn't concern me," Winter sneered. Pumpkin's death had derailed Chameleon, but Winter's admission of his true feelings snapped her sanity in half completely. The girl stared at the ground, unable to believe it, before getting shakily to her feet. She glanced at the body of her dead changer, recognizing the grief of the remaining changer she had that was still alive. Worst of all was the pity on the faces of the people she'd once considered her dearest and closest friends. The gravity of her actions over the past year finally slammed into Chameleon. She staggered toward one of the incense holders that was left behind from the temple's remains. She grabbed the bowl of oil that sat atop of it and poured it over her head, soaking herself. When the entire vat was drained, she tossed it aside and grabbed one of the matches resting within the incense holder. Soren looked up. He was on his hands and knees, and there was spittle on his face from when he was vomiting. His whole body quivered.
"Chameleon, don't," Soren whispered. "Please, I still love—"
Chameleon lit the match. The fire rapidly took to the oil. Chameleon wailed in agony as the flames began consuming her body, licking up her flesh. While she was still in control of her movements, Chameleon ran toward the end of the cliff and threw herself off the edge, screaming like a ghostly siren. Chameleon fell through the air as a beacon, a ghostly pyre, tumbling downward in a fiery inferno. Her wails didn't cease until after her burning vessel slammed into the rocky oblivion below.
"Chameleon!"
Martin screamed his company's name over and over, trapped in a cursed state of suffering. The loss of his sister and his company both in one day was enough to drive the changer mad. He tried leaping forward to throw himself off the cliff after Chameleon, but Angel jumped upon his back. She turned him over so he was forced to look at her.
"Martin, don't do it. Don't go," Angel cried. "I need you here. I love you."
Martin couldn't hear her, but the meaning of her words as he stared into her eyes transcended verbal communication. Martin quieted, but his tears didn't cease. Angel held him down, keeping eye contact. Throughout the spectacle, Winter hadn't made a move to show he cared. He was staring in horror at Nineveh. The witch's red lips were quivering. A single tear dripped down her arched cheekbones.
"You told me you'd be faithful," Nineveh noted. "Always."
"Nineveh, the girl was a toy, a plaything, a way for me to satisfy my carnal longings," Winter said quickly. "I did not love her as I love you." It nearly sounded like begging, if Winter was capable of such a thing. Nineveh shook her head.
"I had wondered why you'd stop coming to me at night. Now I know."
"Nineveh, you're the only one I want. I told you we would conquer this world together, and we shall." Winter grabbed her waist and pulled her close to him, holding her body in a romantic embrace. "Please don't say you've stopped loving me." Nineveh stared at him.
"I will never, ever stop loving you."
She kissed him. Winter kissed her back, obviously relieved and enjoying her affection. He made the gesture as passionate as it could be, lost within the endless loyalty that was his wife. While their lips were still locked, Nineveh pulled a thin dagger from her dress. She broke the kiss and viciously stabbed the blade into Winter's back. Everyone was shocked, but no one was more shocked than Winter. The fallen king choked on the blood that was streaming out of his mouth. He looked to Nineveh as she twisted the knife in. Her face was contorted into a snarl.
"All those years were for nothing," she hissed. "I can see now that you never loved me. All this time it was I who was the fool."
Nineveh lashed the knife out of his back. She grabbed her husband's throat, tossed him to the ground, and stared at him with a brutal, harrowing gaze. Winter sputtered twice before his lungs failed. He reached up one last time to caress his wife, his fingertips skimming the back of her hand. She ripped her arm away. The company let his limb drop, his head turning to the side with an absolute finality. It had happened. The tyrant king, the cruel and twisted overlord known as Winter, was finally dead. Nineveh tossed the dagger to the side of Winter's still body. She stared at the children, but she did not attempt to use magic, nor did she say anything. No one seemed to know what to do next. A pink dranon rose over the side of the cliff. Her fangs were bared into a snarl as she lowered her head to greet Nineveh, a deadly growl lumbering in her stomach as she poised to take her revenge. The witch made no move to defend herself. Nineveh simply threw her arms out wide and closed her eyes, relishing the end. Melody's head swept downward, fangs exposed. The dranon bit down, splitting Nineveh into 2 pieces right at the torso. The dranon opened her poisonous mouth. Nineveh's halved corpse rolled off the cliff and dropped to the earth far below, her remains soaked in venom and blood. The once faithful queen was no more. Chapter 28. A New World. Melody did not cheer at the death of Nineveh, nor did anyone else.
I can't believe it, Ali said. After so many years, it's finally over.
Like it never happened,
Zurna added.
All this sacrifice and loss, just to get the world back as it once was.
Soren was traumatized. His whole body shook as he stared at the cliff's edge. Keanu pulled his cousin off the ground and shook him, trying to wake him up.
Soren, hey.
Keanu shook him harder.
Come on, buddy. We can go back home now.
Home? Soren's frantic eyes stared at him.
Where is home?
Zurna asked. This is home, Angel announced. Now it's our job to clean it up. Martin had ceased his tears. He had become something that simply had to survive. Angel got off of him. He transformed into a horse, picking up his sister and putting her limp body on his back. Angel changed back into a griffin. She told the fairies surrounding her, "Gather others to come take the bodies. The public shall see for themselves that Winter and Nineveh are dead. Afterwards, their remains shall be cremated upon a pyre." "Yes, Empress," Lothariel bowed. Feyot stepped forward, holding her hands out.
"I can take your sister for you,"
she told Martin.
"There is a place where we are keeping the dead. She will be safe there until it is time for her to be buried."
Martin's response was choked.
"Thank you."
The fairies softly removed Pumpkin from his back, before taking off, following her companion to obey Angel's orders.
"What will you do now, Martin?"
Angel asked. Keanu repeated it so Martin could hear.
"I'll stay by your side, Angel, and never leave it,"
Martin replied.
"You're all I've got left in the world now."
Angel nestled her head against his mane. A whisper of wind floated by them. Upon it there was a single voice, singing a song of great triumph. More voices joined in, and the kids peered down below. In a separate part of the city, one that hadn't been affected by the battle, companies and changers were emerging from their homes. They were dancing in the streets, waving streamers and cheering loudly, raising their voices to the heavens.
"What's going on down there?"
Ali asked curiously. "They're celebrating," Keanu said. "Winter's gone. The war is over."
"Well, let's go join them,"
Ali cried. They left the corpses of Winter and Nineveh behind, flying downward to meet up with the celebration below. It was the greatest joy, mixed with the greatest sorrow, that they had ever experienced. Changers spun around their companies while Southwild soldiers danced with residents from Nestings Haven. Anyone who had an instrument played it loudly, and those who didn't sang or clapped in time with the beat, creating a tune that shook the very foundation of the world. Keanu noticed with relief that both Ionan and Ignis were in the square, and they were safe. They were flanked by Kiatana, who appeared to have arrived just as the battle was over.
"Mom!"
Keanu shouted. He sprinted toward her, jumping into her embrace. The fairy laughed, stroking his hair.
"It's done, Keanu," Kia whispered. "Everything you've been through is finally over."
"I know." Keanu pulled away from her, wiping his face. I didn't think it was ever going to be."
"All terrible things have to end someday." She kissed his face.
His father emerged from behind a house. When he saw his wife, Kyoto rushed toward her, encompassing the fairy in his arms. Kyoto was the only one who didn't seem happy that the war was over. He acted like it was still going on, that it would never end. "Dad, are you okay?" Keanu asked, putting a hand on his shoulder. Kyoto didn't answer. He only buried his face in Kia's shoulder. Keanu hugged him, trying to comfort his father as best he could, before he returned to his friends. Even Winter's soldiers were relieved they no longer had to fight. They removed their armor, taking part in the dance themselves and kicking their weapons to the side. Small children burst forth from underneath the legs of their parents, running around in circles and yelling. Many of them climbed on top of Ionan and Ignis for a ride, laughing as the dragons lumbered up and down the streets. Ignis chuckled, tossing a few of the children into the air with his horns. Ionan took as many children upon his back as would fit, his eyes sparkling with joy as they clambered over his scales. Ali and Zorna carried a few children as well. The toddlers giggled upon their backs as they bounced in time with the music. Soren walked beside them, appearing confused. "I don't get this. There's nothing to party about. So many are dead," Soren shouted.
"But there is something to celebrate, because we're building a new world," Zorna cried over the noise. "We can finally start over. It's a clean slate for all of us."
The tightness in Keanu's chest wouldn't lessen, not until he found her. He finally spotted Regan in the middle of the crowd, looking just as worried as he was. "Ray!" Keanu shoved people aside to get to her. Regan noticed him, and she hustled toward where he was until they finally met. He meant to grab her until he noticed with shock that she was carrying a baby in her arms. "Ray, who's that?" he asked, astonished. "He's my little brother," Regan explained. "I found him. There's no one else to take care of him. I figure I'm going to raise him now." Regan stuck her chin out stubbornly. Keanu laughed and said, "Guess I shouldn't try to convince you otherwise, huh?" He leaned forward to kiss her, and she pressed her lips against his. He stroked a thumb against her cheek tenderly, leaning his forehead against hers. "I'll meet up with you later," he said. "Okay?" "You better, Keanu Morimati," she teased, adjusting the baby on her hip. "Otherwise, I'm coming after you. I don't care where you are. Great One powers can't stop me from finding you." Keanu smiled. Angel had followed at a distance, with Martin beside her. Those in her path parted the way, bowing and curtsying as she passed. Angel crossed to the center of the square. Ignis raised his wings, crying,
"Make way for your new empress."
Nesting's Haven applauded and hurrahed for the white griffin, who dipped her head in return. In front of thousands of people, Kiatana placed a shining silver diadem upon Angel's head. The griffin lifted her eyes proudly to the heavens, appearing the powerful royal that destiny had forged her to be. As the entire crowd bowed, Keanu gave a meaningful look to Ali. She lifted the children off her back and placed them on the ground, waiting for Keanu to get on. The Great One swung himself on. No one noticed the two of them slip away into the sky. Ali levitated into the clouds until she had climbed as far as they could go, hovering in place over the coronation below.
"I don't understand," Ali said lowly. "The Abjigda told us we would lose."
"The Abjigda never said we would lose, only that we wouldn't end the war," Keanu realized. "It said the war would end by the one who began it. That was Nineveh. Her devotion to Winter started this whole thing, and his betrayal brought her devotion to an end." Ali stayed silent for a moment.
"It's time, isn't it?"
"Yeah. Did you say your goodbyes?"
"No. Did you?"
"I could never say goodbye."
"Well, then it's not goodbye," Ali said resolutely, "even though it might be the end."
A beautiful glow began to spread throughout the realm. Many on the ground looked up as the earth was enveloped by a peaceful hue that was harmonious, spectacular, and clean. Keanu closed his eyes, and his world was embraced by the light of his spirit. Afterward. Nathaniel was resting in his cradle. Regan stood over him, her eyes scanning his soft face. Taking care of a baby was exhausting, and Nathaniel required constant attention. But Regan was glad for the distraction. If she didn't have her little brother to keep her busy, Regan wouldn't know what to do. Angel had insisted that Nesting's Haven be completely rebuilt before work on her palace began. Some stuck-up lord had offered his expansive mansion to them, so Regan and Angel had relocated to it until the palace was completed. Angel had kept the telepathic fairies. They were with her at all times, so they could communicate her orders within the new world. Most changers had decided to stay with their accompanies, but it was a true partnership now, no longer a relationship between slave and master. The changers were free, and so were the accompanies. They remained bonded together out of love and loyalty, and not because of a vengeful curse. Those changers who had been formerly abused by their partners were able to leave them and form new bonds with those who would offer them their respect and adoration. The realm was far better for it. Regan wasn't the only one who'd moved in with Angel. Martin was staying with Angel too. They lived in the same room. Whenever Martin was by himself, he had panic attacks. He'd lose his head and attempt to hurt himself by instinct or on purpose, nobody was sure. The Empress, it seemed, was the only one who could keep him calm. Regan felt sorry for the poor changer. It would take years before he'd be able to comprehend what had happened to his sister and a company, let alone go on with his life. But at least he seemed at peace while his mate was near. Regan hoped the two of them would stay together for a very, very long time. Angel and Martin weren't the only lovebirds hanging around. Melody and Federin had taken up residence in the attic, but it was only until they finished planning the wedding with Ignis. Their nuptials were due to be held in Southwild next fall. Kia had returned to the lands to live in Mortica City and reign as queen there. She had plans to regrow the Varanian forest and to raise Crystal to be her heir. Kyoto went with her. He'd recently taken up occupation as an architect in Mortica City, as there were many fairies who'd been relocated from the war that needed homes. Last Regan had heard, they were very happy together and had a good marriage. Kyoto and Ionan had decided to remain changer and a company, but thought it was best to go their separate ways. Ionan was currently a professor at Bumbleberry University, as he had always desired to be. Sunset had flown back to Nestings Haven with Lyrica and Mirabelle, and both girls were attending the university to major in music. The young girls were a great joy to have around, and often offered to help take care of Nathaniel. Lyrica's father, Kasif, stayed behind in the lands. He managed the wolf packs and took care of the unicorn herd in Vixen's place. The others encouraged him to move on with his life. The fairy refused. Lottie remained faithfully at Kasif's side, as she always had, until she peacefully passed in her sleep at a very old age, her quest to guide the new generation finally complete. Her story, and Lilja's, was a legend that would be told among wolves for centuries to come. Zaya had also returned to the lands to be with Midnight Star. All of Midnight Star's siblings and friends had chosen mates and spread throughout the lands in order to start their own packs and have pups. Midnight Star, however, remained in Mortica City to continue her duties as Skygazer. Last time they'd spoken with her, Midnight Star had said she would never take a mate. Shortly after, Zaya said the same. Nagley left Southwild and came to Nestings Haven to serve under Angel as the official royal numerologist. Her wild predictions and funny wisdom, it seemed, would be the only prophecies they'd need for the rest of their days. Soren and Zorna thought about going back to Bumbleberry University, but Soren decided not to, and Zorna followed his lead. There were too many memories within the old school, and after everything that had happened, it wouldn't be the same. They moved in with Angel, a few rooms down the hall from Regan. After the war ended, Soren seemed inconsolably lost, stumbling through life aimlessly. He was haunted by the deaths of those he'd loved and lost, though he strived to help Angel make the world a better place. The Empress had put Soren on her council, and he helped her to create laws that would benefit all people, not just those in power. Zorna, though, waited patiently for Ali to return. Regan did the same for Keanu. Since the great light had burst through the sky and rearranged all they knew, nobody had seen them. It had been several weeks now. Zorna kept insisting that wherever they were, Keanu and Ali would come back. Soren didn't believe it, preferring to pretend that Keanu was dead rather than risk thinking his cousin was still alive. Soren could not stand to hope and then lose someone again. He'd lost too much. Regan was certain that the light in the sky had come from Keanu. What was more, the world was different. Everything still looked the same, but it didn't feel the same. In her heart, Regan knew that she was farther away from home than before, farther away than she'd ever been, though she was in the same spot. Even if she took a boat onto the ocean, it wouldn't help. She could sail for years and just go round and round the waves. The human world wasn't a part of the lands or Nestings Haven anymore. Regan was certain of that. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't go back to her old life. She was stuck here. The door opened. Lyrica and Mirabelle tiptoed through it, peeking around Regan's shoulders to stare at the baby. Regan smiled at the two girls gazing upon the tiny child. She felt like a mother. The realization gripped her insides tightly. Adam was a recluse, living in shame on the edge of Southwild after the truth of what he'd done had come to light. The same couldn't be said for her mother. After the battle, Miriam had vanished. She hadn't been seen since she ran off, and there was no clue as to where she went, though it was rumoured she was lurking about in the city streets, desperately searching for a babe that wasn't in her arms. Regan didn't know where her mother was, and she didn't much care. She only hoped she didn't turn out to be just like her.
"Oh, is he resting?"
Lyrica asked. "Yes," Regan said, "but you can sing to him if you want. I'm sure he'd like that."
"Where are you going?"
Mirabelle asked as Regan exited. "I just need to go for a walk," Regan said. "If you need help with the baby, ask one of the servants, okay?"
"Okay,"
both girls responded in unison. They scuttled to the crib, beginning to coo a sweet song. Nathaniel came around. The baby giggled as the two girls continued their ballad, clutching at the air with his tiny fingers. Regan sighed. She proceeded to the courtyard outside the mansion, where a concrete bench sat next to a fountain. She often came here to think. She sat on the bench and folded her hands in her lap. She didn't feel devastated, or lonely, or alone, just a little sad. Keanu had said he'd meet up with her later. Regan wasn't sure when later was, but she hoped it was soon, because he had some nerve making her wait this long. She couldn't believe he was gone, not for good anyway. Keanu would come back, she knew he would. He had to. "Ray?" Regan jumped to her feet. Her chest nearly burst when she recognized who it was. It was Keanu, but he didn't look the same. His features were similar, but his body shone with a golden halo that bordered along the edge of his skin. Ali was there too, but she looked different. She shone with the same light Keanu did, her golden feathers appearing even more radiant under the beaming light. "Keanu? Ali? Is it really you guys?" Regan asked, squinting. "Of course it's us, you dummy," Ali replied. "Did you forget what we looked like that quickly?" Regan let out a quick breath. "Oh yeah, it's definitely you." She tilted her head. "What are you?" "We're light spirits now," Keanu said, glancing at Ali. "Kind of crazy, I know." "By the Creator, Angel took it so much better than you," Ali teased. "Would you stop gawking? It's awkward." "All right, Ali, that's enough. Go say hello to Zuna," Keanu said, shoving her off. "Yeah, give us a minute," Regan added, waving her off. "I can take a hint," Ali said, sticking her tongue out at Regan. "You aren't the only one who hasn't seen her boyfriend in nearly 2 months, you know." Keanu shook his head as the gleaming griffin swaggered away. "She's been a nightmare to deal with, honestly, ever since we transformed." He gave a hearty laugh. "I don't think she's used to the whole idea yet. Being a light spirit is kind of weird." "Are you?" Regan asked. He shrugged. "I don't know. It is what it is, I guess." He held out his hand for her to take. "Do you trust me? I want to show you something." Regan grasped his hand. His skin glimmered against hers, the heat of his light radiating against her body. Keanu looked at her. Suddenly, they were in a different place, the courtyard gone. It was the clearing they had first kissed in. The grass was untouched, the trees waving in the slight breeze. "What a way to get around," Regan said, looking around in awe. "Right?" Keanu ran a hand through his shining hair anxiously. "I don't like looking like this all the time, you know. It's better if I'm just me." The halo around Keanu's skin vanished until he appeared completely normal. Regan thought it was just like turning a light on and off. Keanu squeezed her hand. They sat down in the grass as the breeze skimmed by. "Are you mad at me for being gone for so long?" Keanu asked nervously. Regan shook her head. "No. I didn't know where you were, but I knew you'd show up eventually. You wouldn't stay away for so long if you didn't have to." Keanu nodded. Regan leaned into him and asked, "What'd you do to the lands in Nesting's Haven?" "I moved them," Keanu said. "They're on their own planet now. No one will ever bother the creatures here again." "No one except the creatures themselves." "That's what I'm here for. Gotta keep order and all as the Great One." "Is that what you've been doing lately?" "Me and Ali have been experimenting, traveling the universe, seeing how far our powers can go. We've attempted time travel, but haven't mastered it yet. We've been doing a lot of dimension hopping to see what's out there," Keanu said. He made a face and added, "To be honest, I can see why you left the human world. It kinda sucks." "Yeah," Regan burst out laughing before her smile fell. "Does that mean I can never go home again?" I can take you wherever you want to go, Keanu said. You can go back to the human world or stay here. It's up to you. I want to go home, Reagan said. Keanu looked down. All right, I can take you back.
No, not there, Reagan said, shaking her head. Home is wherever I am with you. Wherever you end up, that's where I want to be. So hurry up and figure out where you want to live, because I'm tired of being displaced.
Oh, Ray. Keanu put his hand on the back of her hair, then kissed her. You have no idea how much I missed you.
Can't have missed me that much, traveling around the universe and all, she said with an eye roll.
It was exciting, but, to be honest, nothing compares to this place. Allie was such a pain, always asking me when we could go home. She likes it here.
She should. There's nothing like the lands,
Reagan admitted. I have to agree with you there. Reagan sighed.
I remember Sunset telling us about light spirits, but I'm still not sure what they are. What exactly happened when you guys moved everything? Did you just change, or…?
No, Keanu shook his head. When we moved the lands to their own reality, we died. But we became something else in the process, and our bodies were reborn. Our souls still exist. We just bounce back and forth from the living realm to the in-between now. Reagan leaned against him.
What happened to the objector? Did you get rid of it?
I have it, Keanu said. I figure it's the Great One's responsibility to keep it safe.
Are you going to read it?
No, I never want to use it again, Keanu replied honestly. I feel like if I did, it would make me go crazy.
What a boring answer, Reagan nudged him playfully. You could learn about the meaning of life, all that good stuff.
I couldn't comprehend all the mysteries in that book, and no one should ever try. Keanu started drawing invisible designs on her knee with his finger, as if he was creating an intricate work of art. There's reasons why we don't know everything, and I figure we should keep it that way.
You aren't even the slightest bit curious? She pressed.
What's life without a little mystery? Besides, I'm going to live a long time. I've got 1,000 more years to figure stuff out. If I learn everything now, I figure life will be pretty boring for the rest of my existence. He flashed her a smile. Reagan grew quiet.
Keanu, I'm not going to live 1,000 years. I probably won't make it to 100.
Keanu continued drawing on her skin. I know that.
That's not even 1/10 of your life. Why would you want to be with me?
Vixen was with Kasif, even though it was only for a little while. Just because I only get a few years with you doesn't mean those years won't be the best of my life.
I'm happy that I'll never have to live without you, but I'm sorry you'll live without me.
I get to have a moment in time with you, Keanu whispered. That's enough for me. Keanu and Reagan stayed in the clearing until dusk, lost within their own little universe. As night fell, Keanu finally took her back to Nesting's Haven. They ended up in the same spot they'd left, right next to the trickling fountain. I've got to go, Ray, Keanu said, regretfully letting go of her hand. I can't hang around here forever.
How long are you going to be away this time?
Reagan asked. Just a few days, I promise. I've got to go see my parents, he said. I'll come around once Soren's settled a bit. Allie's probably got him all riled up now, coming back from the dead twice. You think? Reagan laughed. She grabbed him by the front of his shirt and pulled him close, giving him one last kiss. You better show. I don't like being stood up. Remember, I'll find you. Keanu winked. I'm not done with you yet, Reagan Royals. You can bet there's still a lot I've got to show you. Reagan reached out to touch him one last time, but he'd already vanished. When Keanu reappeared, he stumbled into Allie, who'd been impatiently waiting for him.
What took you so long? She asked, ruffling her feathers.
Zuna and I were through hours ago. You had Soren bugging you. Reagan and I were lucky enough to get some private time to ourselves, Keanu said, brushing off his clothes. They'd teleported back to the lands, to the edge of the Varanian forest. They'd figured it was best to walk to their destination instead of reappearing in front of Keanu's parents, as Kia and Kyoto were prone to overreact.
Soren was inconsolable. You should have seen his face.
Ali made a grotesque resemblance, then laughed. It was hilarious. I mean, it was at first, until he started freaking out. Then it wasn't fun anymore. I'm sure it wasn't. That's why I left you to deal with it.
Well, next time you can deal with Soren while Reagan and I hang out,
Ali said cheerfully, flicking her tail.
What? She's my girlfriend. Yeah, but she's my friend, and chicks before Ali? I'll get Angel in on it too. We'll have a girls' day.
I don't think so. They walked through the forest. arguing about who was going to get Reagan first when they went back to Nestings Haven. Eventually, the conversation turned to what they were going to do when they saw Kia and Kyoto. "Your mom is going to flip," Ali said. "Maybe we should wait and figure out how to handle this." "I want to see my little sister. We've already been gone 2 months. I bet she's gotten big." "You act like she's going to be the size of Ignis." "Don't even. I know you want to see her change her." In the past few weeks, Sunset's eggs had hatched. One of them, a pretty pink female hatchling, had bound with Crystal instantly. They had named the young dragon Vera. "Yes, but you know how Kia is," Ali said. "I'm a little worried about how your parents are doing without Ionan around. He did all the real work raising us. I'm not sure Kia and Kyoto know what to do. They made mistakes with us, Keanu." "They might be our parents, but they're just people, Ali. Everybody makes mistakes. They get a chance to do it all over again," Keanu said. "Maybe they'll do it better this time with Crystal. I hope they will." Ali's ears flattened against her head the further they went into the forest. "Each time I round a corner, I expect Shadowin to be there, or Snapfoot, or Jade, or Midnight Star, or Kenai." Ali sighed sorrowfully. "But they're not here. They've moved on to other places, just like we have. We're all going forward with our own separate lives." "I guess that's what saved us. Winter had allies and he had power, but he didn't have any friends. Friendship was the thing that beat Winter." "We haven't seen so many of them in so long. Sometimes I wonder if we're still friends." "You can't end true friendship. It won't die no matter what you do to try and kill it." Keanu laid a hand on her neck. "True friendship never dies. It's just put aside for a little while." A whimpering sound hovered nearby. Keanu made a motion for Ali to get down. The two of them slunk into the bushes, peering out through the leaves. An irksome green dragon had cornered a pair of tiny wolf pups against a tree. The dragon appeared mildly irritated, while the pups were terrified, shaking against one another as they huddled together. The dragon growled, smoke emitting from its mouth. Ali and Keanu looked at each other. Neither one of them realized they'd travelled a little too far, to a time before our story began. "That nasty dragon is bullying those 2 wolf pups," Ali said belligerently, fluttering her wings. "We should step in. Great One duties and all," Keanu smirked. "Ready, Ali?" "Ready, Keanu." Together, they pounced. The end. Thank you ever so much for reading the Creatures of the Land series. For more fantasy adventures, visit Megan Linsky's website at meganlinsky.com. For poetry written by Kristen Lasson under the pen name of Crystal Liso, please read her titles Useless Thoughts of a Teenage Poet, Living as Me, and Death, Life and Other Things. This has been Angel's Rebellion, Creatures of the Lands Book 6, authored by Megan Linsky and Kristen Lasson, writing as Natalie Erin, narrated by Pete Gold. Copyright 2017 by Griffin Publishing, audio copyright 2026 by Griffin Publishing.